probably not going to be hugely impactful, at least not too much here. We are seeing the equities pushing towards highs now, overnight highs. 9 o'clock this morning, we do have the Michigan sentiment due out. 10 o'clock, one of the talking Feds, Collins, I guess, is going to be speaking. And at noon, we have the Baker Hughes rig count due out. As far as earnings today, HCA Healthcare missing on both earnings per share and revenues. Colgate Palmolive beating on both. I guess folks are buying a lot of toothpaste. A lot of next week, a lot of the $1 trillion club, I like to call them, a lot of the Mag 7 come into play as far as earnings are concerned. So big week in earnings next week. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's down a little bit this morning, 18.84. It was 18.68 at this time yesterday. Dollar index 104 even. It was 104.2 yesterday at this time. No big shakes there. But the yield on the 10-year, as Eddie was just saying, has come off recent highs here. It's down to about 4.18 this morning, where it was 4.22% yesterday. And that's really it. You know, it is Friday. It is Capital Preservation Friday. If you've had a good week, make a little dough and then take a little time off. Take some rest. That's one of the things that this does give us is a weekend after Friday, so we all get to take a little bit of time off, relax, and heal up for the next week. Hopefully, you're gonna have a great trading day today. Of course, we always hope for that. Let's see what's going on. Eddie, where's the crude?
Dude, where's the crude? Did the deer have a little dough? Yeah, $2.
Yeah, $2.
So crude, dude. This is about crude. Which will include some trading food that we have stewed, viewed, and accrued. I recommend that if you're trading crude, you stay glued to the mood. See what we've shared, and I conclude. Oil prices edged higher today. Looking at a 72.34 top on my ETH. A weekly gain for some tensions, of course, in the Middle East, and of course with China. Brent did climb 0.4%. We saw WTI up 0.5%. Now, both contracts are on course to register gains around 2% this week as traders await Israel's response to the missile attack that could disrupt the world's oil production region. U.S. and Israeli officials have set a restart talk for ceasefires and the release of hostages in Gaza in the coming days. So hopefully that pans out, but we've heard and seen that before. But, we'll keep our eyes open. Now, let's go to our tips of the week. Gabe, we got our tips of the week. Goodness, there it is. Take breaks. And we've been talking about this all week. Taking breaks. This is essential for you, the trader. You, to maintain your mental clarity, your emotional control, and your physical health and overall discipline. By stepping away from markets, regular intervals, take time out. Even if you set your clock, hey, every couple hours I'm going to get up, take a walk around the block, do some push-ups, jumping jacks, whatever, do the laundry. Traders can reduce stress, and gosh, stress sucks. Avoid burnout. Another thing, too. And improve both your short-term decisions and long-term trading performance. Slow things down, folks. Johnny, what do you got?
This is something my dad always struggled with. He was a trader on the floor of the Board of Trade for 40 years, and he had a very hard time stepping away. He felt like if he wasn't there, he wasn't going to be making any money, but if he was there, he might lose money. It was always a challenge for him to try and step away and, take a vacation with the family. And he was always so happy when he stepped away and took a little time, had a little fun, spent time with the family. It always seemed like he was trading better after he would take a little break like that. And taking breaks is really important because sometimes we just lose our vision. We lose our ability to see the markets in the right ways, and taking a break can certainly reset that and get you back on the right side of the market. So definitely think about taking breaks. Looking forward to Another break over the weekend here. Yes, you can change a lot just by stepping away very briefly. I just love this little picture we've got up there, and just stepping away for a moment, you can certainly stop the fires from continuing to go down the line. Love that. That graphic there.
Oh yeah. Johnny, I'm taking a break. I'm going to take a break. Next week, I'm going to be off. Be taking a break, relaxing, trying to re-energize, get ready for the last push of the season. So I will be off next week, and
Good for
I will be
you.
missing everyone. Yes,
And we'll miss you.
thank you. But anyway, we're going to be going to charts here in just a momento. But just want to let you know here, stick around. We've got Fast Markets. Mohammed is going to be with us, and not the one to cry to when the trade doesn't work out. And he's trying to bounce back from losing 2,500 in the XFA yesterday. And Coach Jay, star of At the Buzzer, coach of the Lunatics VIP team. And he's also trying to bounce back from losing around 2,500 in the XFA yesterday. So all the way from we've got the Middle East, the United States. We're going to see what happens there. But Johnny, let's get to these charts. I'm excited today. Lots of good stuff.
Awesome. All right. So as always, we like to start with the daily in the E-mini S&Ps. And in the longer time frame, of course, we are still seeing higher highs, higher lows, medium time frame, higher highs, higher lows in the short time frame. We just put in a new recent swing low here on Wednesday that was rejected relatively swiftly. We had a V-shaped recovery on Wednesday. Yesterday, the market tried to continue to push to the upside, putting the session low at 58.22.5, I think it was, or 2 ticks from weekly kickoff high, which now has kind of shown to be a little bit supportive. I don't expect to see weekly kickoff. I should say weekly kickoff low. Weekly kickoff low supportive yesterday. I don't expect necessarily to see that again today. We did see open interest increase by about 24,000 contracts yesterday. It was a very unusual day. I kind of felt it was. It was an inside extended trading hour range, inside regular trading hour range. It was difficult to read where the open interest came in yesterday. Of course, with any bad news, without any bad news, I'm looking for this market to rotate back near the balance area highs. Let's just call that anywhere up around 59.15 all the way up to the high, the all-time high. If we're going to really follow rotation or balance rules, the market goes and checks the lower balance. If it does not continue, it has a tendency to rotate back to the high of the current area of balance. And that's really my hypothesis. Number one is to look for an opportunity for a long and see if we can't take that ride back up to the upper extreme of the area of balance. Take a look at the 30-minute. All right. So here's our inside day yesterday. It seemed like it was more volatile than I think it actually was. And if we look at the session yesterday, where did the volume come in? Well, the volume was coming in on the downside, which is really typical of the equities. Volume always comes in when the market is pushing to the downside, and then lower volume on this push to the upside. So adding that 2,400 in open interest on an inside day, it seems to me that additional open interest was probably looking to the short side. I think there were a lot of traders that were looking for this market to roll over yesterday and try and continue the push that was rejected on Wednesday. So I'm looking at this thinking, if we've got a whole bunch of short time frame traders short in the hole here, and we've got overnight inventory to the long side, all of these shorts are getting squeezed. I'm thinking we're going to be opening with a gap above yesterday's session high, which was, let's just call it approximately 58, 57, 75. And, we're overnight inventory is long, but we are opening with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, I think a lot of these potential shorts, and again, everything is hypothesis. We don't know 100% for sure where all that open interest came in yesterday because it was an inside day, but just looking at the direction and the volume yesterday on that push to the downside. There was a lot more volume on the down periods, on the down 30-minute bars, than there were on the up 30-minute bars. So I'm looking at this saying, we had a lot of naysayers down here up against a support level, trying to push this market, trying to get this market to roll over and continue to the upside. And if those shorts are still in the market, we may see a pretty decent upside move today. It's already started in the overnight session, but again, overnight inventory is long. If the overnight longs don't get what they're looking for, that could provide better trade location or opportunities for potential longs. And of course, as always, anything can happen. I'm just looking at the context of these markets. And again, I think my main hypothesis is, where do we buy this thing? Again, if some sort of news comes out that can change the personality of this market in a heartbeat, but as we all know, and there's no bad news, the equities just continue to seem to grind to the upside. So let's just pray for no bad news, and as always, pray for peace. How about the NASDAQ? What's the NASDAQ? I always feel like Aflac when I'm talking about the NASDAQ. All right. So back in balance again, much like the S&Ps, we looked lower. Weekly kickoff low was largely rejected on Wednesday. Yesterday, we saw a continuation back above that weekly kickoff low, which should now remain as support. And we're back in the area of balance that we've been in. Let's just call it last week's low, last week's high, 20,206 quarter on the downside, 20,680 on the upside. We're still seeing some kind of importance to the previous weekly kickoff level of 20,530. We've been talking about that level a lot, and it looks like we're getting another attempt at breaking out above that. Wouldn't surprise me, because we've checked the lower end of the balance area. The rotation to the higher end of the balance area is a distinct probability. We lost 1,900 in open interest yesterday, where we may have trapped some shorts in the S&Ps. Maybe we got out of some longs on yesterday. It's very difficult to see, but a loss of 1,900 in the NASDAQ can be relatively inert. It can really not mean all that much. I just find the difference between the open interest changes in the S&P and the NASDAQ to be a little bit questionable, if that's the right word. We've got another weekly kickoff, 20,530 from last week that could be somewhat important. Let's take a look at the 30. All right, another inside regular trading hours, another inside extended trading hours day yesterday. When we're looking at the range on Wednesday, you would say yesterday was a narrow range, which it kind of was, and again, kind of interesting, if you will, directionally, and the volume was on the downside, and we lost open interest. Was that long liquidation? That takes selling power out of the market. The market recovered very well back to the upside, settling at 20,380. And we've got overnight inventory to the long side. This market is trying to continue this push to the upside. Gap rules. If we can't close this gap relatively early, and yes, we understand that relatively early is a subjective term, but there's nothing that's going to happen exactly the same way twice. Remember, this is futures trading. So if we can't come back and close the session gap, we're going to be looking for, I think, opportunities to look for, where do we buy this market? Again, this is all just a context and a hypothesis, but nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. And of course, ACH, anything can happen. Of course, if some new news comes into the marketplace, it can certainly change things in a heartbeat. And one of the things we're going to be looking at is the Michigan sentiment at 9 o'clock. I'm looking at the ladders right now, and the ladders are pretty thin. NASDAQ, I don't see many double-digit bids and offers. S&Ps, I don't see a lot of triple-digit bids and offers. The market does seem relatively nervous still, and that's something that can create liquidity, volatility. Lack of liquidity can increase volatility. We'll have to see what this plays out. The profiles yesterday in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ were normal variation, kind of P-shaped profile, especially in the S&Ps, which was not supported by the increase in open interest. A P-shaped profile is generally considered a short covering shape which would lose open interest. Instead, we gained open interest. All right, let's take a look at crude oil now. Excuse me. So here's the daily in crude. Longest time frame, range bound. Medium time frame, a little bit to the downside. We have held this trend line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, 5 points of contact. It's a relatively decent trend line, and I'll look for opportunities if we do have an opportunity near that trend line. Volume remains relatively slow as we've finished rollover and become relatively range bound. We've kind of created the rollover balance was here. We've kind of created a higher or a wider area of balance here. I'm looking at this balance low as this trend line and possibly right up around $72. $72. I think that kind of closes out at least part of that gap that we've been attempting to close out. It's not quite there yet. But all eyes on the trend line. Of course, that this is a hair trigger market. Any news can change it in a heartbeat. So make sure you cover your ass, if you will. Pardon my French. Looking at the 30-minute. All right. So we had a pretty decent push to the upside. It left a recent high in the overnight session. It's not all that big a deal. We did come from higher levels, so it's not really a recent high, but it did occur in the overnight session. What I've been waiting for all week. When we look at this is the gap from a couple of weeks ago. This was the gap low. Resistance, 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 support. Kind of closed below that again, but now here we are back above it. Very kind of pivotal level there. So if we can see this market continue this push to the upside, $73 just about, well, let's just be precise here. 72.97 closes that gap. It's been trying to close it. We still have a naked point of control up there that has not really been checked here. 72.41, and the market seems to be kind of pushing back to the upside above the bottom of that previous gap. Big double distribution trend day to the downside, adding almost 9,000 in open interest. So if we have anything trapped after yesterday's session, it would be shorts. Shorts being trapped, no overnight inventory. Well, overnight inventory a little bit to the long side, but it is a double distribution trend day yesterday. So the market has opened in the possible area of repair. The repair to me looks like 71.20 to the upside, and repair to the downside would be 70.12. So about $1 area where the market could fall into repair. When I talk about repair, we had a distribution of time and volume in the upper part of the range from yesterday. The market left that area quickly and began to range in the lower area of distribution and time. The market opens between those. There is a tendency for the market to try and trade to one or both of an assumed point of control in both of those areas of distribution of time and volume. Have to see how that plays out. And we'll take a quick look at gold and get ready for the trading day. Very exciting. Got Muhammad. This is going to be a lot of fun. All right, so gold. Well, we're kind of in day 4 of a little bit of barcoding event we've got going on here. Weekly kickoff high, really showing a degree of resistance. These are never finite levels. They're more like zones, and so far the market has struggled to maintain pretty much any time or price or volume or anything above that weekly kickoff high of 2760. We added 12,000 contracts on this push to the upside on negative delta again. So we talked about most of this move to the upside. We've been increasing open interest against negative delta. Again, we had negative delta of about negative 2160 by the end of the session yesterday, indicating possible longer time frame buyers coming back into the market and getting the shorter time frame too short. It's always about pitting time frame against time frame. Still going to focus on the extremes, somewhere up around the 2760 weekly high. There's an opportunity somewhere near the lows here, maybe around 2730, 727.25. There is some opportunity in the markets. Just seems to be a little bit in short time frame control as we kind of fall into this area of balance. So I'm using balance the breakout rules, fading the extremes of the balance. If there's a breakout, we go with it. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. We had a failed upside auction at the top. Well, let's look at this on the 30-minute chart here. I apologize. So another inside day. We talked about the possibility of repair yesterday. We did repair the upper distribution of time and volume. Stopped a little bit short, but close enough for me for rock and roll to the lower area of distribution is where we put in that low, which was basically last week's high. And overnight inventory was short. Overnight inventory, I believe, has since been reconciled. We're back in range. We're back in value. Try and stay patient today, looking for opportunities as the day goes on. And that's about it. Again, that normal variation, neutral stance yesterday, and the profile indicates the market did use some pretty good abilities to facilitate trade yesterday in a repair day. It might go looking for new levels today. Just be careful. Look for the opportunities that allow you to limit risk. Take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered today and every day and all day. Pray for peace for the world and for your peeps and for all of us. Let's have a great trading day.
Thank you, Johnny. All right. We're going to take a quick break here. Fast markets coming up here. It is Friday. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
And we're open. Hello, Andre.
Hello, Eddie. We are open. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We are open. We got Mohammed and Fast Markets. We got Coach Jay, Fast Markets, and Hogue in the house. Hogue, we are open. See the push to the upside here in the NASDAQ. Talk to us.
Yeah, we left the opening ranges at the low of the session in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to show these now because we're kind of doing things a little bit differently. I'm not going to be able to show the profiles as readily, but just kind of looking at what we're doing here. NASDAQ, S&P, and the Dow have all left their opening ranges at the high of the day. We are trading right now above overnight highs in, in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. We had the durable goods orders come out. Apparently, the market is pleased with that. Is saying this morning on the opening call, we're going to be looking for opportunities to buy the open. The opening range in the S&Ps is 10 handles. That's a little bit rich, so I don't think we're going to probably take that. But I think we're looking for some pretty good upside momentum here. We're above the 30-minute, the 200 session on the 30-minute bar. Jay, I know that Coach Paul talks about that quite readily. Looking like this thing is just going to run, to me.
Jay, welcome back. Let's go, Mohammed. Mohammed making his Fast Markets debut. Mohammed, what are we seeing here in these markets? You ready to trade it up or what?
Actually, I'm ready to go short. Just at 20,552. It's already an area of interest for me. 2,552. 75. Actually, this is a demand area. Yeah, this is a demand area from the day before yesterday at this area. So this area, we could see some, sellers jump in, especially when you see the market is just going higher without any correction. Sorry, I just jumped in. The day started today as a range day. So until now, I can consider this a range day because we have this obvious range from overnight, and the market since then start going higher and higher and higher without a decent correction, except this one. Then the market smashed higher. If I see the market doing that, I will go immediately look left to the recent the closest range or demand supply area. Sorry, I said demand. It's a supply area. This supply area is the one that we have after these highs. So I will try my shot on here with a tight stop. Actually, it's not. The entry should be 20,552. Stop should be it's huge. Stop should be. Let me see.
Above 580.
Yeah, 580. So this is a 30 points of risk. Maybe I will make it higher a little bit, my order. So
Love
I can...
Hey, Mohammed, insane.
Yeah, so I can...
look at a short 552s. Look at a short 552.
All right.
Yeah, this is the area, but because of my risk, I will take it at 560.
560.
Hopefully that market, just go higher to 560.
Here we go.
And my stop will be at 80. So I have 20.
Are you in Mohammed? Is this something we're doing in the house account?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Stop should be 580. So maybe you can get it at a better price now. Yeah. This is a very aggressive.
Short 5 and Q for what price, Hogue?
Short 5,
70 maybe.
Hang on, let me see here. 20,566 in the orders. 566 in the orders. Pretty good fill there.
Sell this sucker. Mohammed, talk to us. We are in with you, man. We short 5 from 20,566 in the orders. We gotta sell this sucker off right now.
Okay. See you next week. Bye.
Mohammed, don't leave us. Need your help, Mohammed.
I'm leaving. All right.
Tops above 80, you said, right?
Yeah.
I will
Tops
take
above 80?
80.
Yes. 80.75. take a target, take a little free contract at 42, if we be there. At 42.
I actually really like this trade.
Come on. 42,
We've got
42.
we've got
You can do it.
We've got a trim in here at 42. 3 contracts, taking 3 off at 42.
Come on. Wow, this is very fast. This is fast market.
Starting off with a bang.
Yeah. Let's see if we can. I think things are looking very beautiful for me. If we are breaking the last green candle, already did it. We have a series of red candles, not broken. That means at least we have a nice location.
I like that 42 level. It's just above the opening range here.
Yeah, and it is at 21.
The opening range, that'll be a good out.
It is exactly 21 EMA, so it is normal to test it. It's not a surprise. So we want to trim our risk to minimize our risk. Then we will have, a very comfortable trade. We can just put our stop up there and just
42s.
Watch it.
42s. Come on. Jay, we got to jump on this moving train, baby. This thing is just
Mohammed
off
came
to the
in
race.
ready to go. I really like the trade. We're pulling back into this opening range, and the VWAP from that opening range is sitting at 35 right now. It is sloping upwards, so I am conscious of that, where we need to see some new sellers coming in. But I like the entry. I like the aggressiveness and just clicking the button, establishing the risk, and getting it going. Nice trade, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Way to wake us up.
Yeah,
I didn't have my
only-
coffee yet, but that woke me up.
Mohammed, what's that shirt say? Mohammed, what's your shirt say over there? Don't cry to Mo. Yo, Mohammed
good.
came ready to rock, man. Oh, I'm buying one of those. I need one of those bad.
I need one of those too.
Don't cry to Mo. What a gangster, dude. I love you, Mohammed. Absolute star. Absolute star. Don't cry to Mo. All right, let's see if we can sell this thing off. We got House of Short from 20,566 in the orders. Last trade, 20,552. Try to pop this a little bit.
Let's see.
Does anybody on screen here or even in chat see a reason not to hold on to this trade? I'm looking for the devil's advocates here.
Reason not to hold on, Hogue. We're holding the high of the 3-minute opening range at 550. We need to see convinced sellers below 550, right? I know you talk a lot about the overnight inventory and it being reconciled. Sometimes when we make such a big move in the overnight, we see them take profits. But I would think that if we traded below 550, they would start taking profits on that trade, and we haven't seen that yet. So if that opening range high still holds and that VWAP catches up to price, I would probably cut it.
Now, don't forget, we are in a bullish momentum. We have a bullish momentum. The market sentiment is high. So I would like to see this 40 at least, so we can trim the risk. However, the market is deciding to visit the high again now, as we can see, which is not unexpected. It is expected actually to run out some stops. Hopefully we can hold there. Let's see. Yeah.
If we do begin to unravel this overnight inventory, and we get these 42s bought, we could see a really nice move with those last two shorts back towards range from yesterday. Got to get these two bought. We got to start to get through this opening range here.
42 bid on 3.
Yeah.
42 bid on 3.
Come on, do it.
Do the right thing. Don't cry to Mo. You read the shirt
I think,
market.
No, the market when the market just slumped down quickly, reaching our target except 3 points, He said there is no fun on that. I will give you some fun. So
Oh, man, dude. Wow, you came ready to rock today, dude. I love it.
So, and this
see
has
you, John
been,
Jones.
This area has been a rejection area all week, but it's a zone from 550 all the way up to 600, right? So
I agree.
wouldn't be surprised at a rejection, but it's a pretty big zone. And where we are, we're kind of at the lows of it. So want to see some sellers come in here for sure.
Yeah, I think 40s is not difficult for market to visit. I mean, buyers will be interested to buy actually, but at not this high. So this is maybe algorithms is trying to run out some
the algos.
shorts. Yeah. Now I'm starting not to be comfortable as we tested the moving average. Now the previous time there is no test.
I just took one off. I bought one for the break.
Okay. So testing the moving average and trying higher, we can see that buyers are trying. They failed here. Now they are trying again. We want to see them failed. Otherwise, this is not a trade that we can hold. However, we will stick to our stop. This is the risk that we are taking from the beginning. The market went to our target except 3 points. Let's see what happened at this high. Sellers are interested, obviously, to sell here. If the market takes us out...
Andre, I bought one for the break.
I know. This is lame.
I think we are... No, yes.
80.
We are out.
Yep,
All right, there it is.
So,
Yeah, that opening range high held pretty strong there.
It did.
Yeah. No, don't cry to me selling the market. Not selling the market.
only
Because
eyes only.
No crying in trading.
that was almost the last try for sellers to take this back to the range. However, the buyers, are holding this area, which means that we are looking to now the next target for me for buyers is actually it is 610. This is the measured move from yesterday. A measured move from yesterday. So maybe we are waiting for this area to happen.
Look at this rally. Look at this thing.
Yeah, we had the opening range low of the day. Overnight inventory was long, but I think we had some. I think we trapped some shorts yesterday in the S&P and a little bit in the Nasdaq. So I think that's the shorts from yesterday and Wednesday that are getting squeezed out here now.
We had them. All right. Stop that. Look at these buyers. Just take it to new all-time highs. All right. So got some buyers here in the ES. What's up? What do you got, Jay?
I was going to say, how close are we to all-time highs in the ES? We're pretty far off, right? Yeah, we're far off.
Yeah.
59.27. Not that far.
I mean...
Depends on what type of day we want to have today.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. It's just a zombie rally Friday. Speaking of rallying, crude's been up and away. About 10 cents off the highs. $71.30. New highs coming in here. Buyers, and more buyers. Hey, good risk control. Oh, we had them.
Also why I'm looking for longs today is because we tested below the lower extreme of the area of balance and rejected. Typically, it's a pretty good probability that price will rotate back to the high area or the high end of the balance in the S&Ps. That puts us back up around 59.10 approximately. In the Nasdaq, that's going to put us up around 20,680. This high here, a little bit of a gap above that.
Trade.
Yep.
Yeah.
What a rally.
And S&P also I see 500.
What a rally.
5,900. similar demand area.
Just absolute. Just
Wow.
close your eyes and buy.
Yeah.
Close your
Who
eyes and buy,
said that
Mohammed. It's just that
Who-
easy. Close your eyes and buy. Anyways, we were pushing higher here in the ESNQ. Even the Dow woke up and said, all right, heck, if those two are going, we're going to go with them. We got some numbers coming out here in about 15 minutes or so. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for today on this Friday?
Today, this is what we're looking at. Well, we had some early numbers here coming up here in just a few. We're going to call it about maybe, we'll say about 13 minutes here. We do got our Michigan consumer sentiment. Also, we've got Fed Collins speaking at 10 o'clock. So Phil's got something to say here around in about an hour and a half here. 12 o'clock, U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. And basically, that's about all we've got here for the rest of the day. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. We got Michigan. We got Collins. We got Friday. We got Baker Hughes in the house. We got Mo in the house. We got Jay in the house and Hogue in this. I was going to say something. Anyways, buyers subbing in here, Mo. Let's trade 20,615.
Just when you see the market doing that, who said that we have a losing trade? Is this a losing trade, really? Look at the market now.
I think we managed our risk really well on that one.
I like that
whenever-
perspective, Mohammed. I really like that.
How to know you had a good trade or a bad trade? Just look at the market after you exit, because actually we bought here. Yes, we bought out of our position, but we bought. If we doubled our exit, now we are, maybe break even in the trade. But I don't like to do that, because that will do impulsive trading, which is a bad behavior for a trader.
I like that. Not a losing trade.
Okay,
we bought the 80s. We're trading 610s now. I like that, Mohammed. Man, we just
Great perspective.
It really is, Jim. Never thought about it.
Great perspective.
I've never thought about that.
All we did was pay for information. We paid for information,
Yeah.
and the information we were looking for said that the market was going up instead of down. So
That is
what I'm
incredible.
looking for right now is for this anchored VWAP. If you look at my charts, this white line, it has left that opening range to the high. See a bunch of traders in the chat saying they took this trade. So shout out to you guys for applying that information and taking the trade. I'm looking for this to now catch up to price, maybe a reversion to it. And depending on how urgently this leaves that range, I'm looking to get into longs here as well. I do like that reaction that we had at 600. It looks like decent buying above 600, where we didn't reject right at that price. So I'm looking for an opportunity to get in. I don't want to buy these highs, but on a pullback, looking to potentially get in here.
Definitely. I'm looking to buy. Actually, my next area of interest will be 80s. The 80s again.
Okay.
We see the 80s, and we see the market holding again. So I might jump in long.
I mean, just look how strong this is. I mean, there's this is incredible.
Yeah.
Durable goods. To the moon. Durable goods, huh?
The goods are durable.
Yes, they are, Jay. Here we go. Just sitting on the highs here in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 20,616. I know Mo's looking to take a long.
We got another
Real
release
fight.
here at 9 o'clock, Michigan sentiment.
Wolverines. What's the sentiment there in Ann Arbor?
What's funny about that sentiment number, we've seen it completely change the direction of the market, where it looks really strong to open. That comes out and changes everything. Anything can happen. So we'll see what happens today, but would love Michigan to give us a pullback to get in to buy this.
I know where to go. Also, I did a mistake in this trade. I just realized that.
What happened?
My entry. Okay, 1 second. No. It wasn't a mistake. No, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking that I was making my reward to risk higher than 1-to-1. But I forget that we entered at preferred rate in here. So no, it is correct. It was correct. The market should go to 42. The market was 542 during our trade. The market was wrong. I was right.
Well, what did we get down to? We got to the 49s, 47s. I thought we were going to get 42s. I really thought we were going to get 42s. I thought.
Well, let's make the market cry.
I thought we were going to get them. We had the tiger by the tail.
Market.
Tesla running to the upside.
Were they up 20%?
Microsoft higher.
Was Tesla
Yeah.
20%? What the hell was that?
Look at Nvidia. Nvidia and the 1 hour looking to the highs.
Yeah, okay. Make sure you guys
Nvidia higher.
to the top of the chat, Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open on your screen somewhere. We'll be referencing all day. You got Jay, Hogue. They all contribute to those daily levels, so they'll be referencing, talking about those levels, value area high, all that there on Topstep daily level. Make sure you have that open. Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, let's check the daily. I think 20,695, let's call it 20,700, is a target for buyers. Obviously, the recent high of this range. We could play, on a daily, as long as we are higher than this area. We are at a critical area, by the way. It is very critical area. It looks that it is a breakout play they are doing, looking to historical high, all-time high. But they have to pass 20,700 first. Maybe we can see this today. Looks like it. Looks like it with this market behavior. If you look at the weekly, the weekly is just up after breaking this high, 20,246 or 250, and test it again today, or this week, sorry. So the market will, with 90% chance, we will see 20,700 again in the weekly, which is at this area in the weekly, at the closes of these candles. Could be an area for a market to rest there. So today, we'll be lucky to have a nice spot to buy the market.
Yeah.
It's difficult to buy it. It's easy, just a click of button, but
you want to buy it in a good spot for sure. I think any reversions to this VWAP, and it's continuing to move up, which gives us confidence that if we get a pullback, there are some buyers above where we are right now. So 20,570, 575. If we get a pullback to there, I may be getting in there. We do have that sentiment number coming out in 5 minutes, so that could give it to us.
Yeah, but Coach Jay, have you noticed the NQ this week especially, when you are looking for an area of interest to buy, what the market does, it goes to it, but it never goes higher. Just keep visiting it and then slashes and then goes higher.
Yeah.
So
yes.
They never make it easy. It is obvious. It's obvious to buy here. However, if you did, the market is just punishing you because you are right,
Wow, very strong market right now. NQ.
Yes, it is.
Very little selling. Every seller just gets smashed right now. It's just up and away. New highs. Last trade, 20,628. High of the day, 632s. Very little pullbacks. Yeah, staying very strong as well.
Let me see this.
Beautiful looking 5-minute chart on crude. Just beautiful trend upwards.
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes till the number.
We need to see a breakout of this trend at least. So you can see this strong channel actually. It's just like a ruler, It's just...
Look at this rally. Come on.
Yeah. So I just
go.
What is this? I just need to see a breakout somewhere so we can buy up there.
Yes.
So even our selling here, it never tested the low of the trend until later, So anyway, we cannot do anything here. You cannot just buy it. I can
see what happens at 650.
This is incredible.
See what happens at 650. 650 may give us a little bit of a pullback. But again, not a market that I see any reason to take a short in again, unless something changes.
Even the tilt is only
Shaq with the quote of the day
off.
so far in the chat. That short was terrible. You don't say, Shaq. You don't say. That is so far comment of the day.
Yeah, and the one thing we talk about, it's a trade idea and it's a trade. Now we have to frame out what that trade was. It was a quick pullback trade. The market wasn't giving us more than that. I think even where the target was, it was a scalp. So for the overall frame of the trade, we were 3 points away from what the target was. Should we have just taken it off being that close? Potentially, and then we're not talking about a losing trade. But were we wrong about the market direction on that initial short? Absolutely. But you could be right about the market direction and still lose. So right now, looking for trade location, nice buying at 650 here. And if we, again, I'm just looking for a pullback now.
We do have a number coming out in 9 minutes, and there's a whole day left, so there's lots of time.
Yep.
Oh, but yeah. New highs, yes. Yep. This is just to the moon.
Yes, the closer we get to 5,900, it starts to act like a magnet, right?
Yeah. ES
50-50 on the tilt. We got a number here in 2 minutes.
the ES.
And we got Collins after that. What's up, Mo?
In the ES, I have an area of interest to short. However, no, I will not take it. Just watch it at 5,891. And this area is exactly this area, this high. You can see this move to the low. So this area could be an area to short the market. It's similar to what we had in NQ, but it wasn't working. I'm not taking this because I did already take it in NQ, so but I will keep watching. So the entry for this short, which I don't recommend taking today because the market behavior. If it is another day, maybe, but today it's so tricky to take it. So you need to stop 4 points, and the target will be 5,886.
886.
Another short.
We got a minute here on our number. Check if you want to position on or position off. Remember, save rather than sorry.
Absolutely.
Coming up in a minute.
Thank you, Eddie. Looking at the crude, last trade, $71.20. High of the day, $71.40. GC, last trade, $27.40. $27.40 in the gold. High of the day, new, I think, is that air horn? $27.45? No, it's not air horn, but close. About $5 off the highs there.
The one that I don't take, it wins now. We can see.
What would you have sold there, Mohammed? What price would you have sold in
5,891.
It's 891s.
Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds here.
90. So there's a news as well, so we cannot do anything.
It was coming.
We're looking at 69 forecast, 66.9. University of Michigan coming in at 70.5.
They got the number.
That's sentiment. And
They got the number.
inflation 3%. They're coming in at 3%. And the 1 year inflation final, they were looking at 2.9, coming in at 2.7. Conditions coming in at 64.9. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, to the moon. Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense now.
Looking for a place to get in. Again, if we're going to continue to rally, this 680 area is potentially a resistance as well, but not seeing much of a reason to short it.
Seriously.
And this is where I'll just be patient. And, if I should have bought at the high of the opening range, I didn't. But I don't like just putting on a trade here, being this far away from volume. So I will wait. and you could buy it here and it continues to break out, but the risk to reward is just decreasing as we go higher. Yep.
Yeah. This is the times when you are seeing the market going higher, and just at the moment that you buy, the market start dumping.
Exactly.
So be careful.
Very careful, Mohammed.
And shorting this is not a nice idea. It is an area of
Look
entry
at
to
this
700.
rally. Off the open, we're up in NASDAQ. We're up about 170 points off the open in the NASDAQ. Looking at the S&Ps, 20 points off the open there. Dow lagging a little bit. Gold chilling. We're staying very. Look at this. Oh, we got any levels?
This is 80. I think we can go to 70. Oh.
What we've got last week's high in the NASDAQ, 20,680. There's a gap above that. That gap closes, and this is prior to when the December was the front month. The gap closes at 20,725. Above that's weekly kickoff high, 20,832. If you were talking S&Ps, we got all kinds of space up to last week's high, which is basically the all-time high.
You can see in S&P 5,900, we are almost there. I think that area 5,910 you mentioned in the morning. It's a level in ES.
Oh, ES. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you. Okay.
ES, yeah.
5910. Gotcha. We're going to trade to 20,700.
Yeah, it's 150 sitting there right now.
Is there? Well, there sure is.
Yeah, 150 sitting at 20,700.
Sure is. Come get it. I mean, if anyone shorted those 600s, they got smoked. 600s got smoked. They're going to try to do it 700. Oh.
You're looking for a short, find where the fail, and they have not failed.
No.
Now,
exactly.
Looking at these major numbers, like that looks like a potential failure right there, right? But how
you want to see the try? You want to see the try,
right?
Sellers trying and failing. So yeah, they are trying now. This is their first try. We want to see a second try. If that failed, we jump in long. And this could be the only correction that you see.
Yeah, it could just be that, right? That was 20, 30 points On days like today, that could be it.
Touching the moving average again. How many times they did it today? Today only. 1 time, 2, 3. I'm not call this 4, and this is the 5th time they test the 21 EMA and jump. 21 EMA and jump. Maybe this is another one. Maybe not. I hope it's not, because we will buy at a better price, lower than we have some room to the high, because everybody buying somewhere there, they will take some profit up there. So they need a room that makes their trade feasible, make their trades worth taking. So we want the market goes high, lower. Now this is the second try now for the sellers. Any green candle around this area, I will jump long. In my 1000 tick chart. So, and we are at the low of that trend that we were in the morning. So, strong green candle. This one, is this strong enough, Coach Jay?
Yeah,
green. I'm looking at a 3-minute candle, and it's red right now. So I'm looking for what this reaction looks like at 650. Because buyers failed to push 700. Let's see what sellers do here. If they fail to push 650, then I would get in long there, and my risk can be below 650. But on a 3-minute candle, this is still red.
Red.
You know, this is also right at the other extreme of the area of balance that we've been in. We need to see a pretty significant breakout to go long here. If you look at my screen here on this daily chart, we traded below last week's low, rejected it on Friday. The expected or probable response to that is a return to the upper end of the balance. That's where we're at now in the NASDAQ on the daily chart. Just be careful being long here, because you need what you need up here is a momentum push, new longs, new buyers, new business coming into this market to continue to push this move to the upside.
Good stuff, Hogue.
Just suggesting.
Hogue, I'm not looking for a very high rate, maybe to 20,700. That's it. Maybe, and when you see a strong move to the high, whenever there is a correction, buyers will try to touch the high again. At least they will try. So,
and I'm not suggesting a short here or anything. I'm just saying the context is we are at the high end of an area of balance we've been in for 2 weeks. Is that a short? Yep. It's up to you. It's up to you to find out. It's up to you to figure it out. If it breaks out above it, is it a long? That's up to you. It's just where we're at context-wise. I'm not saying, we should short it here or we should go long here. I'm not saying that. I'm not the guy here. Clear. It's Jay and it's Mo are the guys here today.
Mo. We are pretty high.
You're always the guy, Hogue.
We have said it very clearly. We want to see the sellers try and fail. The question, are the sellers are failing yet? I don't see them failing yet. You cannot see this red candle and say, oh, sellers failed. Come on. They are still determined. Yeah, now
they're still determined.
They look.
Love you, Mohammed. You're the best, man. Gold did pop and make some new highs here. 27.45.80. High of the day, about 80 cents off those right now.
Looking at tilt, 71% long here. Gold, 27.42.16 average price.
In the money.
Let's see this.
Nice.
Yeah. Still the 3-minute red.
We are hanging out in that Michigan sentiment candle right now. The range of that candle is the low of the candle is 650. So I'm looking for a 650 test of that Michigan sentiment. And I agree with you, Hogue. How much more room is there available to the upside in this move is definitely a question.
Yeah, without some new participants coming in,
Right.
This is a tough spot right here.
We are the participants.
I can't move a market, Mo.
Mo can. That sure can move markets, man. He's loving it. Okay, we need more fuel, more energy, more steam to push this higher. ES just chilling. I mean, sellers got nothing though. With the longs and this tilt. Oil not doing much. Dow making new highs as well.
I'm long. I'm long right now.
What price?
20,674.50.
How many times?
Stop 661.
61. Okay. How many times are you long, Mohammed?
Two.
Thank you, sir. +2, Mohammed, long 2, NQ from 674 half. 674 half.
Andre, I got a bid in right around where he's long. If we get down there and get filled, we'll be with him.
Okay. Don't cry to Mo. All you shorts, don't come cry to Mohammed.
The reason why going long, because I see the sellers tried here and failed in this area. So imagine that you are a seller. So not sell here. Maybe you will sell here. If you see this, maybe you will put your stop up there. So this is their stop in here. The market is strong enough to test the high again.
All right, we're filled.
We're in with Mo. Mohammed, we're in with you.
675 even. 675 even.
Okay.
Where's the stop, Mo? And why?
61 and 25, because this is where the sellers tried and failed. So if they come back here, so that means they are not failing yet. So they're still succeeding. Yeah, 61 and a quarter. Maybe you can make it 59 just to be lower than the.
I got 59.75.
59.75.
Yeah.
Good job, Oak.
The risk is 15.25 right now. Where's our target, Mo?
695.
690.
This is the first target. You take some and leave some.
Got it.
Unless the market
Short
decided
strapped.
to.
Short strapped.
Come on, they take us.
Dan,
So
stop.
I'm out.
No. Yeah, this is a
Don't come cry to Mo.
tough trade here.
All right,
I think we're going to get a better opportunity. Here's the 650s. Here's a little bit of a pullback. Let's see if they fail at 650.
Yep.
Really, I want to pull back to 605 to think about buying this. And again, I'm thinking about what Hogue just said, right? Last week's high, 680. If we didn't have the buyers to push that range, how much room is available still in this? If I get a trade at 605s, then I can trade back up to 650, and hopefully some new buyers decide to come in there. But think about if you're long from last night, what you would be doing in this position when we didn't trade 700.
Getting out.
Right, you're probably taking some profits, right? So now that looks like sellers just tried to trade 650s. I'm going to wait for this 3-minute candle to close. And again, I really would like a pullback even further. I may not get it, but I like the test of 650s and not just running through it yet. So Want to give this candle the time to work and potentially take a trade from there.
We got gold knocking on ETH highs here right now. New high here in the gold.
Damn,
Kicking it.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Look at it
Gold
go.
just
Big
took
buyer
off
just
here.
sitting there.
I am long again.
Oh, Mo.
Oh, come on. Okay.
Where at, Mo?
Yeah, I think should be at no. No. I'm not long. I'm not long. Out.
Out. Cancel.
Yeah. Let me see this.
Alrighty.
Gold high 27.52.40, new high in gold.
Just ripping higher, Eddie.
It took a jump and it nearly knocked me out of my seat.
Almost makes you wonder if some news is hitting when you see that.
Eyes on the prize here.
Eyes on the prize. Nothing yet. Last trade in oil, $71.11.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. I hit my daily. This is why. I hit already my daily limit.
Personal.
I set. Yeah, I set it to 1,500 already, and I already reached it in these two trades. So out of trades in my XFA.
Fine. All right.
Is that your personal?
It's good to have a personal loss limit.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, personal loss limit. Otherwise, I should be in this trade.
Be the long.
All right. I'm long one micro and I'm risking $40 on this just because we saw that fail at 650. But again, I do not take this trade.
The fact that you said you had one micro on it, I think was enough for me to say, we're probably not
I just
going
want
to
to see if 650s hold. So yeah, don't. The pullback should happen to that VWAP, and that's where I would say, house account, we're good.
I love you, Jay.
Let's see the sellers try. If the sellers try here and fail, because they are succeeding, not failing until now. So once they failed at this level, I think the long is sitting up.
Last trade, yes. Last trade, 20,666. ES hanging around those highs there, 58.94. The highs, last trade 42,775. High of the day 42,811. Crude pullback. If you're a trend, if you like the trend in crude, look at the 5-minute. This could be your long. $71.08 last trade. Right now we got Jay long a micro in the NASDAQ.
I just sometimes putting that toe in the water and just getting a feel for the market to see there's no buyer in there right now that I could see.
Is there sellers? Is there sellers though, Jay?
Not really. So since we've had Michigan sentiment and it's been 15 minutes since that, the VWAP from Michigan sentiment is a flat line. So no direction since then. And here's the pullback. So I'm flat on that trade. That anchored VWAP from the New York session is now at 608. Somebody keeps defending 650 though.
Yeah, they're trying to.
They're going to step out of the way in a second, but
any icebergs up here, Hogue?
Looking.
I don't see. I mean, Jay is. They're going to try to break through these 50s. 648. Back up to the 50s.
No, I don't see any iceberging, and rarely do I in the NASDAQ.
Now, Hogue, we are in this higher time frame range, and the 680s was the high of this range. Overnight inventory is still long, right? And we haven't seen any kind of very strong pullback that looks like a profit-taking move yet. What do you think of the possibility of dropping back into the 560, 500 area is in the NASDAQ? Just from a profile perspective, are there some single prints down there?
Yeah, it's all single prints from the opening range, which is the low of the day, all the way to 641.
Got you.
Coach Paul says buy Bitcoin.
I saw that.
I'm strong.
Yeah.
Eat at Joe's.
He chose. Hey, you pull back here in gold. About $4. $4 off the highs. Last trade 27.48. Oil not doing a whole heck of a lot. Where's they want to take this? Sellers kept trying. The NASDAQ.
Yeah, I think now we have this nice signal. I will do it in my Brax account, right? Because it's actually it is a bull flag. But to trade the bull flag, you need a breakout of the upper trend line, which is not happening yet. So let's wait for a breakout and retest, and we take it from there.
Oh, the shorts are going to get trapped. This is bull flag. Mohammed, look at this. What do we buy?
Yeah.
What price did we buy? We bought 75. Mother.
Good eye, Andre.
This market. They're trying. Yeah.
Still,
look at what we got here on the
still
top.
break.
They're going to squeeze this.
The breakout is not happening yet.
That's who's going to fuel this rally. Michigan out of the way. I think we got
shorts.
Yeah, Collins coming up here in about 40 minutes.
Phil Collins, Eddie.
Or Joan Collins.
Joan Collins, Phil
Or
Collins.
Tom Collins.
Tom Collins. I was just going to say Tom Collins. Last trade 20,673. These shorts are stuck. Watch this.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I don't think we had the wrong idea for the longs. I think we just needed to give 650 give sellers the opportunity at 650. They failed twice, and now this is looking like a good buy.
700s. Here we go.
Yeah. Risk where is the risk?
Where's the risk?
I think
78%.
let's see a bullback, another try for the sellers. Hopefully they give it to us. Then we buy after it so we can put our stop beneath it. Because in here the only correct stop is 640.
680 last trade. Hey, look at the tilt. I think I'd imagine to see more of a short bias in the NQ. Not really seeing that, but just feels like the shorts might be stuck up here.
I think we got
You have positive delta of 1,800 in the NASDAQ, positive delta of 3,200 in the S&Ps.
Yep. There we go. There goes some stops. 700s incoming. Is that 150 lots still up there, Jay? 130? Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're on mute, Jay.
Yeah, that 100 lot's still there. Hogue,
And
weekly kickoff high is 830.
Unreal.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, the market.
Jay?
Weekly kickoff high is 830, and 2% up on the NASDAQ puts us
832
at 800. This looks like a 2% day. So
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can we get in long somewhere
And
to 800?
20,700 is there already.
Mm-hmm.
So we tried to be within this move, but the market just goes higher without any even lower candle happen. As you can see, the market just jumped without any correction. So I can't trade this. I can't. When I take it at my setup, the market never goes higher. Only decided to go higher after this setup doesn't. And this, by the way, this is my case the whole week. The market goes to my target without a setup.
All right. So, got some good suggestions in the chat. Maybe we just look at a different market. Okay. Is there something else that's presenting an opportunity to us that we can take? Because, we could stay with the NASDAQ, but then you get that FOMO feeling of, wow, I should have bought it 200 points ago. And then you end up forcing a trade that you probably don't really love. That buy at 650 was decent. But is there another market that's presenting a different opportunity to us right now, or a better opportunity?
Are we seeing anything?
Yeah, I'm scanning around.
Feel like
go ahead, Hogue.
Do we feel like we've been looking for trades? I mean, if we're patient, one's gonna come to us.
Correct.
Yeah. The long, we was looking for it. Yes, the long, and waiting for it. Actually, maybe the first short, which was wonderful actually at the beginning, it reaches our target.
Got us.
It was a ready setup for me from the beginning. But as you said, we should not be looking for a trade, especially now after this high.
Okay, well, all right. So we're talking about looking at other markets. Do we see any other markets that are moving, presenting opportunity? Let's not abandon it. Let's think into it. We got something. Let's look into it.
Scanning around. Where's gold at right now?
It popped. You ready to go? All right.
I've got to step away for just a couple of minutes. I will be right back.
Sounds good. All right, let's bring in JD. We got some P&Ls and payouts. P&Ls and payouts. JD, if you're ready to come on in. 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour here on Fast Markets, Topstep TV. What's up, JD? Happy Friday, man.
Happy Friday to you, man. It's been a day around here, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't know much about this Mercury and retrograde thing. Is that happening right now?
Here.
Is it? I don't know.
What are you talking about?
We're having so many tech issues behind the scenes today.
Yes, we are.
My home internet went out. There was a huge thunderstorm in Chicago last night. My home internet went out. I didn't know until 6:30 this morning. But I raced into the office. There's just so much shit going on back here today. Unbelievable.
It's what a day.
What a day. Happy Friday, everyone. All right. And we got a new process for doing P&Ls. Let's see if it works. All right. Here are yesterday's live funded P&Ls. There they are. A nice little disclaimer at the bottom. All right. We got Faye. Faye was trading gold yesterday. $8,384 for Faye. She's been having quite a month trading gold, this trader. Nice job, Faye. And we got Sean C. Trading the NASDAQ and MNQ. Made just about $7,400 in the NASDAQ. Lost about $700 trading the MNQ for a total profit of $6,680. Then we've got Kostula. Dai and Sadara all trading the NASDAQ. $52.74 for Kostula. $46.65 for Dai, and $41.74 for Sadara. Those are your live funded P&Ls from yesterday. All right. Well, I switch up an overlay. Who wants to take a guess at the payout number?
Is this the number? Are we going for 5 days in a row? Over 1 million. 7 digits. 7 digits. We're trying to do it today. I got to say we're going to do it today. So over 1 million. Mohammed, what number do you got?
1.1.
1.1. Jay, what number do you have?
I'm going to go with my same number from yesterday, 1.26.
You nailed it yesterday. I'll take the over. I'll say 1.4.
All right. Your winner for today is Mohammed.
Wow, but we did it.
Don't go crying to Mohammed if you didn't take a payout. Here we go.
Right.
$1,050,000.
Oh, that's Fred Flintstone. How about that?
That's amazing.
First time in a couple of weeks that the average payout is below $2,000, but I think it's just has something to do with the number of
Maybe
payouts.
JD, I can suggest to add one little information here that will be exciting and encouraging to people. Add how many of those 469 he has his first time.
Oh, first payout.
If that easy, first payout.
I'll see. I'll do some digging, see if that's an easy stat.
because this will encourage people that they never did a payout, because most of them, they think those guys has been getting payouts many times, so I will not be one of them. However, if we see that 300 of them are first time, this will give some boost for a lot of people.
I like that, Mohammed.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Mohammed.
Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to a couple
suggestion.
people and I'll find out if we can get that easily.
Whoa, I like that.
Business
All right,
oriented in here.
Oh, we got the boss in the chat saying he loves that idea. What's up, Michael? Mohammed, thumbs up, man. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a nice encouragement.
Thumbs up.
Very good, very good.
How many likes? How many likes we have today?
Oh, 500, Mohammed.
What?
Tell them what to do. Tell them what to
Come on, 500. What are you watching? Is this Barney or something for kids? Come on,
I
Tell
love
him,
you.
please.
You love me.
Is this Barney? He says, JD, thank you for the P&Ls and payouts. So, hey, JD, that's 5 days in a row, right? All this week, everything over $1 million this week, right?
We won't know until Monday if today
that's
is over.
right.
But yeah, every day this week has been
Feels like it.
So
That feels
we
like
might
it.
hit that milestone. I think we're gonna do it. You want to see some XFA P&Ls real quick?
Yes, please.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Carrier top XFA P&L is up.
Barney.
We got a long name there. We're gonna have to move a few things over, but we'll fix that later. All right, we got Eric. Oh, Eric was trading in 4 XFAs yesterday. Took home a total profit of $100,067. Trading the NASDAQ. Big day for Eric O. Nice job, bud. Then we've got Alyosha trading the NASDAQ and gold. $14,192 trading NASDAQ. $6,068 trading gold for a total profit of $20,260. Then we've got Jashenbeer trading 3 XFAs, $18,786 from the lead account, and then a total profit of $56,283 total for Jashenbeer. Nice job over there. Madhavendra trading the MNQ and the NQ, $13,058 in the NASDAQ, $1,043 from the MNQ for a total profit of $14,101. And then Allen trading the NASDAQ, $13,141 in profits for Allen. Huge numbers. Huge numbers coming to the XFAs again. Big day yesterday.
JD, good job on the names. Good job, buddy.
He thinks, the more you do
One
it,
of the hardest part. One of the hardest parts of JD's job.
Yeah,
The names.
the more you do it, the easier it gets. Practice.
Is that
Jab, jab, jab.
jab on those names? Amazing. Thank you, JD.
All right, guys.
Amazing.
I'll be back
Thanks,
with
man.
hot streaks just a little bit.
Sweet. Mohammed, you have the magic touch, man.
Yep.
Boom, just like that, we're up to 900 likes. We went from 400 to 900, just like that. I don't know how you do it. You tell the people to click like, it just spikes like that. This is
remind
Barney.
people. Do you know that I didn't do the like? So
You didn't
sometime
click
need
like?
No, not yet.
Mohammed,
So
man, come on.
I think sometime you need a reminder of people. People need to remind them.
I don't think I
Be
liked
like
it either.
Jay, what are we doing?
I don't know.
You do
I don't
it,
know.
Andre?
I did. First thing I do every time, every morning. First thing I do, click like, thumbs up.
Okay.
Oh, this is good stuff. All right, we're hovering around these 20,700, 700s in the NQ. High of the day, 707. Are the shorts, are they trapped again? Are they just going to fuel this thing higher? Looking at the, what are we looking at here? All right, hey, guys, so we're talking about, let's not let this die on the vine here. We're talking about looking at other markets. Do we see any other markets? It's easy to say, let's look at other markets, but are we finding anything?
I'm short 2 micro Russell.
Russell,
At
the Russell.
20,000, 22, at 2250. Not looking for a whole lot. Looking for a reversion back into the opening range. About a 1-to-1 trade right now.
You said 20,000.
Jay, what sort of
Russell?
what piqued your interest in the Kurt Russell?
It's at this major level. I saw a big order get filled up here, big buy side order get filled up here at 2250, and not seeing the momentum to push above it. The VWAP is at the low of the range, low of the opening range, so price is above it, but volume is still very much towards the low of the range. So just looking for a reversion back to that volume.
You're good at that.
Not looking for a huge trade and not going to risk a whole lot on this either. Risking about 2 ATRs to make two ATRs.
All right.
Okay.
2250, Jay Shorts. Well, in the change, what was the tick there? 2250 dot what?
Evens.
Or is it even? Okay, cool. Short 2.
You know I hate evens, Trey, but
I know, man. You gotta-
just getting the fill at evens makes me want to cut this trade, but I'm going to leave it. It's okay.
Hang in there. Come on. Let's sell this thing down.
And then I started to see somehow deja vu in here. This thing looks like it happened before.
It's
Just
going higher,
half an hour. Yeah, it's sellers tried. They still tried the same level. This is similar to the 50s down there. So this is looking similar to what happened. Let's see if we see a nice trap for the sellers here and a strong green candle to buy. Otherwise, I think we have an area of interest. So let's focus here, because sometimes when you take a loss, similar to what we do, you forget that there is other opportunity. The market is full of opportunity.
Yep.
So when you take a loss, your emotions started to hate trading. You don't want to trade. You want to win only. So that's not how the game works. So you need to find an area of interest. So you don't need, actually, the trading is not, it's an optional. But if you want to get out of that cycle of negativity, find some opportunity. Look and find some opportunity. I see an opportunity to buy NQ at 20,660. If I just enter the market now and I wanted to participate, I see the market at this highs. It's difficult to sell because I see everybody selling are losing.
Yeah.
So I will decide to buy at this area, 20,660, with a stop loss. With a stop loss. Yeah, that is enough. 20,650. So this is only. 1 second. No. Not 60. Yeah, 60. But the stop loss. Yeah, 20,649.
649.
If you
649. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to take better trade location, you can try this 20,650 instead of 60. But there is a chance that the market will not get there.
It won't pull back to 650. 660s might be your best shot. You're saying if you want to get this long, we might not even get there, Mo.
Yeah.
We doing this?
We got to get to the 660s. Where he
I
wants.
like the small risk that he's talking about.
Yeah, only 10 points. Because also we have another measured move from the high if the market goes lower. So the measured move is even to 67. So we are taking the extreme to 60 because we know NASDAQ never stop at the exact level. Usually
at the level.
Never.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey,
So
Jay, talk to us.
20,660.
Okay, Mo, real quick, I want to circle back to Jay. Jay is short the Russell from 2250, last trade 2249. What's your downside target there, Jay?
Downside target conservative is going to be 2245 because that's 50% of the opening range, and then ultimate target is the other side of the opening range, 2242.
42. So first we got to get to 45s, then we're going to look for an extension down to 42. We got to short from 2250, looking for a push down to 45. Apparently in the NASDAQ, Mo is eyeing a trade from 660. Last trade is 687. Hogue, if we can get that pullback,
I'm going to put in a bid at 660.
One guy just for an alert.
Let's go 3.
Mohammed, I don't know how you do it, man.
Yep.
1.1 thousand likes. When you told the people to click like, there was 400 there. Now we have 1,100 likes. I don't know how you do it.
Thank God. We are not Barney now. We are Sesame
We're
Street.
not Barney anymore. How do you do it?
Even 1,000 is nothing, you know?
Mohammed, I ask for likes every day, and I maybe get like 60, 70 every time I ask for a like. You come in here, ask for likes, boom, 700, just like that, man.
Is the magic mole.
You're going to take my job, Mohammed. I absolutely love it. Scratch that. We're at 1,200 likes now. Mohammed just... All right, here we go. Let's watch the NQ here.
Yep.
We got a 3-lot bid in, Andre.
3 lots working on the 660s.
Yeah. What concerns
He
me
says
that
the risk is very small, and I'm big into cheap trades, so let's do this.
All righty. Hell yeah, ho.
363.
That's the closest we're going to get, 63s. 1,300 likes now, Mohammed. It's out of control. It's a runaway trade. Likes are rallying. Gold kind of went sideways right now.
It's too bad we couldn't get long likes.
You know, right? Also, I'm not on Mohammed's
Almost
level,
got
man.
down there.
Not on Mohammed's level.
Almost got it.
Just have to accept it. Oh,
Yeah.
look at this. Look at this. Don't you do it, market.
No.
Don't you do it.
This is... I like it this way. I like it this way because now you have buyers already there. So knowing the NASDAQ, I think they will trap those buyers to take us and go higher.
Wow, 63
So
is just a 30 point banger. If you got those 63s, we were working 60s. You got keeping one eye here on the Russell.
I'm taking the risk off of this trade because what this was a pullback from the buying at the highs. I was risking 2 ATRs, but I'm limiting that risk a little bit because if we pop 250s, I don't really want to be in this anymore. So my risk now on this is it was $70, is now $25.
Nice.
And seeing if we can still get some selling in here. And I'm trading small because I'm in this combine that's in a drawdown. So we're going to
Jab.
work out of the drawdown. Johnny Dundee says he turned off the volume.
Dig your way out there.
That's
Jenny.
okay.
Dig your way out.
It's weird to keep the video on and turn on the volume, but we appreciate the view because that's still going to count as a view. So
Yeah, all good,
stay with
man.
us. Thank you.
Yeah, Johnny Dundee. Is that your real name, Johnny Dundee? Something tells me it's not. But if it is, that's a pretty rad name.
So much this gold. It's like buyers are awake again.
Oh, baby, Eddie. Can they push it to new highs? New highs of the day would be 27.52. Last trade, 27.50.
Tilt 55
Mohammed,
long, 25 short.
Yep.
do we still like
Still
that
like it.
level to get
Yep,
look for
yep.
the long there?
Yep. I like
Wow.
it even more now.
Even more.
I like
okay.
it even
All right.
more. Yeah, because look what happened to our long in here. We were long,
Like some
market
more.
took us out
Yeah.
and run.
Yep.
This is what I want to see here as well. They should take them and go higher. If this goes even more, that means we are out of our trade.
Right.
So I like to see those buyers taking this, getting out of this low, and we are in a trade.
Keep an eye on that gold, Eddie. Looks like it wants to pop.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Maybe let's make it 55, Hope. Let's make it
Go back to 55.
Yes, because when,
All right.
when this low, there's a lot of stops in here. So maybe this will push even faster and deeper. So with the same stop, so that will give us making our stop at 644. So we have better room.
All right. I'm working
Same-
the bid now
yeah,
at
same risk.
655 and a quarter.
55. 55. Yep.
All right, let's go get it.
Okay, let's get it.
We're working
come
just
get
the
us.
3 lot this time, Andre. Do you like that?
I like that. Yeah, and we can always scale in if we are gonna if we want to test these 700s and run through these 700s. Yeah,
And add
build
in.
into this position.
Sure.
Hey, what's up, Isaac? Isaac short, looking for a short at 902 half, 902 half in the ES. See if we get up there. Isaac, good to see. Isaac says, I think the market has one more pump in it before ultimately seeing some mean reversion. We have seen that throughout the week.
Yeah, Nasdaq's
Go.
3% short here.
It's 60
We're long.
now. It is. We are long. Stop 44.
About the
44?
55s. Looking good there, Jay. Gold
Yep,
pumping here.
we're at my conservative target now, so I'm going to trail this into the profit, and so I'll take at least $20 on this trade, and if it wants to keep selling, I'll give it the room to. Right now, what I'm looking at is that anchored VWAP from the New York session at 44. It bounced a couple of times there, so seeing whether or not buyer step in again there. Where are you guys long from in the NASDAQ? Was the house long?
55.
55.
55. Is
55.
that risk a little bit tight, maybe, Mohammed?
You can take it below the low to 41 if you like.
Or we
I
can just
think
take this
you're
thing to
just
700
fine.
and never have to worry about it. That'd be like the ideal.
Yeah, that would be good.
One time. 41. Risk the 41.
Please take some at 77. At 77. Take some. Maybe you're already 3.
Yes.
We can
Yeah.
take one at
Take
77.
one.
I like that.
Take one at 77.
That's good. Still good risk reward. The risk reward's still there. Still, yeah, risking 14 to make 22. Okay, risk reward. That math checks. It's been, oh, yes. At risk, yeah. Let's trade 665. Jay, did you get filled on those 45s? Because 44s are trading now.
No. So what I usually do with the conservative target is I watch the market reaction to it. And when I hit the conservative target, if it looks good, then I pull my stop into profit. And then I have my finger over the flatten all button, right? So conservative target hit. Now what I'm looking for is that to hold as a resistance. And now I can trail lower because we're selling under that conservative target. I usually don't trade with a take profit, Dre, because I don't get to decide where the market goes. So I want to have ideas for where it can go. And then I just take as much as I can along the way.
Love that, man. Not static. He's dynamic.
Yeah.
Let the market talk to him.
Everything's dynamic.
Yeah, it is. Just like this damn NASDAQ. This NASDAQ's just,
Yeah.
here comes sellers. It's got nothing on.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see this. We expected to take the stops below this low, but this is not taking the stop. This is testing back and keep going lower. Yeah, so if we see, yeah, I don't like this trade.
last
If you can
stand.
exit for,
One last
for
stand.
scratch, that will be fine. No, exit. I would exit this.
You
trade.
want out now?
Yeah, out at
We're out.
point of entry
Flat.
if you can. Perfect.
We're out. Scratched.
Scratch. All right.
Yeah.
Still alive, baby. Still alive. Could be good. Could be a good scratch here. Watching this
I
Russell,
like
though.
that scratch.
Watching Jay. Hey, watching gold too. Gold popping here. Eddie, keep an eye on that. Make sure we stay in tune with what's going on in gold. Seeing new highs over there. We got the Russell.
We are
selling
seeing
off
new
as well.
highs.
Jay short for
Yes, we are.
22.50. Last trade 22.42. Sellers in the house. Jay, nice call on that. A 62% short crude. 79% short. Wow.
Yep.
We got 80% short in the NASDAQ right now in the tilt. Again, 80% short, 79% short in the NASDAQ on the tilt. Average price 650. Last trade 654.
Crude oil has one of the smallest ranges I think I've seen in forever. Regular trading hour range, 47 ticks.
That's nothing.
Nothing.
47.
Hey, let's keep an eye on this tilt. Is there any reason for a long here in the NASDAQ with this heavy tilt, 79% short in NASDAQ? You're expecting this thing to go down, and we are not exactly seeing push to the downside. Last trade 652.
The long still on the table. However, I don't like what I'm seeing because we expect this low to be touched, and going higher. However, what happened? They touched the low, they revisited again, and making another low. So this is not what we are seeing. So maybe they're looking for the stops here. This is why I decided to get out of that scratch, because having a scratch trade, because I'm seeing this is going lower at the time.
Yep. 84% short in the tilt in the NASDAQ. 84%. We are selling off as 84% short in the tilt right now. Russell's selling off as well. Jay short from 2250. Last trade 2241s. Nice trade, Jay.
Yeah, I messed up that trade. I tried to take one off, but I accidentally ended up selling another one. Now my average is all messed up. I'm at I realized most of that trade. I'm at 2241.8 now with this last position. But the reason I'm taking this off is because we tested the low of the opening range. VWAP is still in the range, which tells me range bound market. So any extensions outside of that range should be a fade in the opposite direction. That's why I took the short at the highs. So taking profits, and this last one I'm going to get out if we get back to that anchored VWAP.
Hogue, nice scratch on that trade. Good read.
Yeah. So looking back at the daily chart here on the NASDAQ, we were talking about last week's high as being kind of a important level, right? It's the upper extreme of the area of balance that we've been in for 2 weeks. People thought I was crazy looking for any kind of an idea of a short there. And we did not see new buying coming in above that level. We looked, but we came right back in. So I think we're still in fade the extremes and look for the substantial breakout before getting long on any kind of breakout of the current range.
The shorts just got it. 80% short in the NASDAQ, 80% short, just went to 67% short. Popped about 20 points here. Look, watching gold, Addy, new highs in gold.
Order rejected.
Let's see the sellers trying and failed here.
Order rejected.
Because they took out the stops. I like this flush here to around 620.
Order submitted.
And now I'll wait for sellers to try and fail.
Order submitted.
We got a speaker here in 9 minutes, top of the hour.
So we had a winning trade, not losing, at least.
So Jay, what's your average price there on that old Russell trade of yours?
I screwed it up. It's 41.8 now.
Order filled.
2241.8. So I'm on this last position. On the runner, I'm negative. I'm about to get stopped out on it.
Net is a winner.
What I wanted to do, net is a winner for sure. I was negative $25 before I took this trade, and now I'm going to be realized up about $40. So about a $60 trade. Again, I would be trading this XFA very slowly.
Order filled.
The shorts get trapped there. We did see that 80% short in the NASDAQ. The buyers did come. It looks like it's just. What do you think, Hogue? Feels like it wants to go. It's getting a little heavy up here.
Well, I mean, we're at the upper extreme. I mean, most people are talking in a little bit shorter time frame than I think in. So just up against this 2-week high has me, looking for opportunities to fade this extreme or look for opportunities for shorts until proven wrong. We have not yet been proven wrong on that. As far as short time frame, we probably saw some sellers getting in at the bottom there. They're probably working bids to cover now in very short time frames. But I'm always looking at a little bit longer time frame, and this is an area. Back to the daily chart. I mean, when we're at an upper extreme or a lower extreme of an area of balance, it's fade that extreme until proven wrong. We haven't been proven wrong that this upper extreme of this area of balance is going to give way, and we're going to see, then we see shorts begin to cover and new buying coming in, and that would be a pretty substantial continuation move to the upside. But it's not there yet. So if there's anything I can do in my time frames is look for opportunities to fade the extremes. Looking at the profiles now, I mean, the profiles still have the opening ranges at the low of the day. That's encouraging for continuation for longs. But up against this area here, this is the NASDAQ. Where are we in the S&Ps on the longer time frame? Let's take a look. Daily. Okay, we haven't even gotten to the upper extreme of the area of balance in the S&Ps yet. Is that going to, if we do, is that going to be enough to cause a breakout in the NASDAQ? What's the Mag 7 looking like? We've got Nvidia up about 2.1%. We've got Apple up 2. We've got Alphabet or Google up 2.5 and some change. I mean, the Mag 7 is looking good. We might think that we would be seeing more continuation above that kind of balance level in the NASDAQ, but we're not seeing it yet. Apple's up what about 1%? We've got Meta up 2%. We've got, Tesla up again about 1%.
Sellers here big in here in the gold.
We've got Microsoft again. I mean, the Mag 7 is all looking higher. They're all looking good. Why haven't we broken out above that range in the NASDAQ is my question.
All right, my man Eddie just jumped in there, said gold seeing some sellers about $3 off the highs. If you're a trend trader, this might be your, why you can't get the pullback. This might be your pullback to get in here. We do got Jay. Jay, are you flat now?
I'm flat. I'm actually looking for a trade in platinum right now because it's presenting a pretty decent.
You are all around the world.
You love it, man. We love it. All right, I'm going to throw it to me, man, Eddie. Eddie, we got some announcements. Hit him with the announcements, Eddie.
Yes, if you'd like to. Hey, we've got an Instagram. Hello? Hi on. Check.
Yep, you're good, Eddie.
All right, thank you. It seems like there we go. All right. Instagram, boys and girls. Yes, we've got an Instagram account. Lots of things that we put on there. You want to follow along, see what's going on. Not necessarily always business. We have a little fun there also. But I'm going to put the link in the chat. Please join us on our Topstep TV Instagram. So do that. Also, if you've heard this one before, we're going to do it again. Oh, who could that be now? Isn't it a song? Yes, I think that is. Who can it be? Yes, the phone. Topstep. Oh, hello. Topstep, this is Eddie. Can I help you? Yes. Yes. Okay. Certainly. We'll get to that right away. Sound familiar? Well, Topstep has brought back phone support. Yes, we have. We brought back the phone support. And if you'd like to, please give it a shot here. We've got a number that you can call. Write this down here. 1-888-407-1611. That's 1-888-407-1611. And you will be speaking to a live representative. No, not Windy. A real human. Yes, a real person. One of our proud all-star support representatives. And make sure you remember that the phone lines are open between, was it 7 a.m.? I believe so, 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Central Time. All right, so it's 7 a.m., 6 p.m. Central Time. If you call after those hours or before those hours, you're probably going to get a message. Maybe leave a message, and we'll get back to you. But 1-888-407-1611, that is our phone support. So we've got markets back to you, and we're going to take it back. I'll give it back to the Hogue man. Johnny, back to you. Oh, we got Dre back. There you go. Back to you, Dre.
Back to
Hogue.
Us all. What do you got? Hogue, you take it away from here. Hogue, do it. What do we got? Tell me what we're looking at here, Hogue.
Well, we're looking at a little bit of a pullback off those highs now in the NASDAQ. That upper area of the balance seems to be showing some degrees of resistance in a little bit longer time frame. We don't know what's going to happen, but again, when we get to those levels of previous rejection, we got to trade them as areas of potential rejection until proven wrong. You know, a
That
little
was
bit of
like your
range
announcer.
extension here in the crude oil.
Hey, that was your announcer voice, Hogue. I like this. Keep going.
Yes. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Topstep TV. We're glad to have you here. We've got a very
My
exciting
man.
day for you.
That's my guy. See his crude sellers here. We peaked at $71.40. Last trade, $70.87 from a man, Hogue. We got Coach Jay looking for a platinum trade.
Yeah.
Hogue, or Jay, I'm throwing to
Yeah,
you. Jay, what do you see in platinum?
It's looking like a really good trade. We have this 30-minute opening range marked out here. You can see this kind of rectangle that I have. That's from last night. VWAP attached to that is almost 2 full ATRs. Actually, this is 10 ATRs on the 3-minute away from where price is right now, and a rejection of it. The reason I didn't take it in an XFA is because platinum is just a little bit too expensive for where this XFA is in drawdown. So I took it in this combine just to, put on the idea. But we can see the rejection. 50% of this area acted as a resistance, taking a short there. Does it go all the way back to this VWAP? Maybe, maybe not. But pretty decent risk on this. If I'm short in this area, I can risk making a new high of the day, and it's risking less than $100. So I'm going to leave this on. We'll see if the concept plays out, but that was the trade there.
Well, that's great risk on that trade, Jay, and we'll keep an eye on that. And we'll be happy when it hits that profit target.
Let's hope it does.
Hogue. Where'd Mohammed go? Mohammed, don't come crying to Mohammed. Mohammed, you're still there. I see your camera's on. Get Mohammed back in here. Mohammed, I got to ask you for a favor. I need you to ask for, can you ask the people to click subscribe? Ask the people to click subscribe. We're up to 1,400 likes after you asked for that. Ask people to subscribe to Topstep TV YouTube channel. Can you do that, Mohammed?
Is there anyone not subscribing? Please get out. What you are doing? So subscribe, not cost you anything. I mean, I subscribe to. Let me show you what I subscribe to. I subscribe to channels that never show anything since the last year.
Really? You gotta clean that up.
I subscribe for my kids' show. Please, this is the least that you can do. So we can continue. These numbers, you think that we are getting money out of this number? Nothing. It's just letting more people know about us. So please, subscribe. You are helping the show. You are making us excited. I will go long in a minute. So please subscribe.
Mohammed, maybe if you sing the Barney song, we can get a bunch of people to subscribe.
Oh boy,
this is not Barney. This is not Barney.
This is not Barney.
Mohammed's got him nervous now. Mohammed.
I would never expect.
All right, Mohammed, it's so good. Okay. All right, let's get back in these markets here. Go ahead, Jay.
Just if we can look at what happened in the Nasdaq here with this pullback, and I'm going to take a lot of this stuff off the screen so we can look at it. Remember, we were talking about when does that pullback to the anchored VWAP from the New York session eventually happen? We got it right where it was just being patient, and it eventually happens. We see this play out often and act as a support. And I see a couple traders saying they took this trade in the chat, just allowing volume to catch up to price and support price. Where we were buying, it was kind of thin air, but when we got to this VWAP, buyers are saying, yeah, we still like it, and then pushing the price higher. And then that gives you an opportunity to limit your risk in there. So if this continues to act as a support, we know we had buying up above 700. This market can continue to run. I know we have speakers and things like that coming out, so that could change everything. But buying off of this technical level was a really nice opportunity.
Yep. I'm looking to a pullback to the moving average, which is happening right now. So let's be ready for a strong green candle to go long with a stop at 20,637.
Nice fire, Jim.
We don't need to risk the very low, because we should not see the market keep doing lower low anymore. Now we are doing higher highs. We want it this way. If we are right, so the market should go higher high. So we already have a higher high and a higher low.
Mm-hmm.
So Jay, that was awesome. That That view app based off the
Thanks.
regular
Hope.
trading hour open. That was perfect.
It did it in the ES also.
Yeah.
We got crude 74% short in crude. Right now, 70.95 last. Sellers sort of taken over here within the last hour or so.
So we are around that 60, the same level that we bought, or 55 actually, and we get out of as a scratch.
Yes, we did. That was a great
So
scratch.
now, we are seeing the dump in here. They took the stop already there. So that is nice, a nice trap. If you see the market later on there, you will see that was a trap. Why I didn't go long, and also we see a nice test over here. So that's this is the green candle that I'm waiting for.
Okay.
Let's wait for it to close. There's 1,000.
We're selling the Dow. Dow's selling off here. Mo looking for a long in the NASDAQ right now. Jay's hawking a platinum trade.
Yeah. So
As strong as the Mag 7 is, Dow is getting hit. It's flight to quality, it seems sometimes, right, Andre? I mean, some money coming out of those blue chips to get back into those higher risk stocks.
Great call. Great call. No, Tesla's not
So
up another
I have,
20% today. Go ahead, Mohammed.
I have my order sitting stop market buy at 20,667.
667, okay?
Yeah, so if the market goes there, so we're playing this breakout at least of this recent range that we have. Otherwise, we will wait for another green candle if this is not happening now.
Right. Jay, how are we looking over the platinum? Trade off or trade on still?
Trade
You're gonna
off.
like 10. There you are.
That trade would have gotten stopped out where I had it. It was nothing more than just a quick scalp is what it's looking like right now. So kind of happy I didn't put that trade on in the XFAs.
Good job, man.
Was just trying out that idea.
I like it. All right, last
It worked
trade
for a little
Not
bit,
yet.
but
Not yet.
Not yet.
6. Yeah, we are on in a trade.
Here we go. You're in.
Stop at 37. Stop at 37.
Is long 667 in the NQ. Stop 37s.
We have not joined him on this trade yet.
Okay. What don't we like about
Probably
it?
the one we want to be on.
Yeah, I think for a house account, maybe placing an order at 650, with a stop at 630.
I like the math is always good. The math is always checking out.
650.
Muhammad Long from 667.
Yeah. Although I don't like to see it again there, but still, market is higher high.
There you go. Does NASDAQ want to take one more push into the 700s? Last trade, 675, 20,675. Now 670s trade. Back to 669. Does want to make one more push in the 700s? Isaac was looking for perhaps one more push above 5,900 in the ES. Then saw off a reversion back to somewhere in the 80s, I believe. Said Isaac, update me on what your trade idea was there in the chat when you have a chance.
yeah, I think that's exactly what he said, Dre. 902s and then a pullback to 80s.
In the 80s? Okay, cool. Right now we're just shopping around in the ES looking at 58.92. Dow saw some selling here. Gold still staying strong. Gold a buck off the highs. Last trade, 27.51. Thank you, Eddie. Eddie, eye on the prize already. Eddie's hawking the wire right now. See if Collins wants to say anything. Nothing just yet.
Yeah, I think 680 is a bit of resistance here. 680.
That's last week's high.
680. Oh. Clicking an egg, boys. Boy, 1,500 likes, Muhammad. I don't know what it is with you, man. Anyways, let's stay focused on this trade. Muhammad long from 667.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ has been in a range since Michigan sentiment for about an hour. That Michigan sentiment candle, 650 was the low, 694 was the high. We have not traded outside of that. And if I attach VWAP to that, it's a flat line. So just be careful with the entries in the middle because it has not chosen a direction since then. We did get that quick peak below the range and pop right back into it, but there's no direction since we had that Michigan sentiment number.
You said low end.
Jay, what about that anchored VWAP down at 630? You like that for a potential long? It is kind of flattening out.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hogue, the more we test it, the less I like it because it's flattening out, right? It could work, and it worked once already, but how many times is it going to give us that same opportunity, especially with it flattening out? So, and now we're starting to reject. Right. We're starting to reject 50% of that Michigan sentiment candle. Yeah, I don't know that that's a trade that I would. It could work. I don't know that's a trade that I would take again.
And we got crude back to 730 levels. Last trade here, 70.91.
70.91.
74% short. And the tilt. And remember, tilt. This data is for entertainment purposes only and should not be used as a buy or sell indicator. Hugs and kisses. Topstep.
Jay, we're sitting right on that anchored VWAP in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we are, Hogue.
What the heck happened? What happened?
all the volume died after Michigan sentiment.
And after that one guy in the chat said he's turned down the volume. Johnny Bananas. What was his name? What was Johnny Bananas? Hey, Bananas. When Bananas said he turned down the volume, he really turned down the volume. Marcus just got been chilling.
Yeah.
Johnny, don't you know we got to do a show here, man?
What you would expect from market when you see a strong rally like this, everybody is keen to go long. And so this is what happened when you have a strong rally, a range that will frame. So what I do in this case, whenever I see a trap for that range, so the range, if you can see it here, clearly this is the range. And we have been in that range since an hour almost, and we have a nice trap over here. So this is what all I can do. I can buy that trap, hoping to visit the high of the range, maybe the 700 or the high again. If that trap is broken, I'm out of the game because I'm wrong. Because I cannot short this. I can, but it's difficult to short this.
Dre, we got negative delta in the S&Ps up here.
Uh-oh.
We're seeing some iceberging coming in right where price is right now. We've got about 2,500 iceberg buys right along that VWAP, and if they're giving it up right now.
Yes.
Negative 4,000 in delta now.
You thinking what I'm thinking, Hogue? Squeeze these?
Andre, I don't even know what I'm thinking right now.
I don't either, man. Do we want to squeeze them? Hey, YM's still selling off here.
We're giving up that VWAP in the S&Ps, at least initially here.
Coach Vince just says he got long.
Vince been reading it very well this week.
Yes, he has.
Vince has been on point this week.
S&Ps, huh? Vince, what's your risk? I'm going along with him. Let's go 3 lot.
I like it.
Long
S&Ps?
3 S&Ps, 58.90 on Coach Vince.
Stop 84. I think the stop should be 5884.
85.70.
Just like that.
85.7.
Yeah,
85 and 3/4 is the stop. 85 and 3/4.
yeah. He's talking about the recent low.
All right, we're with you, Vince.
Yeah. Well, we got that negative delta, Hogue, right? And we got the iceberg.
Yes.
Bid. So
Yes.
there's two good reasons right there. We got Vince, who's just been on point this week. Muhammad gave us the risk at 84s, long 358.90 to the moon. I think Isaac wanted one more push into I saw Isaac put something here in the chat. Isaac. Where was it? I think he liked to push into the 5900s. That'd be so sweet.
5902, I think he was looking for.
5902. Wow, we got some confluence right now. I like it. I like it.
Order submitted.
Oh, we got a Coach Vince update. Coach Vince going to be joining us today. How about that? Coach Vince going to be in the house. VIP. We got check-ins coming from now until January. We got 10 more teams coming out. A new expansion. Jay, I saw you in the chat calling it expansion. It is indeed expansion. We got
The league is
171
definitely
lot here. 171 lot upside NASDAQ right now.
I see the Nasdaq going higher and S&P going lower at the same minute.
Same time, Mohammed. Well, Dow's
Could
going
be.
lower right now.
I'm not talking about what
Yeah, it
would
is.
happen. I'm saying now we have, a strong green candle in 1000 tick. The other hand, we have a strong red candle in
Order
S&P.
filled.
Look at the Dow.
Dow's getting hammered.
Yeah, it is.
Selling the Dow to buy the ES.
Yeah, it is. It's getting smoked, man.
Yeah.
Everybody's pulling out of those blue chips and going for the higher risk.
Order filled.
How's it got long from 589? Got 90s there, Hogue? 58, 90.
8.9. Yeah, 890s.
Hogue, I've been talking about these monthly VWAPs. The monthly VWAP in the Dow, 42,800. The high of the day, 42,811.
Oh, there you go. Jeez. You're awful a little bit there by what, 11 ticks? Try and tighten that
Exactly.
up a little bit, will you?
Just be ready for, I think the NVIDIA is making a new all-time high again.
Is it really?
Yeah. 143. The high was 140. Was 144.50. So that would take definitely the NQ higher.
Here we go. Isaac Rivera. Isaac Rivera going to be back next Tuesday. Power players.
Mm,
One of the originals, the OG power players.
it's exciting.
Coach Hoop, Dow, right to settlement.
We're still having a higher high. Nothing changed in NQ.
Mo's long from 667 in the NASDAQ. House account long 58.90 in the ES. Kind of just in a holding pattern right now, JJ.
We forgot about those 650s in the NASDAQ for the house account.
Good.
Yes.
I like this ES trade, though.
Hey, that's 4 check marks right there. We got Vince. We got Jay. We got Delta. We got Iceberg. We got Mohammed. I mean, what else do you need? What else do you need?
A buyer to step in right now.
Order
That's what-
That's
submitted.
exactly what we need, Coach
Order
Jay.
filled.
That's
There you go.
exactly what we really
Yep.
need.
Order submitted.
Yeah.
Order filled.
We need the range rotation in NQ. We need to continue range rotation from high to low, from low to high, high to low. Now it's the turn of from low to high. They're gonna continue that. Otherwise, sellers will see this very enticing at this level. If they smell a weakness of the buyers around this area, I think this could turn back to the beginning range of the day. And I don't see that is happening, actually. Not today. So keep buying.
Someone just put in the chat, and a good point. London close in 12 minutes. And that's Kelvin Jones. Is there a potential profit-taking move? And if there are profits to take, it's probably to the sell side, right? So, just interesting information. So we'll see what happens on that close.
Well, I'm gonna jinx it, but if it looks like it's creeping higher right now.
In 12 minutes, maybe already we are being at the high at the 700, 20,700, and that would be a nice area to take profit again.
Looking good, Mo.
Yeah, always looking good.
Yeah, the S&P is just going lower. What is this?
Yeah.
There's a tug of war going
We're
on right now.
heading
So
different
the Dow's going to drag this whole thing down.
Yep. Negative 4,600 delta in the S&Ps now.
You can't say Friday's boring today. Boy, we got some action going on.
Eddie, you ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding. Today's been rocking and rolling, man, this week. Last week was a bit of a... No, we made some all-time highs last week. So what am I talking about? Yeah. Today's been good. All right, so right now we got... Seems like ES is stuck in the middle here. Like we got the NASDAQ trying to inch higher. Dow's getting hammered right now. And it's like the ES is looking at which one it should go on the date with. Does it want to go on the date with the NQ and go higher? Or say, we got to go lower with the YM here.
Russell's selling off as well, continuing to sell.
Russell? All right.
Yeah.
Now one of the two markets is lying and one is honest. So the the S&P was showing lower move and NQ was showing higher move.
Right.
So we'll see. Will the S&P will follow the NASDAQ? So the S&P was lying, or it is the NQ who's trying to show some buying here, but eventually it will follow the S&P.
Pulled in two different directions right now.
It's always kind of disorienting, isn't it?
It really is, Hogue. Look at the three charts next to each other. It's like, I got the ES in the middle, too. I literally have the ES in the middle, so this is kind of fun to watch for all those chart nerds out there, yeah.
I don't trade correlation, and I don't like to see who's following who. That is not a good strategy at all. No.
You don't think there's anything to it, Mohammed?
There is. However, you will never know until the move has already happened. You cannot be sure that who is following who. Sometimes it takes some time for some market to follow the other one, especially when we're talking about, for example, I used to have this with our Saudi stock market, which is somehow related to the oil, because we are an oil exporter company, country. So that means if oil price is higher, that means our economy should be better. However, that is not the case all the time. Sometimes we see the oil going higher and our market is not moving. And at the same time, when the oil goes low around the negative, our stock market is not hurting. It's just not moving. So it's not all the time. It takes some time for the market to follow the other one to pick up and follow along with that market. So again, maybe for an investor, for a long-term decision making, yes, but for day trading, that's never worked with me. It worked with me for a while when I was trading Forex, Canadian and oil. They always follow each other. However, even that didn't work with me. I mean, correlation is somehow is not my game. If there is a game, I don't know how to play it, so I don't do it.
Okay,
you gotta focus on the information from the market you're actually trading. Correlations can be maybe helpful in longer term, but if you're trading NASDAQ and you're trading the S&Ps, they're both telling a little bit different story today, right?
Yep. Even the Nasdaq and the Mag 7. Sometimes you see one of them is going higher and the other one is taking whatever profits there. So it is ranging. So correlation will confuse me, will give me extra information that I don't need.
Fair enough. Good stuff, Mo.
Andre, can I jump in and show you guys something
Please. Yeah.
real fast? It's for Mohammed, so I gotta show it.
100%.
We got
100%.
Lost Trader coming in real fast. I know we don't do fast market stuff in the morning, but I gotta show
It's
this.
okay. It's okay. Hold on. What is this? Is this Barney? Hey, Mohammed.
Please, now it's the time.
It's for Barney and friends.
This is the time for a like button. Yeah, I will take this. Give me 500 likes now. Please.
That was money, game.
And
That was
subscribe.
good. That was good.
That's too good.
Lost Trader always coming through. Always coming through. So good. I love you guys, man. Best community out there. What do we got, Jay?
I was gonna say this platinum.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
I think we're still in, right? Still in that trade in the house count.
S&P we're still in right now.
Yep.
Order filled. Order filled.
I was gonna say, Dre, that platinum trade looks a little bit better now. That we tested above that range that I was talking about, and then
filled.
turned around.
Okay.
So it looks a little bit better. I don't think I'm gonna take it. But it looks decent. Feels like it needs
Bananas in the chat.
Order filled.
Johnny Banana says Tesla up 23% yesterday. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so the platinum trade looking better now, Jay?
Yeah, it does. Where it tested the high of that range, there were no buyers above the highs of that range, so I'd feel more comfortable shorting it now.
Order
And again,
submitted.
platinum is a really good contract to trade. I don't know how many people trade it, but if you're thinking about risk reward and you want to trade the metals, platinum is a really good place to do it. We can see if I put on a one lot here, just the tick
Order
value,
filled.
right? If I put on a one lot here, I could
Order
risk
submitted.
2 ATRs and you're risking less than $300. It's
Order
similar
filled.
to trading micros in a lot of the markets, right? $5 a tick, and it.
Order submitted.
Been trending over the past couple of days and presenting some really good opportunities.
Is it moving?
Awesome.
I mean, do you
Gold moving,
see
oil
movement
moving,
there?
gold making new highs, Eddie. Oil on the push to the upside here.
Yep.
Good to
Watching this.
say that. We got buyers back here in the crude. London close here in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, market didn't do anything the last 15 minutes.
We're hanging in there here.
Yeah, we really are, Hogue. Pretty resilient.
Mhm.
All right, well, I do have platinum up. January front
In
contract. with platinum.
NQ, the market is not giving me any new information. However, SMB is giving me that it is officially downtrend in my 1000 tick
Yep.
chart. If we jump to the ES, yeah, we can
Tapped
see
out.
now it is.
Oh.
Yeah, it is already lower low in play, and that
Why I'm still
was a
getting-
low that they shouldn't break here, but they did break it. If this is a trap,
I won.
market should not go lower than that. I don't want to see this in NQ as well. This is why my stop loss in NQ is, I mean, it should be below this low.
And here that goes. Nasdaq's still staying strong. Dow is just getting smushed. Dow just getting absolutely cooked right now. Dow down about
it is.
off the highs. Dow's down about 300 points, 250 points off the highs in the last hour or so, and there's no stopping in sight. We got oil popping here. Might be something oil popping big time. Crude just oil popping big time. Gold kind of grinding higher. Crude just popped 40 cents in the last 10 minutes or so. Why I'm selling off. ES grinding lower. What's up, Jay?
I'm just thinking, Hogue and I were talking earlier about, the single prints that we have lower, and do we go and retest those in the NASDAQ? And we see every other equity market selling off right now.
What's going on right now? Hey, we got news.
Does the NASDAQ catch on? Go and retest those in the NASDAQ.
Vince, you got a hot mic.
Now
If you don't mind muting that real quick, Vince. Thank you.
So it was that NQ was lying to us.
The oil's getting shot out of a cannon here,
Eventually-
guys. Oil's up 70 cents in the last 5 minutes, and it's not stopping. 80 cents, up 80 cents now. 71.80 last trade.
That's a bit of a breakout of a balance area. You could see this thing really go.
Yeah,
All right, we got some sellers now in the equities. Equities
yeah. I'm out.
90 cents now. 71.90
NQ.
last trade in crude. Yeah, something's going on. Nothing on Collins. Thank you, Eddie.
180 lot at 72 in crude.
Wow,
Probably going to
really?
get filled.
Crude
180
running
on the offer.
high here.
Yeah, it is. What's the news? What's the news?
Took off here. I'm not seeing anything here with crude, but
Well, typically the market gets it before the headlines hit. London here in about 30 seconds.
Right back down to that VWAP, anchored VWAP in the NASDAQ. We're not taking this one, are we?
No, definitely not, Hogue. You see how the ES, it tested a couple times and then it sold it. I mean,
Yep.
we get this momentum to continue. If it acts as a resistance, maybe taking that on the flip side, but
So the longer time frame usually wins. We're up against resistance. Resistance wins.
Yeah.
Gold.
Now,
Gold stays strong. Gold
This is
just
the
grinding
close?
higher.
Did not get the new business above that level in the NASDAQ, and at least not yet. So we're seeing it pull back off of it. Gold smoking to the upside.
Yeah, it is.
76% long here in crude. 67 in the money. 71.19 average price here. Last trade 71.68. A lot of people sitting pretty there.
Yeah.
Order
Selling
filled.
off. Dow's still chilling about right near the lows here. Buyers did step in against VWAP here in the S&Ps, 58.81. But really the big mover right now in the last 15 minutes is definitely crude oil. Saw a 90-cent pop in about 15 minutes, not even 10 minutes. Is that 100? What did you say, Jay? What's up to the upside, 72 even?
Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted.
Damn.
212.
Okay.
And then there's a 50 lot right under it at 99s.
Oh, yeah, there sure is.
Order filled.
Now we got a 100 lot of 75.
Order
Some size coming in
filled.
here.
What is going on here?
I don't know. What is going on in crude? Huh.
Well, I am running through websites trying to find any breaking news.
He's just hawking the wire right now. Awesome stuff.
Order
Hey, just so you
submitted.
guys know, behind the scenes,
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled.
up here in front of the camera, those guys behind the scenes have been absolutely kicking ass today. So make sure you give a shout out to all the guys back behind there in production. It's been a little bit chaotic. You guys wouldn't know it unless I just said something. So I let you take a peek behind the curtain. But the dudes behind the scenes absolutely crushing it. Internet issues, tech issues. Everything looks smooth sailing in front of the
We
camera.
had a severe thunderstorm last night, so a lot of power's out, a lot of internet's out,
Big one.
a lot of systems resetting.
Like a, yeah. Jay, keep an eye on that. How many ladders? Jay, how many ladders you got up?
Usually just the one market. I'm looking to trade. I'll have a chart up for each one, and I have VWAPs and all that other stuff for all the same markets. But if I'm trading one, I'll just look at that one specifically.
Order filled.
All right. Well,
Order filled.
we're ready to do this. All right, London closed, came and went. Eddie's got an eye on. Eddie's been kind of eye on the gold. Eddie's got an eye on the crude. Eddie's got an eye on the wires. Collins still nothing from Phil Collins.
Nothing.
No, they're just late getting on stage, Eddie. Those rock stars, man. They just march to the beat of their own drum, dude. They just come and go when they want. Anyways, we got Coach Vincent here for a VIP update. We got to ask him about this long, and also why he's been reading the market so damn well. But JD, if you're ready, go ahead with Coach Vince. I'm going to jump off for just 2 seconds, if you guys don't mind. But yeah, JD, Vince, take it away.
What is up, guys? Coach Vince, how are we doing? There he is, Coach Vince of the Market Maker.
What's going on?
How are we looking today? What's going on with the market makers? Anything new?
I
What do you guys
mean,
talk
we're
about in Discord.
pretty much we're going over a lot of the same stuff. A lot of it has to do with the I go back to it all the time, the emotions behind trading. I think that's probably the biggest role for most of these guys. You know, especially if you start to get into a slump, you know, they're struggle a little bit. But
Order
you know,
submitted.
we're staying on track here. A lot of guys
Order
are starting
filled.
to pick things back up. You know, Board Yeti's been doing very, very well. I think there's a payout that's not on that board yet. Excuse me. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's in his other accounts.
Order
I know he's
submitted.
got like 5 XFAs. I think one is VIP
Order
and
filled.
4 personal. So
Order submitted.
Yeah, I haven't seen any new payouts on your team in the last week, so it's probably a
Okay.
different account. But yeah, let's throw up the
Yeah.
leaderboard overview real quick. peek at this. So there is Coach Vince's Market Makers right in the middle of 53 traders. That's how many started in the VIP experience on the Market Makers. 15 have finished. 14 active combines trading yesterday. It's up from last week. We got more people
Order
back
filled.
with their combines this week, which is good to see, refreshing. Your pass rate bumped up a little bit, 32.1%.
Yeah, I see that.
Guys,
Looks
Order
great.
filled.
pair of traders and XFAs.
Order
Free payouts were at
Order
23.85.
filled.
We're starting to pull a little data for the other guys too. Coach Paul's
Order
Profiteers and
submitted.
Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Coach Paul started with 51 traders. Coach Hoop started with 45.
Order filled.
Hoop actually had 2 traders already pass through to the XFA and subsequently
Nice.
lose their XFAs. So interesting week for those 2 traders, but in the XFA already too. So they are those guys came out swinging.
It's heating up. It's
It is
getting hot
heating
in
up.
here.
We got a real competition here. Let's take a look at Coach Vince's top 5, if we could please. Michael M. Been in the XFA for about 5 days. We got a trading card from Michael. We're going to look at that in just a minute. Scott's been around for a while. Lawrence getting real close, a couple $100 away from passing that trading combine. 65% winning trade percentage too. So Lawrence is on the fast track, I think. Then James is right behind him. James is about $2,000 away, and Joseph is back up there after starting over last week. So we got some guys climbing the ladder, getting real close to getting to those XFAs.
Awesome.
Have you been speaking on any of these guys? We got a trading card for Michael.
Yeah. I speak to quite a few of them. Mike and Scott, they're consistent in the room with me, and you can see they're on the top of the board. Lawrence B, doing great. Let's get you into that XFA. Take it easy though. He's in 100,000, right? So he's getting close to that one. Yeah. Make sure you come into the sessions. We've been doing a couple of check-ins throughout the week, which has been pretty nice. And I'm just happy to see the results. I mean, the winning rates are going up and things are looking pretty good. I'm happy about it.
It had been I don't know what it was, but it looked like some people were taking a little time off from the VIP. There were a lot of traders sitting on the sidelines. We were kind of waiting for them to reset. We weren't seeing traders reset their accounts, and then all of a sudden on Monday it was like a boom. It was great to see. So Michael M's trading card. Michael has been in this XFA for 5 trading days now. He is qualified, or he's 1 day away from qualifying for a payout. He's got a balance of $1,058 at the moment. Average winning day of $212 trading the NASDAQ, Russell, and Micro NASDAQ. From Crested Butte, Colorado, too. Doesn't that look like a nice place to live? But yeah, Michael's really starting to stand out these last couple of weeks. passing through the trading combine, 5 days in the XFA, no losing days yet. Awesome winning trade percentage. Winning trade percentage. 100%
Wow.
winning days.
Nice.
This guy's
Very
doing
nice.
really well right now.
He's hitting.
He is hitting.
Awesome.
Michael, hope you're listening. This is a big shout out.
Yeah, the only thing we need to work on there is maybe get that risk reward ratio up. Because 92% win rate is great, right? But how sustainable can it be? So that's my only concern there. So Mike, be careful with that. But I can tell you that. So,
You've been trading well though, Vince.
no, I've
You've
been,
had a couple.
Yeah,
you've
you've
had
been
a couple
doing
of nice dingers.
Great call
Yeah,
outs.
yesterday was a nice day. I mean, we just got stopped out on that, but I think there might be a long coming soon here too. So if we can hold the low, I might start loading up.
More day, $200 plus profits, and he can take that payout. So keep fighting, Michael.
Yeah.
One more day. He made $81 yesterday. Pretty close.
Nice.
That was his low P&L day, $81.82. Fought back from a P&L low of down $350 too. So he's a fighter for sure.
Keep it up, Mike.
Michael?
You're doing great.
When you get eligible for that payout, make sure. Any final words, Coach Vince? What do you want to say to your team while we're on here?
I just want to. First, I just want to just thanking them for trusting me with their time, right, and just going over my experiences with them, because that's all we can do. At the end of the day, they're the ones pulling the trigger on everything. We can only teach them how to fish, right, and then they have to be the ones to do the work. So they're doing what they need to do. I think the emotional thing has been a big help. I know it's a big help for me when I was struggling at certain points, and I think that's a big part of the game is just get your emotional indicator in line and know when you're hot and when you're not, right? And know when to take a break too. So definitely there's a couple traders that took a little bit of a break and came back. So, and you saw that on Monday, right, when traders started to come back. Because last week I think there was a little bit of a struggle for some traders.
You heard it. Thank you so much, Coach Vince. We'll check in with you again in a couple of days. That's it for the Market Makers
Sounds
for
great.
today. There's your VIP dropping. All right, folks.
Good to see you, Paisan.
Awesome.
All right, everybody. Have a good weekend.
I'll catch you guys in a few minutes with the. I'll catch you guys in a few minutes with the big board. All right.
Whoa,
watch
the
this
big
low.
board. Yeah. I know some
Talk of
people are
the
gonna be
town.
tuning in watching this big. Dow is not done, guys. Dow is not done selling off. No buyers in sight. New lows in the Dow, 42,483. Mohammed's nodding his head yes. Mohammed, why are you nodding your head yes?
Yeah, because I'm seeing the Nasdaq now is following the S&P. Remember, we said we will see who is lying, who is honest. So S&P was showing the real story, showing that we are going lower. At the same time, the NQ. So maybe this is something that we can put in our journal whenever we see different move at the same time between S&P and NQ. I'm not talking about Dow because Dow calculation is totally different. But S&P and NQ, whenever you see a move in S&P, for now we can see the S&P is showing the actual move. So at least you don't long the NQ if the S&P is weak. Just to notice. Again, I don't like to do the correlation thing, but this is something, not correlation. This is, you see contrary movement the same time for the same. Yep. So maybe that will help
Took a while
you
to figure out
decide
who the
not-
liar was.
Yeah. Exactly. But you can see NQ has do nothing. It just, being around this area. At the same time, the S&P was going lower. Two, don't take a trade because it's not clear. It wasn't clear. So now what? Now what?
Great question, Mohammed. Now what indeed?
Now what do we
That is a
do?
great question.
Well, I'm watching this crude.
Order filled.
With what's going on in the S&Ps and definitely not with the Dow.
Order submitted.
About 14 minutes left here in fast markets. We do have that big board coming out. Big, the biggest board. A tremendous board.
The biggest.
Should we
You see what I
should we
do?
consider going short? Hog.
Pardon?
Should you consider going short if you would like to go short?
I was thinking about
What
going
level
short at
that-
the highs.
Yeah, but whenever the market there is a strong bullish momentum. It's difficult to go short there.
Oh, but that's time frame contextual. In the longer time
Yep.
frame, the highs in the Nasdaq today were
Order
right up
filled.
against an extreme of an area of balance. So
Order
until it
submitted.
gets proven wrong, you try and fade those. You know, I think we're maybe a little late to the party now. The Nasdaq is holding up better than the S&P. Certainly, the Dow is getting whacked. I think we're late to the party on that as well.
What aren't we late to the party, Hogue, to? What can we get into that we aren't late to the party? Hindsight capital. What's good for what can we get into, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
We're talking about shoulda, woulda, couldas, but what can we get into, you know?
Mm,
'Cause we got last
Yeah,
trade
that's a
here,
good question.
40,630.
great question. I'm sitting here going,
No trades in options.
I can make stuff up. Right now, I'm not seeing any great opportunities. Okay, here, S&P is back inside the opening range, the 1 minute opening range. That's an opportunity to potentially look for a long.
Okay, well,
Nasdaq?
hey, no trade's also an option too.
Yeah,
Nasdaq is still good for a long.
Looks like it's long.
we got 15 minutes left here. I mean, this area in the S&Ps is someplace that I would probably look for an opportunity for a long. I think Vince was kind of hinting at that as well, as kind of looking at the opening range here as a potential long. We're on the 5 minute chart here. Are we going to see some sort of a 3-bar reversal here? I mean, we got 15 minutes left. Do we want to get into a position now?
That's the question.
yeah, I could see the case for the longs here. Your risk would go below that opening range, 58.70s, making a new low. I got
Order
four screens up
filled.
right now, and I'm seeing which one of the equity markets is presenting the best trade. It looks like the Russell. This exact trade that we're talking about, the Russell's on the bottom right here.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like a decent long where we're getting this 3-bar reversal on the Russell right now.
Order filled.
And your risk wouldn't be a whole lot. So yeah, there's an opportunity there if you want to take one.
Russell, back to the Russell, huh? You crushed that first trade.
So I wanted to. Can I point something out real quick? Of
course,
yeah,
If you're struggling with trading, I just want to point out again. I have 4 different markets up here, and just think about this as a concept. Simplifying your trading to looking at the market reactions around whole number
Order
levels. Right, we talk
filled.
about these big fat round numbers all the time. On each one of these charts, I marked out a big fat round number. Right, so we have on the top left the Nasdaq 20,700 and 20,600. What was the market's reaction to 20,600? Strong buying. Don't fade that. What was the reaction to 20,700? I don't give a shit what happens in between here. Wait until the major level. What happens at 20,700? Rejection. Look at how long it gave us to reject there. That's an opportunity to take a short. Same thing in the Dow here. There's all of this action that happens in the middle. Then we have a major level of 42,800. Look at the reaction. That gives you an opportunity to lean on. Same thing in the Russell. And this is the trade that I took. Why did I take it? 2250. There are a bunch of whole number levels in between there, but it didn't respect anything until 2250. That gives me an opportunity to take a short where buyers stop there. And then the same thing, 5900 in the ES. If you're struggling with trading and finding your trades in between, consider looking at market reactions to major levels and simplifying it from there.
I like that. A couple of announcements, a little housekeeping here, and then I'm gonna throw it to Eddie because it is the weekend coming up. So here in the States, we like to jam pack our sports on the weekends. But I do want to give a couple programming updates here to all the viewers. We'll have funded hot streaks and yesterday's biggest payouts coming out a little bit later today on air. Live funded call ups coming out a little bit later on air, as well as jab coming out later today on this Friday. Topstep TV, but we do have the big board and appreciation still on tap for Fast Markets. Wow, here comes some buyers. And with that being said, Eddie, what's on tap for the sports weekend here in the States?
We got sports last night. Thursday night football. We had the Vikings and the Rams playing. Minnesota on a little slump here, but we did have the Rams winning the game here 30-0. And today, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a baseball fan, we do have the Yankees versus Dodgers. Game 1 here, 7:08 p.m. Central Time on Fox. That's about 8 hours, 19 minutes, and 10 seconds away. So get yourself ready for the game. We've got Cole pitching for the Yankees with a 3.31 ERA. And, Flattery pitching for the Dodgers with a 7.04 ERA. So you make the call on this one, but that's what we've got so far. Lots of other sports this weekend. Have fun, enjoy, relax, re-energize. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Mohammed. Have you ever watched a baseball? Have you ever watched a baseball game before?
I watched it in movies only, but never watched it. I don't understand how
like a knockoff of cricket. It's kind of like cricket.
Kind of like cricket.
Yeah.
Even cricket, I don't get it. I don't know what the rules. Yeah, we don't play cricket here in Saudi Arabia. It's more.
I'm trying to relate.
India
We don't play
Pakistan.
Yeah. Pakistan, yes,
We
but
play, we don't play baseball. Baseball, we don't have even a team for baseball in Saudi Arabia.
But yes, here the championships are going on here in the States.
I just want to make a slight correction. My Vikings did not lose 30-0. On top of that, there was a BS face mask call that the officials missed right in the end zone there.
That was bad.
Shout out to the officials.
The zebras screwed you.
Once again, the over and under was 47.5. Yes, the Rams did beat the Vikings in Thursday night football. Back to you, Andre.
Like people had some wagering interest on that game. All right, guys. Mohammed, Jay, it's been an absolute pleasure having you guys on Fast Markets. We got more hope. We can do leaderboard. I'm told we got to do the big board. Hell yeah, we got to do the big board. What am I talking about? We ain't getting out of here until we do the biggest board, the biggest of all boards, the most tremendous of boards. JD, if you're ready, I am.
Hey, I'm here and ready.
There's some interested people watching. I'm sure some people are watching, want to see if their name is on this thing.
Well,
Give me the greenie.
let's pull it up. Eddie, it's time for that sweet,
Hit it.
sweet drum roll. Hit it.
I can see you right now in the kitchen, bending over a hot stove.
Uh-oh.
I can't see the stove.
There is your top 25. Sitting in first place, Rafa still. Rafa has gone dark. Not made a trade in a couple of weeks. That live account balance is still pretty low. He's not making any moves, just biding his time.
Order
Not sure if he's
submitted.
picking up any XFAs. Actually, no, he has not picked up any XFAs. So still just trading in that single live account. No trades for
Order
Rafa
filled.
this couple weeks, but still comfortably in first place. Then we've got Jashenbeer, who was on our
Order
XFA
submitted.
P&L list a little while ago. Jashenbeer took home a total of $56,283 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Big day for Jashenbeer, jumped from 20th place all the way up to 5th. Another big mover on the list down there in 10th place, Eric O. Talked about Eric also trading in 4 XFA accounts yesterday. $100,000 in profits for Eric O. trading the NASDAQ yesterday. And look at that move from 102nd place all the way up to 10th place. That's a 92 position move for Eric.
Holy cow.
Boom, big move. A couple other notables. We've got Nick for a tick in 9th place. He loves it in the top 10. He's been there for a while. Coach Dakota took a little hit, dropped from 5th down to 12th. 7th position drop for Coach Dakota. I know everybody else is probably, not everybody else. People are probably wondering where our buddy in Florida is. He's still in 26th place right now. He's just a tick. He's still
Bummer.
one tick away from being
wow.
on the big board.
You have to
He
wait.
is currently he's less than $1,000 behind Kaishun right now. Kaishun's in 25th place.
Man.
And, yeah, less than $1,000 away. So
Bummer.
Pretty close.
Rats.
I've been following him. He's trading well. I have no doubt
Awesome.
he'll be up there
For sure.
when we go to the board on Monday. So
Man, oh man, oh man. So close, yet so far.
so close. But
Don't have
Yeah.
to wait till the weekend. Don't have to wait till the weekend. Bummer.
I really have no
Yeah,
doubt that
26.
we'll be seeing him next week. So be ready
Oh
for
yeah,
that.
for sure.
I look forward
All right,
to it.
folks.
Lord knows he watches us more than we watch him. So shout out to Florida. And yeah, damn, almost there. Almost there. Well, until we meet
Real
again,
close,
our friend.
real close.
Yes,
All right,
thank
folks,
you,
get your
JD.
cameras ready. Take your snapshots. That is your big board for Friday. October 25th,
Thank you, JD. All right, guys, more
Nice
selling
training,
coming in. More selling incoming. All right, but at this point,
Yep.
Mohammed, I don't think I've ever done this
Order
with you
submitted.
before, or any of us for that matter. This is the time of the day where we do appreciations, right? Fast
Order
Marcus,
filled.
Mohammed, you
Order
don't appreciate.
filled.
Yes. What are you thankful for? What are you grateful for on this Friday? It's been a great trading week. You'll see the graphic up there. Production still clicking with all the madness behind the scenes. Production still clicking. Mohammed, I do want to let
First
you know.
of all,
Well, hold on, Mohammed. Not yes yet. Not you go last. I'm gonna let you go last because you're the star of the show today. But first, we're gonna go
Thank
to
you.
chat. What are you guys appreciative for on this Friday? And also, I want to say I'm deeply sorry to Anne Marie from yesterday. I skipped over her, and I feel awful about that. Anne Marie, if you're watching, please let us know what you're appreciative for from yesterday. My apologies. Anyways, Eddie, what do we got for appreciations today?
You know, I'm going to appreciate teamwork here at Topstep. Lots have been going on here early before the broadcast. Gabe has been running back and forth, chicken with his head cut off, getting things straight. Jack is there. I'd like to appreciate our Topstep team and, of course, the community. You guys are great here today. We got a lot of action in the markets, so let's keep it up. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Oh, what are we appreciative for today on this Friday, man?
I, of course, appreciate my God, my family, my country, all of you on screen, all of you behind screen, all of you chatting, everybody at Topstep, and I especially appreciate my friends, with which one of which I lost one of my best friends yesterday. I appreciate all the time that I had with him. Appreciate your friends, appreciate your people, folks. Tomorrow's not promised. Blessings to you all.
Man, shout out to Hogue, man. Playing with a heavy heart today. I mean, just absolutely kicking ass today. Love you, Hogue. Let's throw it to Coach Jay. Jay, you've had 3 appreciation. This is your 3rd appreciation of the week, man. You running out of
Yeah, it is.
Or you got one more for us?
No, man, you can't. I'm appreciative of every day that I wake up and get the opportunity to do what I love, and work with the community here, work with you guys. Hogue, sorry to hear about your friend, but the way you just spoke about him briefly lets me know what that relationship was like. So I appreciate friendship as well. I was going to go to dinner with some of my friends last night and ended up doing slow markets because I made that commitment. So if you guys are watching, we're making reservations next week. Can't wait to see you guys. And appreciative of traders that are taking information and improving their trading. I see a lot of those comments in the chat saying, hey, Jay, a simple explanation helped me see the markets in a different way. And that's why I'm here. I'm not here to be the best trader. I'm here to be a really good coach and help other people. So it's good to hear that message is resonating with whoever it does.
Okay. Last but certainly not least, by any stretch of the imagination, Mohammed joining us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Mohammed, what are you appreciative for?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm appreciative for my God, for our God that give us a lot of blessing that for somehow we think that we are entitled to, and we think it's granted and we will have it every day. However, no, it's not. You have to be appreciated every day about the blessing that you have. You have a lot of things that you should be happy about. Don't forget that. I'm appreciated to people who are around me, giving me energy to do better, and appreciate to be around them. My friend, my family, even the chat here are giving me a lot of energy to keep going. And one more thing that I'm appreciative of the entrepreneurs around us. They require, we need to show appreciation for them. They are risking their money, their time, their effort to show us some services. Michael Batak is one of them, and I'm not here just to talk about him. He's an example of people he doesn't need to do this. He can just go away and work. He can do anything that is not adding value to people. However, people like Michael Batak needs our appreciation. They love to hear our appreciation so they can go on. Even Elon Musk, with a lot of differences, he's doing a lot to this earth, to us, to the future. He's trying. He's right, he's wrong, doesn't matter, but he's doing a lot of things. So we should be appreciative of those people, entrepreneurs who are risking their money, their time, their effort. So thank you very much, and looking forward to have better life, peace for everybody, and appreciative of Topstep, of course.
Man, I got nothing. I can't follow that up. I'm appreciative for that. I'm appreciative for that appreciation, Mohammed. You're the absolute best. That was a fun, fast markets. Markets were tricky, but they did move today. We looked at platinum. We looked at Russell. We looked at gold. We looked at crude. We were spraying to all fields today. That was incredible. Coming up next after this, we got James D in the house from Toronto, Ontario. Trades the NASDAQ. Also made $105 at XFAs yesterday. We also got, on Fridays, Mr. Peter Tuchman, Einstein of Wall Street, the most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange. Coming up on the other side of this break, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
the Einstein of Wall Street on the NYSE. Can't talk, man.
Oh, that little ditty forever. You guys know who it is. The ultimate power player himself, Mr. Peter Tuchman, joining us from New York Stock Exchange. Mr. Peter Tuchman, I got to ask you really quick. How many media hits have you done today? Any? Or just your first one?
One at 9 o'clock this morning. So I've only done one. You're number 2. And then I do one at 12:45 with Trade Zero. And then I do one with Fox TV at 4:33 after the market closes. And then I'll do one more. So probably 5 today.
Is that a typical day for you? Will you typically do about 5 media hits a day?
5 to 8 a day, yeah.
Do you feel like you're asked the exact same question every time?
No, it's amazing, though. I love that's a good fun part of it that everybody asks. Look, everyone wants a general, overview of what's going on in the market. But,
Yes.
you always come up with really good, fun questions. So.
Well, the reason I'm asking you that is because I don't have anything in tap today. I don't know what the fun question is going to be today. So I don't got nothing for you right now. So I got to ask you, what are they asking you today? Because I got to figure out what I need to ask you today. So what are they asking you today?
Look, there's so much to talk about. I think it's really important for us to know what happened with Tesla, right? I think it's really important to note what's going on all over the market. Look, Tesla, the whole virtual car thing, right? The what do you call it? The
Waymo.
The driverless cars and all that, right? When they announced it a month ago, it got a really bad response and the stock got whacked. It was down $50, and it's been flatlining off that level for a while. And everybody started to get really down on it. I did an interview with Dan Ives, the number one tech analyst, in my opinion, the other day. And I always ask him the question, and he reverts it back to me because the question I always ask in situations like this, has the story fundamentally changed? And net, besides the impediments that everybody, the public, has about these, I can't think of the word now, but the cars that nobody sees, what's the word for these cars?
Autonomous.
Thank you. Autonomous driving vehicles, right? Everybody's still a little bit freaked out by them. I'm not sure I'm going to be hopping into the back of a car with no driver. It's like I don't like particularly hopping on a plane with no pilot. So at the end, look, it's all fun and good. It's like until somebody punches in your face, until an 18-wheeler comes flying at you, going 120 miles an hour. Anyway, all that being said, the market itself obviously still has problems with it. It initially knocked Tesla down pretty good. And it was literally, they found support, but it was down 50 or $60 for about 3 weeks. Now, net, the question is, so where do you go with that? The Tesla story has always been a bit of a wild card because of Elon Musk, his relationships with Trump around the world, all that BS, right? You never know when he's going to come up with some crazy fucking line. However, the company has a lot going for it, right? It's done a lot of good things. And at the end of the day, we ask ourselves the question, the day before earnings, has anything in the story fundamentally changed? The answer was no. And so Dan was completely bullish on earnings. They beat the year over year over 70% more than expected, right? And the stock made a massive, so think about it. NASDAQ had about 4 or 5 days where they were in negative territory, right? And that day before the earnings came out, that day was literally that was like after 5 days of complete, not major sell-off, but it was down. The Bears were in charge of NASDAQ for about 3 or 4 days. We closed the market. The earnings came out. They rallied 13 points after the close. Yep. And then yesterday was spectacular. Was it yesterday or Thursday? It was spectacular. We had such a follow-through, and we always talk about it relative to Fed meetings, earnings, the day after. The follow-through day is when you really see what the market thinks of the information. So not only did it open up that $13, but it went up another $50, right? And then today it's up another $10. So that means that, look, the story has changed, that the fact is that autonomous cars may come, they may go, but at the end of the day, Tesla still is best of breed as far as that goes. And you can put your money to work there. I mean, that's why we always talk about that. Look, markets, sometimes the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater. Markets sell off, and some stocks that don't deserve it get whacked down with it. And those are the days you have a shopping list. You look for opportunity. Right now, this market, look, let's talk about the election for a minute. I always tell you guys, I don't think the election has much effect on the market per se, but I think this is going to stand alone as probably one of the most, divisive elections of our time, of our lifetime. And so definitely my gut is that look, if we go back to the last time Trump won at 3:30 in the morning, whoever, whether he announced early or whatever it was, and it was pretty established that he was going to win. The market was down 1,000 points at 3:24 in the morning. By the time we opened, we were up 1,000. So we had an intra-morning reversal of 2,000 points. Okay, markets can handle virtually anything, and the news cycle is so fast that look. If I was talking to Dan again, and I defer to him because I know I look like Einstein. He's way friggin' smarter than me. His whole story around the election is that the markets don't like uncertainty, and Trump is a wild card, whether you like him or not. The tariff story, the China story, that's going to be questionable with how it relates to tech, right? You don't know when he's going to wake up one morning, have indigestion from the McDonald's he ate the night before, and he and he blows up South Korea. You don't know what the fuck's going to happen, right?
Right. I love it, man. I love it. Hold on. Don't cut out. Tuckman, hold on. Tuckman, get back online.
Markets don't like uncertainty. So Dan's gut was that a Trump election is going to have negative effect on the market, and that a Kamala is going to have more positive. You know what? I really don't know. I think neither of them have any idea about policy. I think the bottom line is, think about it. Whoever's been in office for the last 4 years, whether it's actually Joe Biden or his clone, it's been good for the market.
Clone,
right? It's been good for the market, right? We're trading at record highs across the board with all the crazy shit that's going on. We are trading at record highs across the board. Real money, being put to work. So net, whoever has been in charge for the last 4 years, if they continue to be in charge at some level, that's probably bullish for the market. Bringing in someone new who's shitbag crazy, right, may not be what the market needs. So I think it's going to get. I'll guarantee you one thing. The night of the election, look, we heard yesterday that Trump said he's going to announce that he won even before the election's over, just because he wants to. So that's going to throw it. So that you can be sure, as you guys are out there trading futures, that night is going to be the night to remember for trading the market.
I'm loving these hot takes. All right, I got a question. One more. What's your thoughts on Elon Musk? All right, you've been in this game for a long, long time. When's the last time we've seen a person like this, a revolutionary person like this, that's constantly pushing the frontiers of innovation? Tesla, Starlink. When's the last time in your history you can think of some of this? Was it Bill Gates with the internet and stuff like that, or is this one? It's just catches different than the rest of them.
But no one's been as disruptive as he. They've been within the realm of Wall Street. They've been disruptors before. But once again, I like to be able to have expectations that I have some idea what this guy's capable of. I don't know what this guy can do. Once again, like Trump, he can wake up in the morning and he can be, the Asperger's that takes over, and he can go do some crazy shit, right? But he can do good things as well. So you don't look. I've actually met his mother. She was. We had a fun. She was on the floor. We hung out for a while. She was like the most stable, cool lady. We were just super bright, And then he's got his brother, who's like Cowboy Billy. That guy's batshit crazy. And then you've got
fired up.
So I mean, it's just like a family of the Wu-Tang Clan. I don't know. It's pretty crazy.
Wu-Tang Clan. Did you say the Wu-Tang Clan? Did you say that? I did not have that on my bingo card today. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to F with, Mr. Peter Tuckman. Last thing I want you to say, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Tell me what's going on over at Wall Street Global.
The market, you guys are trading futures on Topstep, right? Great platform. This market is trading within the technical space so beautifully. We are having some absolutely. I was on with our Q&A for Wall Street Global yesterday. We have a platform where we teach people technical analysis with David Green. You guys know David. He's on with you guys a lot. At the end, we are now 80% trading futures because of you guys. And the bottom line is the trades that have been setting up on the NQ, the ES, MES have been spectacular, right? Whether it's just, the market is trading and cooperating within the future space and within tech. Look, you can't trade this market on fundamentals at all right now. From a day trading scalping point of view, technical analysis are the keys to the castle. So come check us out. You're on a great platform with Topstep. Come check out WSGTA.com. Go check out on my link tree is the recording of our masterclass from last week. It's live. It's free. It's not live. It's fucking recorded. Excuse me.
My
But it's
man,
free.
all right, get out of here, Tuckman. Have a hell of a weekend.
Goodbye.
We're going to see you on Monday. He is fired up. He dropped the Wu-Tang Clan. I did not expect that coming. Mr. Peter Tuckman, check him out. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Holy moly, he comes in hot like a blowtorch to the face.
Don't you cuss on this here
I gotta take a
radio.
breather.
I apologize to all the friendly folk who are listening.
Oh man, that was incredible. All right, let's do a quick market roundup. We'll bring in James here. James, I don't know how you follow that up. We got JD waiting in the wings too, as well.
That was some TV, baby.
Jack, what do you think, man?
I'm here.
Holy moly! Oh, I remember James D. Let's bring him in when he's ready. These guys are laughing their asses off in the background right now. You should see it. When they come on, we'll bring him. Let's do a quick market recap here. We got crude selling off. Did sell off. See a bit of a bounce here. We sold off to about 71.10. Now trading 71.31. RT. I still have the RTY up. That's from Fast Markets. Coach Jay has me looking at the RTY. We got a nice trade there. Short. What's up, James? What's up, JD? I remember you. James, welcome to Power Players. How about that? How do you follow that up?
That's the toughest act to follow on Wall Street, right? He's just a ball of energy. Wu-Tang. I was dying when he said Wu-Tang.
Before he gets on air.
Oh my god, that was wild stuff. James, welcome, man. How you doing? How's the trade been going? Welcome back. Good to see you. How you been?
I've been good. Been in an XFA for about 2 weeks now, just kind of grinding along on that. Today, not the best, but that happens. So just trying to refine strategy and take it day by day.
Walk us through it. What happened to the XFA that you earned live on Topstep TV? What happened to that?
Here, let me see if I can share my screen, and then I'd actually love to go through the stats here. Because I always love when Dakota does that. So, okay. You guys have my charts there? Perfect.
Yeah, we got mine up right now. I have to switch over to James. James, you're the reason why we did pass the combine, right? On TV,
I know. I remember. I was the original.
Yes, you were. Yes,
Trader Zero.
Yes, Trader Zero, indeed.
Hold on here. Let me...
Hey, James, you got that link in your email, the second link, the video? Right now you're sharing your charts in the green room, which is replacing your face.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we gotta get that pretty face. Get that handsome back on the screen.
The man with charts for faces.
There's Jack. Jack, what a day we're having today, huh? What a day back there.
This is pandemonium. I love it. It's Friday.
This is what we live for. Today is the ultimate stress test behind the scenes.
I got a question. How many people are in the office right now? Is it just you, JD?
Right now, it's just me and I mixing a meeting in the corner. My internet was out.
Understand.
The storm knocked out my internet at home last night. So
I've been there.
I had to scramble
complete
to
panic
the office in time. Yeah.
All right, I got my screen shared on the right link this time, I think. Is that Gabe in the background? Can you confirm that for me?
Yeah, I got you.
James knows. James knows everybody back here.
1 second.
Dude, what do you think I do every day from 9 to 4, man?
Love it. Are you a bell to beller?
Bell to beller. Pretty much every day.
Nice.
Love it, man. We love having you back. You have great energy. Oh, you're a great trader as well. Oh, there's your beautiful face. We got the beautiful face up. If we got the charts up, let's go over the stats. Do it Dakota style if we're good to go back there, Gabe.
Just switching
James,
over right now.
Did you quit your day job to become a full-time trader? Are you doing this?
Not yet. So
Ooh,
I took an interesting career path.
I'm not sure.
I'm a realtor, and so kind of have flexible hours. So a lot of that just kind of bled into trading. And I didn't. You can't really quit being a realtor unless you just stop paying to be one. So I still do both, but I'm definitely pushing for trading to become the primary source of income.
Nice, very nice, very nice.
How is the real estate market up there by you? Just out of curiosity, before we get to the charts, how's real estate doing by you?
It's nuts. I live in Toronto, Canada, and our market is very similar to New York. Just minus the fact that it hasn't really gone down since the 80s.
Is that right? Not even during not even like 07, 08, 09, nothing?
The mortgage crisis in the States did not impact Canada nearly to the same degree that it did you guys. And so it's been pretty much a straight bull market in real estate since the late 80s, early 90s here.
One last question about Toronto real estate. Do you know where Drake's neighborhood is? Are you familiar with Drake's neighborhood?
Yeah, I've biked past his house, man.
I heard he bought his neighbor's house to silence the noise complaints. Is that true?
I can't confirm that, but I also heard that as well. He lives in the Bridle Path, and this is not a brag by any means, but I went to school near the Bridle Path, and some of my friends would like live there. So when we were in high school, we would just bike around and kind of like, you know, do stupid guy stuff and just kind of bike around the neighborhood. And yeah, the houses are insane, man. We're talking 20 million, 15 million. Just insane.
US or Canadian?
Canadian dollar, but yeah. Yeah, our dollar is in the shitter right now. So we were at parity with the US dollar like 15 years ago or something, and not even been close anytime recently. So
awesome. All right, cool. Well, that was a little as a side note. It's good to know. All right, let's get to the charts. Let's go to your stats. What do you got for us, James?
All right. Let's take a look here. Get over to the XFA. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. So going down, I'll start with the calendar because I love this view. Honestly, also a huge shout out to Topstep. The stats are just incredible. I'm a huge fan. The one thing I'll note though is you guys added the long short percentage. So it'll show you how many longs versus how many shorts you take. But the valuable info to me would be which ones were profitable and which ones weren't. Right? So something to consider adding, perhaps.
Interesting. What would that tell you though? Like your shorts are losing, your longs are, maybe
so
change your bias, change your approach. What are you looking for in something like that?
Well, Nick says it a lot, right? You might be great at shorting and not so great at longing just because those moves typically aren't the same. A long is going to require more patience. The trade is probably going to be a lot longer, whereas a short is going to hopefully pay you much quicker just because we take the elevator down, you know? So it's whatever suits your trading style, and those stats might help clarify that for you.
I just made a note. I'm going to reach out to our tech guys and see if that's something we can.
I don't know. It's just something that comes to mind, right?
Good stuff, man. We're getting that. We got Mohammed telling us. We're getting input from all sorts of places today, JD. I love it.
We love the feedback. Keep giving us the feedback. This is how you grow and get better and build, you know?
100%. All right, let's go to your calendar, James.
The other thing. So this is my calendar, and before everyone has like an aneurysm, yes, there's a lot of trades here. I can see that. It is not indicative of my actual number of trades. I was going through this trying to sort of assess what that would be, and the number that I landed on was roughly a quarter of the trades that you see here is more realistic. So if you were to see 25 trades, that would be closer to maybe 5 to 7 trades. Okay? Just because of the way that I scale in, it could be multiple micros sort of, over a period of time getting into a position. So yeah, don't come at me.
At me, bro.
Exactly.
I'm being an idiot. Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
So looking at this, the first thing that I see is I do want to still get these numbers down. I want to be sub 5 trades a day. Ideally, just because realistically, when you're putting on risk to be doing, there's an old adage, which is the best way to make money at a casino is to spend as little time as possible there. Right? And that is very similar to trading in terms of time in the market. We're not investing, we're trading off of probabilities. And so you want to take the highest probability setups because that's going to give you the best win rate, profit factor, etc. And if I just scroll up here, this agitates me a lot. I might be down $90 on the account. That's fine. But $12,000 of gains and $12,000 of losses. That to me goes, there's a much more effective way to do that. And I wouldn't have had to put 12,000 at risk to do it. Right. So I do significantly want to reduce the trades, and I'll sort of get into the 2 strategies that I'm working on right now and why you wouldn't need more than 5 trades a day to do that. I have been trying to journal, and I do recommend. That's obviously hard and something that not everyone wants to do, but it has a huge impact. And I might even walk through some of my journals here just to give you guys an idea.
That'd be awesome. That'd be so sick.
Let's do it.
Please.
Yeah, so I'll do the 24th because this is a green day, but I was actually really unhappy with my trading on this day, and I'll explain why.
Wow, cool.
So if you look, right,
Break it down.
I've sort of settled on a 350 personal daily loss limit just because digging yourself out of a hole, especially a deep one, is A, not very fun, and B, a dangerous position to be in. And so if you can just not create a hole in the first place, that seems like the optimal approach to me. Which, yes, you'll have fewer winning days, but at least you're creating an asymmetric risk reward, in my opinion, right? So if I can put up a 2x my risk day or a 4x my risk day, that means I've essentially just banked 2 to 3 of my daily losses, which is a great spot to be in.
Yes, it is.
So the reason that I was so unhappy with this day was A, I was above the $200 mark before the trading day even started, right? I had taken a pre-market trade at like 6 p.m. right when the market opened, and that put me above the $200 for the day. So I could have easily cut it and not even traded, and I would have been in a better spot than I ended the day in. But then you can see how things quickly went downhill.
Yes, it did. What
I
happened?
almost want to show. Yeah. If you guys remember, that was yesterday, and it was a super choppy open, and it was, as Rips would put it, the retail rinse. We didn't break IB for the first like hour of the day or something. So yeah, I'm sure everyone's reading my bizarre commentary here. I'm not an author.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to. Can you read them aloud for those that can't necessarily see it on the screen? Can you read out some of those?
Yeah,
I want to see what
sure.
I want to see what it says. I want to know what's going on in your head. I want to know what all this means. Let's get into James's head right now. Let's do a little psychoanalysis here session. Lay on the couch, close your eyes, and let's talk.
Okay, so first of all, I was blown away looking at this P&L curve because that's absolute garbage, right? One of my rules is I have Mick in my head going, lock in 50% of the day's gains. And you can see that I did not do that. I did not do that here. And so that was the first thing. So that was terrible trading, and I got lucky. And truthfully, you have to be able to recognize when you got lucky and when it was skill. And this day was not skill. I should have A, stopped trading when my day went from green to red. So that was the first mistake. The second mistake was moving my personal daily loss limit from 350 to 1500. Thankfully, my P&L only hit a low of 900, and I was able to recoup a lot of that. But I'll tell you, please, and this is like a message to future James, it worked today, but 9 times out of 10, you'll lose the account doing this, right?
I love this. All right, we'll read some of those passages,
And I wrote
some of those entries. Read them.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Andre.
No, I say you said WTF. What the bleep was all that? That was terrible trading. I got very lucky today. I could have just as easily not had an account anymore. No trade is worth losing in an account over. What is okay, what time? Was this after the drawdown, after the retail rinse?
Yeah, so that was up until about 11:30, and then I'm just going to pull up a chart. If anyone wants to follow along, I'll go through the chart after. I just don't want to come out
100%.
of this.
Thanks for doing this,
out of my
man.
side screen.
People rarely do this stuff.
Yeah, this is
your
great.
transparency. Yeah, your vulnerability on this. This is sweet.
I'm all about vulnerability. I'll put myself out there. Hold me accountable.
There's thousands of people watching, James. You're crazy. You're wild for doing this. I love it. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the biggest ones were obviously the risk management and then over trading. So my 3 takeaways from this are going to be: 1, if you have exceeded the $200 threshold on your account and then your balance goes below 0, stop trading because you're not doing it well. You were up what you needed to be and then you gave it back. Today's not your day. Know when to cut it. If you fail to do that, do not ever move your personal daily loss limit because it's not worth. Say I had stopped at $900. Instead of it being $350, that's now 3 days of risk that I've just given up instead of 1. So I have 4 times as much work to dig myself out of that hole, and it's just not worth it. And part of trading is realizing that I don't trade for today, I trade for tomorrow and the next 10 years. You have to consider scalability. You can't effectively manage that risk today, you won't make it to 10 years. So that's 1 and 2. And then number 3 is quite simply, if you have a losing trade, walk away for 5 minutes. Because the truth is, another trade is not going to set up in that time for you. And you're most likely just trying to recoup your losses. And that's a bad idea.
So you take a 5-minute break after a 1 losing trade. Is that easier said than done, James? Because sometimes when I put a loser on,
100%.
I want to get right back in there.
100%.
Get right back in there. Okay. So how do you actually do that? How does James physically remove himself from his trading machine?
Like this.
Like that? Okay, hands up. I like it. Back up. I love it. I love it.
Hands off.
Good move.
Hands on the butt, you know? And that actually came from, in real estate in Canada, when you buy a pre-construction home, for example, there is a cooling off period because they recognize that sometimes they're going to use aggressive sales tactics that you weren't ready for. And so they give you a grace period to decide whether or not you made the right decision. I think trading, I wish there was like a temporary lockout button on TopstepX saying, I don't need to lock myself out for the whole day, but I need to cool off for 5 minutes and I don't want to do any more damage to my account in that time. And it's almost like, you know what I mean?
It's not. That wouldn't be as effective as just the hard lockout, though. I know what you're saying. You want a shot clock. You want to go in the penalty box for 5 minutes and then get back in there. I get it. Hey, how long is that cool off period? How long is the cool off period?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And just to get your head on straight and give yourself that time to process those emotions and go, you know what? It's okay. Not every trade is going to win. Wait for your next setup and don't try and make that money back right away. Right?
Yeah. In this country, they would never have something like that. The second you engage them, they just want to get that money. They would never do something like that here. Something that's smart and reasonable and logical, no chance they would do that here. It's, you want to buy it? Money, pull the trigger, money sent. Yeah, nice doing business with you. Anyway, James, all right, if you don't mind, can we keep going through some of those journal entries? I think there's a lot more. There's people in the chat that were really loving it, and it's resonating with a lot of people.
Yeah, those are real interesting. This is good stuff, for sure.
I'll go through my other journal entry. Unfortunately, I had another XFA that I was trading up until the 14th, but I lost that. And with it, I'd actually been journaling every day on that account, but when you lose the account, you lose the journal entries that go with it, which is unfortunate. So I wish I had more to go through with you, but I'll just go through the other one that I have for Wednesday. And yeah, so I'll just read this one because I think it was a little bit more in depth than the last one. So,
thanks, man. Not
thrilled with this P&L curve. As you can see, I started the day at 6 o'clock, up $73. At market open, 9:30, I go from up 40 to down 350 in the span of about 50 minutes. Not ideal. Not thrilled with this P&L curve. I think when in a drawdown, it's important to slow down and step back after a loss, cooling off. I will pat myself on the shoulder because I stopped at a reasonable daily loss limit. I did not move it, or I did move it by $50, but that's okay. There will be more opportunity tomorrow, and preserving my capital is critical, and today I did that despite subpar trading. Around $1,500 in loss limit, so that's the max loss limit for the account that I'm referencing here. And I was up over 500 on the week at the time of writing that. I got chopped up way too early and wish I had more bullets in the chamber. And that's a feeling that I'm sure everyone has had. You hit your daily loss limit on a trade that you probably shouldn't have taken, and then your actual setup shows up later in the day, and you are punching yourself in the face because you wish you still had more ammo to take the shot. And so that's something that I've really been working on in the sense of over trading. Knowing what you're looking for and waiting until you get that is really the core of trading. 99% of the time, you're sitting on your hands waiting for the money to literally be staring you in the face. Because the truth is, we know what a good opportunity looks like. When you've seen it, you know it, and you feel it when it's happening. But we're just so eager to get there quicker that you jump the gun and put on risk that you have no business putting on.
Awesome stuff. All right, real quick, I'm going to do a quick market recap here. We are seeing crude bounced off VWAP. VWAP right around $71.04. We're now trading $71.64, moving to the upside here. Dow saw some serious selling earlier in fast markets. Found a bit of a bottomed out at 42,466. Last trade 42,507, 508. Dow did take the ES, and Nasdaq not so much, but definitely took the ES down with it. Last trade in the ES 58.74, about a couple points beneath VWAP. Here in the Nasdaq last trade, Nasdaq staying very strong today. 20,657 last trade, and gold pushing to the upside here. Last trade 27.51. JD, I know we got the house account open. House account got chopped up a little bit in fast markets. Anything we're seeing here in terms of potential trades, JD?
It's going pretty quiet here. Bit flat. I'm looking at the NQ right now. I got a 5-minute up. I'll switch over to a 3-minute actually. Going sideways, volume drying up. Volatility is pretty non-existent at the moment. Just kind of drifting sideways to lower right now. Heading back to VWAP. But
wow. James trades the Nasdaq. What are you seeing in the Nasdaq, James?
Honestly, I'm locked out for the day, so I'm not going to be taking any trades. But looking at the chart right now, it looks like the move is done. Going short a Friday rally, Hogue, if you're listening. I think there was a short opportunity, but that was probably around 10:30 or 11 when we got that 3-bar reversal on the NQ. So I don't think.
What time do you like? What time do you like to see the Friday rally start? After lunch, sort of that grind higher, or during lunch, I should say. Everybody starts walking away from the desks, and then the grind higher kind of ensues.
It's not even so much the time. I would say it's more the size of the move. Like, we had a 200-point move that started this morning. What are the chances that we have a 400-point move today? It's possible, but I want to say probably more on the unlikely side. I'd say we maybe just chop around until 3 o'clock, and then we get some end of the week flows that come in and push the market around. But that's not something that I think would be too predictable. Or at least that's not my sweet spot. I'll put it that way. My sweet spot is definitely 9:30 to noon. So don't ask me for trade ideas after that.
Those Eastern times, 9:30 to noon.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm in New York time.
8:30 to 11 here, folks.
We're all on New York time, James. In one way or another, we're all on New York time. Let's keep it. All right, JD, like that. What's up, James?
I was just gonna give you guys props. You get up an hour earlier than I do, so kudos to you guys, early risers. I mean, you get to leave an hour earlier too, but I don't think that would be a good trade-off for me.
The ones in San Francisco are the real crazy ones. They're up very, very early. LA's got the craziest trading hours. I always said the best sweet spot for trading hours is the people in London. It's just like pretty much just like afternoon. You get back, you get dinner to yourself. New York's pretty sweet, but yeah, I always thought London had the best trading hours if you want to trade globally. Anyways, I'll get off my little side tangent there. Look at tilt NASDAQ. We got 50-50 the NASDAQ. We did see as heavy as 80% in tilt. They were long. They were long. Finally sold off. They got squeezed there. But JD's last trade, 20,641. What do you think here on the NASDAQ? Perhaps a little. I know you like those cheap trades. What price were you looking at when you said perhaps a short?
Right here, just with a stop above this most recent high. This would be a cheap trade, short term. If you're looking for some action, I think this is it. But it is house account. Can't just go throwing on trades, right? Or can we? Should I do it?
Yeah. Yeah, just a little one. Little one with 650s trade. So we're shorting this. Are we shorting 651s? What would the risk be? Let's talk about the risk, JD.
All right. So looking at the risk, we've got last week's high up here at 680. Tested there earlier this morning, came back through, retested it again. I think our stop is right above last week's high. So we'll call it 2685 would be our risk.
Right. All right. What price did we get there, JD? Just talking behind the
Haven't gone in yet.
All right.
Should we do this? Want to do it?
Yeah. We'll have to do a journal. James is not loving it, though. Hey, James. Are
you guys taking a long on the NQ? What's going on?
Thinking about a short.
Thinking about taking a short, James.
Short.
What do you think? Talk us out of it. Talk us out of it. Real.
We're putting in lower highs, which is obviously favorable from the short side here. This trend line, and it looks like we're kind of holding it from the other side, just looks like a flag to me. You've got your pull. We came across. We could be breaking out of this level, and we could just kind of grind higher into the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
I would want to see if we were going to take a short, some kind of break of a low, and I don't even know what my target would be on that though, so it would probably just be like a small scalp, maybe 10-20 points to the downside when we get a break of, I like to use the 3-bar reversal on the 5 minute, so this is an example of what I would have wanted to see. So I took one trade here. This is on my practice account because I got locked out, so took a little short here and squeezed 10 points out of that, and then took another short here. Ideally, we would have been entering at the break here, and you could have probably squeezed 30 points out of that trade. If you took it all... Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, continue.
I think that was the short to me, and the fact that we could only sort of slowly grind down from the high, that was what, 703 down to, okay, that was 100 points to the downside.
Yeah.
So you could have probably taken 50 out of that, 40 out of that comfortably. But the fact that we're now sort of like putting in these short-term lower highs, I'm not a huge fan of that. I would almost want to see a breakdown of this, and then what would the initial balance be? I didn't even track that today. Initial balance would be up here. We didn't break initial balance then, did we?
No, we did not.
What's initial balance?
So statistically,
initial balance high right now is high day, 20,707 quarter. Initial balance low is opening range.
Right. So this is an edgeful stat. When IB low is formed first, there's a 75% chance that IB high is taken out first.
Okay.
Meaning that on a day like today, there's a 75% chance that we break IB high. And it's very rare that we have a double break, and that happened yesterday. And so it's a 3% chance of a double break. So the chance that we get two of them in a row would be very low. So my expectation is that before we go short, we're going to come up and break IB high, and then maybe look for a failed upside auction. Or we just sort of chop around between high and low and we get no break, which is like a 25% chance.
Interesting. Very good.
It is interesting. You know your stuff, man. You got all these actual stats. You got your actual stats ready to go. I love this, James. You're ready to go. You came prepared. I really like this.
I did. I can actually
Question.
walk you guys through. Yeah.
Question. So you're saying you want to become a full-time trader? Can't you do both? Can't you be real estate agent and full-time trader? I guess, can't you do both essentially? Because you got to make your own hours for essentially both trading and real estate?
You 100% can, and I do. Like I've done three deals this month, so I'm still very much active as a realtor. Oh shoot, sorry.
What happened? What happened there?
Sorry, I just had a call and it messed up my things for a sec.
That wasn't a deal, was it? You better pick, if that was a deal, you better pick that phone call up.
I was actually
TV,
a past
no
client
deal.
that I just rented an apartment to like 2 weeks ago. I'll
Okay,
call her
fair
back.
enough.
It's fine.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Tell her you're on TV. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, to your point, you definitely can do both, and I do both. I just love, to be honest. I hope my clients aren't watching, but I'm more passionate about trading, and I want to make that my full-time income. The primary reason for that is it would allow me to travel and go live somewhere else, and I've really wanted to do that. And you kind of need to make money if you want to do that. So this would be something to keep me busy and fund that lifestyle.
Where do you want to travel to?
Very good.
My girlfriend she does diving, like underwater filming, right? So yeah, super cool. Really, really cool stuff. She wants to do like Nat Geo stuff. Like if you've ever seen My Octopus Teacher or stuff like that. Stuff where you'd be spending a lot of time underwater, filming it, scuba diving, that kind of stuff. So proximity to the ocean is kind of the one thing that we're after there.
Really? Well, you can't do that in Toronto. Ain't no ocean by Toronto.
No. She actually just did some shooting in Lake Ontario, which was definitely unpleasant in our climate. So
fair enough.
So yeah. Props to her though.
Right.
She might be watching right now. Babe, I love you.
There you go. Hey, well done, James. Very, very good, James. Very, very
You
good.
know she's
All right,
watching. You know she's watching.
You know she's watching right now. But all right, well, we did want to, JD, we were like perhaps taking a short up around the 50s. It would have been a tight range trade. We kind of pulled back to now we're at 643s, 20,643. The NASDAQ.
That short is actually not looking too bad, JD. I'll
put
eat
it
my
on.
word if that works out.
It's all good, man.
You did
We've been
take
wrong
it.
a lot.
I do like your analysis of taking out IB high before the end of the session. What I was looking for on that short trade was just another rotation back lower down to VWAP before possibly another move higher. But I guess, yeah, I wasn't looking at a long-term trade by any means. But we had our risk established above last week's high. Yeah, it's the lunch lull.
JD, what are your thoughts on that rally straight out of the gate? Did they get that number? Did they get that Michigan number before it came out? Is that my tinfoil hat? Am I putting on my tinfoil hat when stuff like?
I just assume everybody gets the numbers before the rest of the public gets them, right?
That rally was too strong for them not to have gotten that number. I don't know. Sorry,
I didn't even see what the number
Something like
was. I was so swamped earlier this morning.
It was better. Durables came out better. Michigan came out better. But just the rally was so strong on such heavy volume. I mean, we had like 8 green candle bars. There was no selling in sight. And then, of course, Michigan number came out. And that was all she wrote. Anyways, got 72% long in the YM, 50-50 in the ES. So YM's the only one with the biggest tilt right now. YM trading 42,510. But, yeah, besides that, it's 50-50 cross. James, you're locked out for... Yeah, go ahead, JD.
I was just going to ask, has anybody here ever been tapped to take the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey?
That is a great question. In the chat.
I have been. I still have the envelope at home. They sent me a letter or a card with a link that you go to and a crisp $5 bill. I still have the card and the $5 bill in the envelope at home. I never took the survey, but I still have the $5.
You kept the $5 and then take the survey? You dog, JD. Come on, man. So wait, what happens? Tell me about this. This is crazy.
I think it's just totally random. They just pick a bunch of people every month and send out money and ask them to take a survey, and that's it. And then based on those responses, that's how they come up.
Okay, I didn't
Their
know
weekly
that.
numbers. Yeah,
I had no idea. When was this? Was this like pre-COVID, post-COVID? When what? What
2
was your
years ago,
sentiment?
maybe.
What was your
2 years
sentiment
ago?
at the time, JD? I remember.
We were in buy mode then. The COVID lows were in. I remember that. So it was right in the middle. I would say 2 years ago I got this letter.
Awesome. Hey, James D, in the chat, they're looking for you. If you have socials, if you want to share those, we can definitely do that. It's up to you if you want.
I just put it in there actually.
Where is it? I don't see you.
Saved by the chart on Twitter. That's my handle.
There you go. Saved by the chart. Oh, that's you? Okay. Saved by the chart. Thank you. Get him.
That's me.
Go give James D a follow. This guy's awesome for coming on. Topstep TV. We learned a lot. That was a lot of fun. Did the journal entries. Really just got vulnerable with it. That was very, very good. There's James D socials. Thank you very much. Topstep admin back there.
So you guys actually, I know we're probably got like what, 8 minutes, 5 minutes left, maybe a bit less than that.
Sure.
Do you guys know Peter, not Tuckman, Peter Brandt? If you've ever read Market Wizards.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with Peter Brandt though.
His name pops up a lot.
Highly recommend the new Market Wizards, which is Jack Schwager. Incredibly good trading book. Incredible, honestly. Highly recommend. Peter Brandt was one of the traders featured, and he has like a track record of, I want to say, over 50 years trading futures, like a bona fide statement proven track record. And he posts on Twitter a lot too. I definitely give him a follow. He's pure technical, but he trades on the weekly time frame. So it is a much slower pace than most of us. But he has some incredible insights, and it's very like back to the basic style of trading. And he posted some charts recently. And he said his biggest speculative holding right now actually is Bitcoin. And I found that really interesting because I get so lost just watching the NQ every day. I do think there's obviously a ton of value specializing in one product, but I'm definitely going to be watching Bitcoin over the next few weeks because we're $5,000 from a Bitcoin all-time high or something like that. So yeah, so it's trading 68,000 right now.
Damn.
And the past few weeks, we've gone up. We were at like 56,000 a month and a half ago. And then I really like this pattern. This is actually something from a trader that you guys might know, Matt, Trades by Matt.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Great trader. Freaking amazing.
Texas.
He does.
Yeah.
He trades a strategy called the wick test, which is essentially when you have like a fair value gap and you have the wick that comes down on the right side and it touches the wick from the left side, you'll often get like a bounce off of that. And something like that is setting up on the weekly for Bitcoin. And I could definitely see us coming and sort of flipping this. We probably won't flip green this week, but I could definitely see next week's candle being an expansion candle and potentially coming to test that and maybe see if there's any liquidity sitting here. So I'm definitely, my eyes are going to be on Bitcoin for the next few weeks. I think there could be something shaping up there.
All right, good stuff, man. All right, hey, James, we don't do this to everybody, but when you're cool and we like you and we think you're fun and you got good vibe, we'd like to bring in my man Eddie. Eddie comes in Eddie comes parachuting in right now. So Eddie, if you're there, duck. Go ahead, Eddie. What do we got?
What was that?
The last time I do that, I had me parachuting in. God. Good to have you with us.
My number is 5, Eddie.
Wow.
You already know? He already knows. He already knows. Damn. Go ahead.
Like the Jackson 5. All right, here it is.
Great.
Your question, James, here. Got some good vibes, bro, man. Appreciate you being here with us. Question is, all right, what's the most craziest thing you've ever done
Any additional closing thoughts? I'm gonna have to jump
Even PG 13.
Yeah, you guys aren't monetized, all right?
What's the worst thing you've ever done? Yeah, just go.
Like
just go the worst thing you've ever done.
We would like to be in the future, James. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, can I change my number?
Sure, you can change your number.
My clients are watching.
Yeah, so good.
I'll give you a quick story, a bad experience that I had about a year ago. Only it comes to mind because I got my bike back here. I was biking on the way to a showing. I was showing a client, and it was in a place called Liberty Village in Toronto. A lot of condos there. I was biking, whatever. And for reference, I don't typically follow the rules of the road when cycling. In this case, I was. Okay, I turn left onto a street, and another car turns right, and we're going onto the same lane. And he basically just T-bones me, and he ends up hitting me. And I don't know if you guys can see that; it's a shitty camera. I ended up on the hood of his car. He hits the brakes. I fall off the hood, and my wrist goes straight down onto the ground like that. And so I was like, I was now late to my showing. So I was like, let me get your info. I got to get out of here, right? It didn't seem major at the time. Head didn't get hit, anything like that. So I kind of grab his info and then move on. I go to the showing. I do the showing. I come back, and the next day I'm like, you know what? There's something really problematic going on here. So I go to the hospital. And they're like, yeah, your wrist is broken, man.
Oh, dude.
So
still did the showing, huh?
Be safe out there.
Wow. Well, James, JD, we didn't take the trade. We're still in this range, but James, cannot thank you enough for coming on. You're always a fan favorite around here. Thank you for going into your journal, getting into the head of James D. Everyone give us a click, subscribe. Go give him a follow on X. Coming up next, we got shoulder tap. We got group coaching. It is Friday, so you know what that means. We got the reversal challenge to close out the week. But coming up next, shoulder tap, Jack and Mick in the house. James D, thank you so much. Good job today, JD. See you guys in a little bit. Let's go.
Order filled. Stop filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order Order filled. Order submitted. Order sub. Order sub. Order. Order. Order sub. Order. Orders. Order filled. Orders. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very special edition of Shoulder Tap. No cards, all gas, I'm calling it. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Mick. Mick, we've heard you today, but now we see you. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back. Like my old childhood, one of my favorite rappers, Eminem, says it feels so good to be back.
Order filled.
This sucks.
Order filled.
I think some people know what I'm talking about. It's like
Absolutely.
at least from
Order
Shady
filled.
LP or something like
Order
that.
submitted.
But yeah, back in
Order
action today. Ben was killing it this past week on the Shoulder
Order
Tap
filled.
segment. But
Order
happy to be here
submitted.
this Friday with you, Jack. And yes, like you said, no cards today. Fair game. What are we chatting about?
Order submit.
Well,
Order
first,
sub.
on the personal front, I already mentioned in the chat the other day, you've been a busy boy the last 2 days, taking some tests. How'd you do,
Boy.
Mike?
Yeah, well, we had some passing grades. I took the Series 3 on Wednesday, and then I took the Series 30 yesterday. Both passes.
Order filled.
Happy to have
Order
those in my rearview mirror right now. The Series 3 actually is kind of funny.
Order
It's the
submitted.
third time that I've taken that test. I haven't taken it in about over a decade, though. I originally, when I started trading, took it on my own, just for fun. Never was working for anybody. I was, trading for myself full time at the time, and I just thought it'd be good to have in my back pocket as kind of a backup plan if things didn't work out. It's like, oh, I got all this experience. I got a Series 3. I'll be that much more marketable. That was in my first year when I didn't make any money. Also didn't lose any money, but I was like, this didn't start how I thought it was going to start, Jack. I thought I'd have been, had a 7-figure net worth by the time I was 25 years old. There I was at 21, and I was like, oh, okay. I've learned how to make and lose tens of thousands of dollars, but I'm not on the trajectory to be a 7-figure man in my mid-20s. And then, so that expired, because if you pass your Series 3, if you don't have anywhere to house it or a firm to house it, it expires after 2 years. Fast forward like 10 years later after that. I'm dating myself, aging myself here. Fast forward like 10 years later, when I joined a hedge fund with, a guest that would actually come on here, Linda Raschke. When I joined her and was with her while she was managing principal at her fund, I had to get the Series 3 again. So I had housed that with her and the Granite Fund until I came over to Topstep, and Topstep could not house it at the time 9 years ago. That's how long I've been with Topstep. I'll be hitting 10 years in March, actually. So 9.5 years, that's where I'm at. So back at it again. All passes, by the way, like I said, 3 times. So it's not one of those third times it's a charm thing, because it all worked out. But yeah, still happy to have it in the rear view. And actually didn't study that much for it. With how much I've had going on, I started studying. Excuse me. Got a Slim Jim in my throat. Started the night before, actually. Really. I went on to my study material and came to find when I went on to the study material 2 nights before that it had actually expired on me back in June, because the plan was for me to take this earlier. Then priorities changed, so it expired back in June, and I had to pay for an extension to get access back to my course to take the practice tests and look at the material all over again. So it's been a week. I think the 30 was easier than the 3.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I don't know, a branch manager. And by the way, JD, we can switch to the view of us with the charts. So I can comment real quick as we're doing this that the ES, which is what I'm looking at, is kind of testing the day session lows right now. See a lot of people in chat looking to go long. That's where we're at. Let me open my special handy-dandy trading view where I keep all my stock tickers. We still got Tesla up at 268, Nvidia our buck off all-time highs. What a day. So Mick, we can continue with that real quick. What does the Series 30 allow you to do? You're like a branch manager now?
Yeah, office branch manager is what the Series 30 is. So if anything happens around that, branch manager Mick here.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of regulatory questions, but it was a quick test. I think that one you had an hour to take it. There were 50 questions maybe, so I think I wrapped that one up in actually 25 minutes. It was much nicer than going through and doing the calculations on the Series 3 questions, which were. I mean, Jack, tell me what you thought about that. I found it interesting that they were doing a lot of questions about lumber, which is a delisted product. They were doing questions about ice exchange products like coffee and cocoa.
Saw those. No lumber here.
Yeah, I was rolling my eyes on that one. And then there were a lot of Eurodollar contract questions too. And I'm like, this is another delisted product. Like, who puts these tests together? I'm ragging on you.
Yeah, coffee.
Compilers.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
The board of the Series 3 has got to be some old chaps. Let's put it that way.
Well, I mean, I know yes, I agree. They're old. I know that the practice tests are probably a little bit more up to date, because I know in those there were like questions and content around like
order filled
contracts and Bitcoin and stuff, which are relatively newer products, but lumber, it's like, I don't know, what's that been delisted for, like 3 decades or something like that? I think it was probably gone before I was even born, Jack. And again, dating myself there, but I just found that to be interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways,
with that, I do have the house account open. So here's what we'll do here. Mick, you have some updates on some big things going on with our traders. And then
yes,
we
sir.
can take some questions. And I don't know by what mechanism, but we could fire up a house account trade too. A little taster.
Oh, okay. A little tester.
For the risk manager. For the branch manager.
A taster. Back when I was market making, we would put in what we call testers, and that would be, kind of one lots at certain prices. So when I was sleeping, and I had a position on if there was any move in the market, I would have my volume cranked up on the computer all the way to know that I got filled on a one lot and either something good or bad was happening. So that would make me shoot up out of bed, heart racing and stuff like that. I don't miss those nightmares that I used to have. Used to have a lot of nightmares around that stuff, whiffing on markets.
Breaking.
Jack. All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
we're breaking.
yes, look at that.
We're breaking right now. Let me take a look, see here, and then I'll let you gather your thoughts real quick.
That was the 5 minute we got here, it looks like.
Yeah, 5 minute ES. I'm a man of many screens open right now. I don't see anything off the news wire right yet, but we'll see. All right, so how are the traders doing?
So it's been a really good morning. Very exciting to see a lot of big P&Ls. I'm going to rattle off a couple P&Ls from the traders in the live accounts. We've got Benjamin C. He was up 34,000 at one point, still in the market. He's up $27,000 right now. We've got Chung Yam Lam, who was up 34,000. These two have been fluttering back and forth on the top of the accounts board that I have up behind me. He's up 27 grand, at least when I turned my chair around today. Caleb up 18,000. Gabriel up 9,100. Moses up 5,000. Faye is up $4,500. I've featured Faye before. I know Ben's talked about her as well.
Mm-hmm.
She's up 4,500 today, and she's brought that account balance to over 50 grand now, which really excited about because the risk team and we'd been talking about her. She's trading well, but like she kind of was hitting, this wall at the $30,000 account balance mark. So she busted through that ceiling and is doing nice. So Faye's up 4,500, and then we got Romaine. I think I didn't write down his P&L. I think he was up 14 grand when I turned my computer around too. So exciting to see these big P&L swings on a Friday. The market, the equities, I should say, kind of have provided us the opportunity to take advantage of some rides. And, we got some live traders riding it out, which is, always exciting for me and everybody else. And I know our viewers too. You want to hear about the good stuff and the big stuff when people are making money. Hopefully some of you out there listening are right there alongside.
Order filled.
Very nice. Well, we'll look for a few questions here in the chat. Still looking for anything here to
order filled.
Bounce a little bit off the lows here. So yeah, if you have any questions for the risk manager or myself, feel free to throw them into the chat. We'll keep monitoring the markets. Mick, you mentioned the seven-figure trader thing. That's kind of why I went into trading before I had traded at all. I did not trade before I got a job. And I went there because I heard that if you were still there when you were like 30, you were making $1 million a year. And I was like, that seems pretty cool. But then they don't, I lasted, I think, until I was 28 or 29. They don't tell you how hard it is to be at the top of that pyramid. If you see someone these days who's like a 35-year-old institutional trader somewhere, they have really gone through the great filter, so to speak.
Yeah, I remember speaking with a woman who was part of a group that was rather successful, and she had mentioned to me, and I've talked to a lot of people in this industry because I've been fortunate enough to be in the industry. I started clerking as a summer job in the wheat pit in the grain room at the Board of Trade when I was 14 years old, didn't know what the hell was going on for the first 2 years, although I did know that I loved the chaos and what was happening. Spoke with a woman, and I'd never heard someone put it in this perspective, because until this time, most of the people I'd spoke with had been, made nice long careers to date in the industry on the professional side of things from trading on the floor. And she was on the screen, trading, and she was a relatively large trader. And, she said, I've been, doing this for 10 years, pretty well successfully. And she's like, and in this industry, 10 years is a pretty nice lifespan to be, making good money in this career. So I was like, oh, really? It's like that was the first time I'd heard that. I'd heard all the horror stories and success stories from people that had made, quite a bit of money, trading in the pits, their whole life, only to go to the screen and continue doing what they were doing. And that's where, some of the horror stories came. People that were big traders continued trading large, never made that adjustment to go into the screen. And so I guess I should have known that, long-term careers in the pit turned into short-term careers on the screen, because they were, I won't say there's any one reason about this, but you get accustomed to doing something and doing it well for such a long period of time, and then you try and carry it over into it's the same environment, but it's a different environment. You're still in the marketplace, you're still assuming risk in the products that you were trading, but standing there is different than sitting there, if you know what I mean. And
it's very much
that was kind of interesting. Yeah.
Dan asked an interesting question here, not our Dan, but Dan E in the chat, about on days with so much divergence, and this is something I'd like to touch on, would you ever consider spreading strategies like ES versus NQ? I traded spreads. That's what I traded. And I would not personally try and spread ES versus NQ. The reason being is that, that's a spread that can really blow out, as we're seeing today, right? Because
Order filled.
the NQ is really it's a different animal, because it's very concentrated in super mega cap tech versus it. So things like changing rates or a flight to certain quality can just blow it out. Like, I'm not sure, for instance, and I may be damn wrong in this today, that I would love the trade of like shorting NQ, buying ES or something like that. Just looking at this, we're still selling off here.
I like that question Dan submitted, and I feel a little bit differently than Jack, and totally okay. It's not claiming either one of us is right or wrong, but I like leader and laggard plays. If you've got one index or indice, one of the indices that's stronger than the other, I think there's times and places to potentially do that. It's not always going to work, but if you look at the four major indices that we trade, Dow, S&Ps, Nasdaq, and Russell.
Ooh, now we're really going.
Look at that. Little acceleration to the downside. If you think about those four, on these, look at the net change as a percent on a day. You could have, if you're looking at the four and you're picking the top dog and the bottom one, the leader and the laggard, you could have a 5% difference. It's not a common thing. They're all, to a degree correlated, but those correlations always have their time and place. So it's an option.
It is. And I know you can't do this with futures. It's more like the direct play would be like, kind of like the whole dispersion trade in general is something like going short Tesla, long, not on a long-term thing, but like long the index or something like that.
Right.
Spreads are interesting, that's for sure. But the larger point about spreads is that they can give you a false sense of security. And when they do blow out, it tends to be incredibly painful because I know this from doing treasury spreads. It's like, yeah, they never move. You still have big positions on. And like when they start moving against you, it's like trying to turn around a boat. And
yeah,
kind of screwed.
It's funny you bring that up because I know I can't even remember if it was the Series 3 or the Series 30. I mean, that was a question that was on the test and on the practice test. It's like something along the lines of, telling your clients or the disclosure doc that, spreads are less risky than trading outrights. And, it isn't always the case. I remember some of the wildest stuff, market price action I've ever seen was when in that first year that I started trading, this was when crude oil went up to like $145 a barrel in very quick order. I remember we were having regular limit up moves at the time. At the time, the limit on oil was $10, and then if it traded there for like 10 minutes, limit up, limit bid, it expanded another $10. So we'd seen a number of days where there were $20 ranges in the crude oil. And I remember one day, I think crude was up less than $20. And I know damn well that the spread, just the front month versus the next upcoming month, the second deferred month or the first deferred month, the spread had moved $25, which was more than, the front month had moved. So to back up what Jack was saying is these spreads can move more than the outrights. Darn well right.
Order filled.
So what's the
rules
rules on spreading at Topstep? Can you what can you or can you not spread like in let's say like one account?
Well, I mean, you could certainly spread, anytime you're long something that has a negative or a positive correlation to anything else and you're buying one and selling the other, I mean, that's a spread. If I'm buying gold and selling treasury bonds or something, that's a spread. If I'm selling treasury bonds and buying equities, that's a spread. So when you're, doing that, there's different kinds of spread. There's, calendar spreads, intramarket calendar spreads, that kind of stuff. We don't allow for those calendar spreads here, which unless you're a member of a firm, you're going to get cut to pieces in fees and commissions, because when you do a spread, you're one and selling one, so you've got two legs of the spread. And when I was market making in the grains, I was looking for one tick on a trade, and I wanted to make one tick as many times as I possibly could. Now, you talk corn, beans, and wheat, one tick on a one lot is $12.50. If I'm paying $5.50 on each leg of the spread, I'm risking $10 just from my cost to place that trade to make $2.50 essentially. The risk reward is not there at all. So unless you have member rates, you shouldn't really be spreading like that.
Yeah. And where else it's tricky is if,
order filled.
We still have product limits here, because I was experimenting with trying to spread bonds in this, but the problem is you can't put on a position big enough, because even in 150K you have 15 contracts, and so you got to go 10 one way, 5 the other, and move as much. So I think it's an interesting thing to play with, because I tell you where they're great is if things get really out of whack. Some of the most money I've seen people make is when they apply them
order filled,
calling hedging, which once again we're saying that they can move more, but you can find this is not financial advice, but I remember when there would be super illiquid markets, say around Christmas or the holidays or overnight or something like that, and it seems like the prices, in this case, when at treasuries, are like way over whack, and it's been putting on a spread does in that case hedge you from outright risk. Now, treasuries have a correlation go up or down. It's unlikely they're going to diverge by a large amount the same way that, God forbid, you're doing like the Russell versus the NASDAQ or something like that.
Right.
Yes.
Well, got deep markets there.
Anything you want to say? I know this turned into kind of spread time. We kind of bounced off lows there. I'm fine with it. I could talk about them all day.
I could talk trading all day, Jack. I know the segments around talking about traders. It's kind of nice to get here and get with you. And congratulations to you as well on that Series 3. Have you ever taken that before? Did you have to have that before? No.
No, because where I was trading never had clients.
Gotcha.
It was very, yeah. It was. We initially, I think I was the first year people that didn't have to take. I think maybe the Series 7 or something. But
I hear that's a big one. The securities. Hold on. I like the leverage futures myself.
Well, I hope if anyone at my old firm is watching, you might have fired me, but I got the Series 3 now, baby.
Yeah.
Nick. Thanks as always. Good to talk to you. But guys, it's Friday. It's been pandemonium behind the scenes, but we're back on it. James Harden got whatever was in his eye out.
Ended up being bull flags. And once it breaks, typically you're going to see volume increase. We didn't really see a whole
Order filled.
bunch of volume increase on this one. But on this one, we did see, a decent volume on the way down, lower volume on the pullback. And once it breaks the bottom trend line of the bear flag, we go with that. So I hope that answers your question. Typically a bear flag is opposite move in a downward market, and a bull flag is going to be an opposite move in a
In a bull move, you're going to see bull flags pointing lower. Hope that makes sense. All right. James D, I see you in the chat. We should have taken it short, shouldn't we? Yeah. Oh well. No FOMO here. We were scouting out a house count short during power players earlier this morning. Didn't take it, but all right, let's move on to the next question. Thank you for the question, Corey. Next up is Paul. Paul says, could you speak on the merits and drawbacks on tick charts versus time charts? When to use them, when to use where, in what style, and when not to use them? Thanks.
Order rejected.
Well, I don't know. Is there really a switch between do you find yourself switching between time charts and tick charts in general?
I do now.
You do?
A challenge to me. It's always been something that I believe is an art form. And something that is, again, something difficult to really try and manage correctly and to keep yourself to give yourself the best opportunity to stay in a trade for longer, right? So let's say we were short up here at the highs. Hey, we just sold 5900s, and we're short 5900s in the S&Ps. And we're looking at this and we're saying, you know what, this is a really it's a big fat round number. If this holds, this thing could turn around and continue the move to the downside, which would have been a bold statement after the strong upside move that we just had all the way up to that level. Got a nice little pullback swing high here, and the market takes out the previous low. Well, then I could probably move my stop above this swing high, and if it takes out that swing high, we're still going to be in a little bit of profit, but it's going to take us out of that trade. If we don't, if the market continues the push to the downside, maybe we hold on and we see this is the next pullback high. Well, if we move our stop down to that level, it's not going to be too long until we're going to get stopped out. This is part of the art form of trailing stops. You're hoping that this swing high is not going to be taken out so that you can stay in the trade and continue the move to the downside. If for some reason we decide, hey, you know what? We're just gonna bring this stop down to here, this little swing high right here. Well, that would have kept us in, but you've got to be able to withstand those pullbacks. We're already in profit, so we don't really have to worry about taking a loss on this trade. And that's the art form about trailing stops. It always seems like you try and trim things a little bit too close, and you end up getting stopped out in those. So this is an art form. Let's say we stayed in this, we managed to maintain our position through this pullback, and now we've got another low and another pullback high. Maybe we're going to put our stop above this swing high here. Well, now we're sitting in some pretty substantial profit in this trade. This would be a very good job of trailing a stop, and that's one of the only reasons that I will look at a shorter time frame shorter time frame. This is a short time frame, but it's more tick based, it's more volume based, it's more price action based than it is based in time. So I hope that helps, Paul. But again, there are people that trade solely off of tick charts. I didn't learn that way. I learned that time is and can be an important factor in the auction process. The market spends a lot of time somewhere. It's probably showing signs of acceptance there. Once that time of acceptance kind of breaks out, for new areas to facilitate trade, which is really the market's job, is to facilitate trade. It's seeking levels where two-sided trade can occur freely. And if there's few buyers and more stronger sellers, price is going to continue that move to the downside. Just got a nice base put in here. So that's just one of the ways that I will use tick charts. Most of the decision making that I'm making in trading is based off of time-based charts, 30-minute charts, sometimes a 5-minute chart, and a lot off the market profiles. So it is a personal choice, Paul, which one to look at and when. But there's an example of how I will switch.
That is some excellent analysis. Thank you, Hogue. Much appreciated. And thank you for the question, Paul. All right. Next up, we have Alisher. Alisher says, hey, coaches, what are some of the more common mindset pitfalls you see among traders in the futures markets? And what advice would you give for building the resilience needed to overcome them? Well, there's a long list of pitfalls that right? Over trading,
Greed.
Yeah.
Disgust, fear of failure, fear of support, fear of success. There's a whole list of messes, right? I didn't mean to step on you, JD. What were you going to say? Please continue.
Oh, no. I was just rattling off a list. And yeah, you're on it too. So, I mean, to step into one of these pitfalls, right? So, you spent quite a bit of time coaching and talking to traders, though. What sort of advice have you thrown them over the years about avoiding pitfalls or digging out?
All right, Alisher. One of the earliest and probably stickiest pitfalls mindset wise is the fact that nobody is hardwired. Very few people, if any, are hardwired to be successful in trading. Everybody hates losses. We avoid losses. We will do anything to avoid a loss. And goes against you. Most people they'll just kind of default to, well, I'll just wait. The market's going to come back and make me whole again, which if you're lucky, that's good, but it's not good for your mindset because most of the time when you do that, you're just going to be increasing your losses. Market goes against you. We become hopeful. We wish, we hope, we pray. We stand on our heads. We hold our breath. We bang on the table. We do whatever we think is going to make that market come back and make us whole again. And most of the time, it's probably not. So we end up creating bigger losses. Other side of that coin is, and especially after we've established some losses and created some pain and maybe some PTSD in our own minds about these losses, we finally get a winning trade on. And we're so excited about it that we're like, oh my God, it's a winning trade. It's green. This is wonderful. I'd better take this trade now before the market takes it away. So we end up putting up big losses and we end up taking little wins. The most important mindset changes that we have to do as traders is to reverse that wiring in our brain and understand when we are wrong to be able to take the loss, learn how to keep them small, and learn how to not personalize them. When you take a loss in trading, it doesn't say that you're a shitty person. It doesn't even say that you're a shitty trader. It just means that the trade didn't work. And then on the other side of that coin, we have to be hopeful and happy when the market is going our direction. So we have to learn how to cut losses responsibly and technically, not, just because I only want to lose $100 on this trade. You got to take your risks technically. Price has to auction to a certain level in order to invalidate the trade. And it doesn't mean, you're not going to get stopped out at the bottom tick on a few trades now and again. There's nothing perfect. And this is a very ambiguous environment. So it's going to happen. If we can learn to cut our losses and learn to hold on to some of our wins, we're going to end up in a much better position. And it takes time to rewire the brain like that. Tom Hoogert, I think, says it the best. Traders are hopeful when the market is against them and fearful when the market is going their way. You got to switch that wiring in your brain to be fearful when the market is going against you and to be hopeful when the market is going your way. It's just one of the first things that comes my way when I talk to people. And it seems like it would be reasonable to kind of know this already. It's just not easy to recognize, to be able to say that to myself is, I'm learning how to be a trader. Boy, I really hate losses, but I just seem to keep increasing the size on them because I don't want to take the loss. It's not a loss until I get out, right? Wrong way to think. Wrong way to think. Know where you're wrong, get out. Know when you're right, and let it work its way out. Let it work its way out. I'm not saying that every trade you're going to take is going to end up being a home run. Be reasonable and probable with your potential profit targets. I mean, it could take years to go from, 1-to-1 reward over risk at 50%, which you're not going to make any money, to 2-to-1 reward over risk at 50% winning trades. It's a muscle like anything else. It's something we have to work for, something we have to work on, and something in our brain has to change as far as the wiring is concerned. Man, you limit your risk. Be here tomorrow. And when you see something that you've got something really good on, be reasonable and probable with the profit target, but let it run a little bit. Let it run a little bit. I know it's hard to do, but if you do it and you do it successfully for a period of time, that's what's going to rewire that brain. And you're going to be like, you know what? Hoag's right. I'm not going to be fearful. I'm not going to be hopeful when the market's going against me. I'm going to get out when I say I'm going to get out. And when the market's going my way, I'm going to listen to what Hoag says. And I'm going to say, okay, I had 10 ticks of risk on this. I'm already at 15 ticks of profit. This thing looks like it's got more legs to go. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. Hopefully that's going to help.
I'm pretty sure it was. And speaking of prep or risk management, Hoag, we just got an update from the risk team. got a couple of traders out there absolutely carving it up in these markets today. One live
nice.
funded trader, Chung, in the live funded account is up over $50,000 in the live markets right now. Another live funded trader, Benjamin C, up over $30,000 trading in the live markets. Our risk team is on the phone with these guys right now, making sure that they are locking in their profits for the day. So big shout out to the risk team for making sure our traders are keeping some of that money that they're making. All right. With that, Hogue.
It's just huge money. That's just life-changing money. I absolutely am so happy and proud of that.
Nice little Friday, for sure. All right, Hogue. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We got to make way for trading with Topstep. We got Anne-Marie and Peter W. in the green room right now. We got a great segment coming up. They're both going to be joined by Coach Robert and me. So stick around. That trading with Topstep is coming up next. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes, folks. Hogue.
Blessings, everyone.
Get you by the kegerator.
All right, you got it.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to the segment Trading with Topstep. We've got a live funded trader here for you, Peter W. He's down there in the bottom right-hand corner. Pete, I just called you Pete. I don't know if you like Peter, but sorry about that if you don't like Pete. How is it going today? Pete is a live funded trader, like I mentioned, looking at the ES, NASDAQ, sort of on the equities bandwagon, like most of us are. But hello, Peter. How are you? What's going on?
Good. Yeah, I was able to catch a fade today in the market. That was good. My initial trade plan played out, and then I got out early because we were sitting above support, and then it sold off again. So I missed it. I missed my initial move was to target down at the settlement price. So I got what I was thinking was going to happen, but then I guess I got shaken out of my short position. We were just sitting on the really yesterday's highs and then Wednesday's highs in the ES. Mm-hmm. So I tried to jump back into a long position there and then got liquidated. So I took 3 trades today, 1 winner, 2 losses, and I think I might call it a weekend unless we see some bulls come back into the market with some bit of traction here. It's Friday afternoon, so being a smart trader, I might just take my profits for the day and see what next week brings us. But if I see something amazing, maybe I'll jump in here and I'll share the reasons why. But for the most part, this is really just I missed the move, the complete move that I was actually looking for initially by getting out of it early. So it's okay. Isn't it? It happens. Yeah.
Same thing happened to me.
Yep.
Same thing happened to me.
3
Got
trades,
in
1 winner,
early.
1 winner, 2 losers, and up on the day. Probably calling it a weekend. Probably calling it a week, I should say. Anne Marie, thank you for joining us once again. The incomparable Anne Marie Band. How are you doing today? What's going on in the markets for you?
I'm doing well. I had the same sort of mental structure that Peter had, and you can see my trades here. I did the same thing. I took the short and got I left it early because I wanted it to come back to heavy congestion, right? Because I thought accumulation, exit liquidity moving up the chain, thought it would rotate all the way back down, but the bounce up here shook me out, and then I got distracted and tried to take it in the other direction. So same sort of thing happened to me. Peter, I saw your charts just a minute ago, and they're colored. Talk to us about that.
Oh, yeah. Very good question.
Yeah. It's there's a lot going on. I know that. Let's look at this 15-minute time frame here. And I'll give you some thought process too, but the colors in my chart are the pivot points. And within some classic pivot point theory, there's specific zones to buy and sell, whether you're getting into a position or getting out of a position. Without getting into, I guess, the logistics on that, I could just highlight here for an example of today. There's a blue line on my chart right here at 58.47 ES. And if you're trading long and you're a bull and you wanted to long the central pivot point, you would basically count 3 pivot points up, counting the mid pivot points. And a lot of people trade pivot points, but they don't look at the mid pivot points. And they are key to this specific strategy that I've been trading for now going on 8 years. It's what's made me successful in the market. And not so sure I could really trade so effectively as well as I have been in my career without trading a forward-looking indicator like pivot points. So with that being said, like if I went long on the central pivot point here, I would count 1, 2, 3, and the target would be the 4th pivot point, counting the mid-section pivot points. So that would be an R2 target today. Now, the London session made that happen. Asian session, the Globex, we hit that target. And then same thing for a New York session. We don't always have an extension on the pivot points like we have had today. If you can look, yesterday was obviously an inside day, but for the most part, we did the exact same thing. We came back down from the highs of R2, which is where I initially went short, and I was targeting the settlement price. I got out early because we were getting held up here at the Wednesday open, regular trading hours open high. So I missed the second half of this move, so I was kicking myself before I got on here. But also, my bias was to the long side today. I was just able to fade it and catch some bit of this mood. And, I'm happy with the results. I'll take what I can get. I'll leave the day profitable today. And, I'll come back tomorrow. But to answer your question, Anne-Marie, like I have 3 different sets of pivot points up here. So it's not just the dailies. If I scroll out of here, I've got the weekly pivots and I've got the monthly pivots. If I go all the way back to the beginning of the month. And
Peter, are those regular, those traditional pivots? I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to get clear. You know, Camarilla
pivots, Camarilla, which ones are they?
Yeah.
These are traditional pivot points.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I know there's like 15 different kinds. Well, at least when I look up like pivot point theory, there's so many different kinds. These are just the traditional pivots, and the colored boxes are entry areas and target areas. So if we look at this chart more closely, we can see that the weekly pivot points do have confluence with dailies and monthlies. And those confluence areas are really key to where I think price can drive to. It's almost like anchored VWAP, like it's sticky, like price always goes to a anchored VWAP or a volume point of control. Longer term time frame, price will move, and I'll notice the reactions, especially on higher time frames, in and around these confluence areas. So it's key for me to have like multicolored rainbow looking chart because I want to see where we're at, within the week, within the month, within the day. So these different time frames and confluence areas are very key to setting me up for where I really want to get into the market and where I want to get out. That's a brief, really brief. Like, it's very in depth, but that's a pretty brief explanation of.
So you're on air here with a couple of nerds. So go ahead and geek out on us. We'd be happy to hear it.
Yeah. Well, let me share what my thought process was even going short today, even though I'm long-term bullish, right? So, I'm not a Fibonacci trader, but I will look at it to see if it makes sense. And sorry, I have some background noise. Can you guys hear that? Yes. Kids screaming in the background. Sorry.
Any kids being in the background. No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm daddy daycare, capital management, normally.
There you go.
I got my sister-in-law here watching the kids in the other family room. So anyway, my thought process here, looking at the Fibonacci retracement was, let me get rid of some of these pivot points so it's a little bit more clear. I've got the arrow, I've got a green arrow, my Fibonacci extension. Now, we had the buyers come in on the ES Wednesday afternoon, bid it up before the close, right? And then overnight session, we made a move higher. And then basically yesterday was an inside day, but for me, it was like, I'm looking at buying the dip, which occurred. We went right down to the 618. We found some support on the, Fibonacci. If you're a Fibonacci trader, maybe that's what you're looking for an area that you might see buyers step back into the market. Now we got the extension from the Globex overnight, a 618 extension of the Fibonacci retracement. The extension is a 382 or a 1382. That's like classic Fibonacci sequence trading. And we got that this morning with the push from the bulls on the market open. And then we pretty much failed from there. So my fade this morning, my short from basically the top of today, was a lot of things going on. It was a Fibonacci extension short, or covering of the long, so people taking profit. And then I also had, there was it's very small here. I'm sorry on my screen share, but at 58.94, 58.95, there's a confluence zone for today's. It looks like it's R2, and then the weekly central pivot point. So a lot of things went into me actually taking a short today. And if I go to my execution time frame, you can see it up here. And I got it at a pretty decent price. My actual execution was on, at that point, the session volume point of control. So that's why it's like, you're shorting the highs. Yes, I have a lot of reason to short the highs and try to get a little bit of a move out of it. Now, I got the first part of this move, and I honestly wasn't thinking that we would get down this far for the day underneath yesterday's settlement. But if we could pop up above the settlement price, I might be interested. It's just, it's so late in the week, and we're running out of time on the day that I don't necessarily just want to jump into anything right now, because it'd probably be more like a 1-to-1 trade instead of a 2-to-1. Friday afternoons, just not notorious for me getting any sort of, good R value in my risk, right?
That's why you're a live funded trader, Peter. Saying all the right things, doing all the right things, and hopefully everybody's taking note of this. This isn't us talking. This is the live funded trader sitting right here. Going through the Topstep program, combines, XFAs, live, taking money out, profitable. Can't say much more than that. Eyes and ears open. What did he just say? Not much on a Friday afternoon. I'm not going to trade anymore. I'm up a little bit. I'm happy with that. Great job, Peter. I love it.
Absolutely. What led you to picking up the pivot points in the first place? What made you go, I'm sticking to these pivot points? Did you watch somebody and say, that looks like I can do it?
Yeah, it just makes... First, yes, I learned how to do this from somebody. To see where the bulk and majority of the orders have taken place for the day. And then, it helps me make educated decisions on where to get in and get out of the market.
And using volume profile, unless somebody else has another question on this, and sorry, I'm trying to talk too much here, but a question on this, because you're speaking the language. I love these. I love the fibs. I love the levels that you have there to pivot points. Love the fact that you're using the volume profile and the POC. And that's just one of the things I like to use also. And one of the things, and I'd like you to talk about this, Peter, that's why you're in here, is the shape of the volume profile. You can have the point of control being the level where the most contracts are traded. So we can start at the volume area, come up to it, and then back down, or we can have a bunch of peaks coming up to it. And we can have it just come up and then flat and then over. So there's a bunch of different types of P shape, D shape, B shape, like that. And is there one specific one? Because one of the things, I only have a couple rules, and one of them is if the market is crisscrossing the point of control, just stay out until it goes one direction or the other. That's one of my rules. You look for those low volume areas. How do you use it?
Yeah, I like to use it on a 1 minute time frame. Now, my entry and exit execution time frame is 3 minutes. I love the 3 minute chart. I don't get faked out on 1 minute moves very often on the 3 minute chart, right? And it's not 5 minute, because I don't like sitting around and waiting for a 5 minute candle close. So I use the volume profile on the 1 minute time frame. And here we are late in the day, and I can see where all the bulk and majority of the transactions have taken place for the day. And this isn't necessarily the best volume profile that I would ever use as an example. But just looking at today's, you have the different distribution areas. My favorite, to answer your question, Robert, is probably just the double distribution area with a low volume node in between. Right. Beautiful. Now we've got 4 distribution areas looking on today's chart. But
it's pretty ugly.
Yeah. So
it's pretty ugly.
What I look for is I like to trade from one distribution area to another, and that's basically one of the main reasons why I got long, during the New York lunch session, really, which is probably not the best time frame to entering into trades. But those are my 2 losses, and they were quick losses. I need to get out of the market quickly. If it's going against me, I don't like it. So I tried it right here, basically at this pivot point, which is it's the weekly M2 pivot point. But
Could you say
like I said before, there's a lot of other factors going on in there.
Yeah, what's that level, the actual price level? Because some people just listening.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. So it was 58.78. We got above there, price held. I went long. It moved against me. I manually closed, and I got into a better position. So I thought at the time, right, for another long, looking to get back into the upper distribution area from this morning. And at the time, that's where the volume point of control was. It was up here. So I was looking to fill these single print areas above where price had been to. There's a couple. There's another one above this. There's a little box here. But I was looking to get above 58.83 and really 58.85, and then make a run at the initial balance high, and subsequently, prior day's highs in the SPX last week. So I was looking to take some of the liquidity up here as a profit target on the XPX chart, which I do use. So just because I'm trading the ES doesn't mean I'm not paying attention to what the XPS or the SPX is doing. It's imperative to know what's going on there. So now we've got equal highs sitting up here on the SPX at 58.63. We've got Tuesday's high and we've got today's high. So, for me, those second and third trade that I took that was long, it was looking to get back up into that area. And that's would have been my profit target for the day. It's just we continued to sell off. And, we've basically seen a flavor in the market, which is yields are up and it's risk off. So I think we're pretty much seeing that play out here again today. But we haven't broken, I don't think, any structure to the downside that would make me a long-term bear, even though I trade the market both ways. So,
yeah, I certainly would agree. So, Peter, I did notice something pretty interesting. I said, how many trades do you take a day? We were talking in the green room, and you said, it varies. Sometimes 3, sometimes 6, sometimes. But I noticed that many times when someone talks about low volume trading like that, they're looking at much bigger time frames. And I heard you say, well, I only look at the 3-minute and the 15-minute, and then you've got your motion. So in my mind, it feels like there might be a lot more triggers that go off using that very small time frame. Are you incorporating those pivot areas? The pivot areas, support and resistance, end up defining the zones where you go, hey, listen, I'm going to look for short or I'm going to look for long, and then you're using those 15-minute and 3-minute formations. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I love to watch my entry. I'm always on the 3-minute. Like I want the 3-minute because I can get into a position early that a 15-minute candle wouldn't necessarily give me the most opportunity, especially if I'm trading on a limit order, right? So I want to utilize the 15-minute chart on the 15-minute mark of the hour and the 45-minute mark of the hour. Now here we are coming up to, I believe it's 2:30 standard time. And I want to switch it to a 30-minute chart. So on the bottom of the hour, I'm looking at the 30-minute chart. And I'll look at it on the top of the hour too. But top of the hour, obviously, I want to switch this left chart on my screen to a 1 hour.
Side note.
And I want to see.
I did.
Yeah, those candles close.
I did take a long because the POC had moved down in the ES. The POC moved from the settlement area to below, and I saw that I was making higher lows, so I took the long. And so my hope is that it gets into yesterday's value area high at 58.54. So that's the target. Anyway, sorry. I digress.
You're going through you're going through a low volume area also. So that was great. Marianne. Yeah, sorry. That was great, Anne-Marie.
I've been called Marianne before.
Wow. Sorry about
I
that.
have been.
Peter,
I don't
we can't
mind.
talk today. Take it over.
Yeah. Sorry about interrupting on that, Peter. I apologize, especially since
No, it's all good.
had asked the question. I just wanted everybody to know where I was sitting there. So, yes, you're talking about the 15-minute being too slow for certain spaces, and then you use the 15 and 45 of the hour?
Yeah, well, whenever the candle closes. So on the 15-minute and the 45-minute, I guess you would say when the minute hand hits those 15-minute candle closures, that's when I'm focused on the 15-minute chart the most, right? And then we're
Okay.
coming on to the bottom of the hour, so I want to see what this 30-minute time frame is doing here on the left side of my chart. If in the next 90 seconds before the and I know there's a delay, but before this candle closes, we're like all of a sudden back under, the settlement price, then I would take that into consideration if I was like looking to long or short here, right?
Okay.
So it's imperative for me to see how those candles close. And since we're manually trading the market, like I like to see the candles form as they come in, as the orders come in and hit the market. I need to see what happens because you can get like big fluctuations in price when big orders hit the market and can drive price up or down, obviously. So the way the candles form is like, it's the king of, sorry about that. It's the king of everything that you would do as a trader. I can get rid of all these fancy indicators and just trade a blank chart, just looking at how, and obviously I'd probably want to have some drawings on there, but just for mental acuity of what's going on. But I could look and trade a blank chart just by looking at how the candles form, what's going on in the higher time frames, and then making an educated decision based on basically order flow into the market. So
Interesting.
So we just got this 30-minute candle close here on the left side of my screen, and obviously there's some relief coming into the market, and it's back green again. After all this up and down we're right back at settlement, and the market's flat for the day. So,
do you see a long opportunity here?
Right.
Do you see an opportunity to get long here? Anne-Marie's long.
Yeah, same reason that Anne-Marie just took along. Same reason.
I covered it right at using the Topstep trading levels. It's yesterday's value area high or something like that.
54. Yeah. 4F, yesterday's value area high.
Yesterday's, yeah. Yep. So I took it off there. I'm waiting. I've got a cross current, right? Because I've had two moving averages like that. But if it comes down and retests settlement, it might be a place to position along. What do you think? What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, that's
what would you be
kind of what I was saying. I think before we got on the broadcast here, was just like, well, if we pop back up to above the settlement price, and there's some conviction in the market, especially in these last 90 minutes, then that could be the best possible area that I would see to go long. Now, I keep my stop at a fixed level, and it's a little where you would be safe at. It's a little far for me. It's not a cheap trade. But I'd have to give it my full stop loss to really invalidate it, just because I'm trading on a fixed 5-handle stop, which is tight. It's a tight stop.
Why is that? Why do you have a fixed 5-handle stop?
Because my live account, I don't think it's at value that's high enough for me to move it past 5.
Understood.
My goal as a trader with Topstep, I want to reach the big leaderboard, and I'm glad you guys have it posted, because it gives me an idea of like how much wood I have to chop to get there. So I think if my live account were to get above the 50K mark, then I would be more comfortable moving it past 5 handles. Right now it's not there.
So you're just managing risk. Yeah.
I just going to say that. You mean you mean to tell me you're doing risk management on a smaller account? So you're trading smaller with a smaller stop? What
Shocking.
a concept there, Peter.
Yeah.
Shocking is right. Got to clip that up.
You have to. I mean, look, I'd like to sit here and tell you where the market's going tomorrow, but I honestly have no idea. And I have a bias, but I really want to come to the market every day unbiased because I've been wrong so many times having like, I'm on a long only today. And then like, I don't ever catch a long and then the market just moves against me. So, it's a very holistic approach to reasons why I like to get into positions and exit them. And I probably could spend a whole hour just by myself trying to explain it all completely. But risk management is obviously key. Like if you don't have it like, and for a long-term career, it's all risk management. You get into the professional space, you're talking to a CTA or you're talking to somebody that runs a pool or some sort of, fund. Everything they talk about is risk. It's all they talk about. It doesn't matter what, it could be an implied volatility fund and they trade VIX options. They're talking about risk the whole time. So it's imperative to,
for sure.
Yeah, at least it's always on my mind. Risk is always on my mind. And, I think for me personally, I'm trading Topstep, my personal account, at the same time. So it becomes a little bit difficult to trade 2 separate accounts. And I want to, maybe shift my focus to the Topstep account a little bit more so I can make it to that top 25 leaderboard. That's my goal. And I just want to see my name printed on the screen, man.
I like it. Listen, you got to aim high.
Yep.
If you aim low, you're gonna likely hit lower. Aim high and then hit higher. That's awesome. I love it. I think that's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I did take another long underneath.
I was just
that
going to ask you, Anne-Marie. We went down below settlement there, and you got back in long again.
Yeah, I picked it up. Yep, I picked it up. So it's still lollygagging.
What was your entry price on that?
48 and a quarter.
Got it.
Hey, Anne-Marie, now that you got a trade on, would you mind hitting the full screen toggle in the bottom right of the first quarter panel? Yeah. Of the chart that you're in. Yeah. So just click.
Oh,
click
yeah.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Just helps me see easier. I can't see that.
Absolutely.
Easier to see.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Those keyboard.
And we know I don't read Slack.
Yeah. Those keyboard warriors, if the chart is highlighted, you can press Alt-Enter and it will make it maximize, unless, of course, you have a hotkey set up for Alt-Enter. So don't be doing that.
Yeah, I can't trust myself with a hotkey. There's no way. I'm just too spastic as a person.
We were just talking about the big board, and Coop's in the chat wants to know what the bar is to get onto the top 25 on the big board. Coop, I'll tell you right now, Kaishun is in 25th place, and he has a balance plus payouts, current open and active accounts of $90,528. So that is the bare minimum to get onto the big board right now. Our top trader, Rafa, nearly $340,000 balance and payouts in his live funded account.
Man, that guy's a beast.
The bar has been set. He has been trading actually the last week or so.
He's taking some time off.
Taking a little time off.
Good. Spending some of that money.
Yeah, right. And I know Dakota just closed out a couple XFAs and transferred a whole bunch of money to his live funded account also. So he's going to be jumping up on the list as soon as our data boards catch up with the accounting. I think Dakota should be in number 2 by Monday, I would say.
Nice.
He should be at least.
So, Peter, what kinds of things do you do outside of trading to keep your mind settled, to take the pressure off to, take a breath?
I really don't like to be in the market all day, and I want to kind of get in when the volatility is good and get out. I've gotten myself into trouble sitting here for the full 6.5 hour New York session before. So if I make money, I'm out of the market. And like I said earlier, I'm like daddy daycare capital management. So me and my wife, we've got 12-month-old twins, and most of the time I'm trading and watching them run around in circles. So,
Oh my gosh.
I'm taking as many deep breaths as I can sometimes, because that's a full-time job in itself. So if I'm out of the market by 10, like that gives me more time to get away from the charts and spend some time with my kids. But to answer your question, I like to get early meditation in before I even start my day. I like to work out. You have to have a balance in your life of mental, physical, acuity there, because if you come to the charts and you're not to your fullest potential physically or mentally, like it's going to reflect in your trading. Obviously emotionally, like you kind of want to be in a good spot. So certain times a year you should be doing what Ralph was doing. You were in the market for the last 6 months and you made a bunch of money. It's a great time to take a vacation. Like, so what? When I took a vacation this year, the first and second week of August, and it was just like, I remember I was on vacation. I was looking at my phone and I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, look at this volatility right now. Missing it all. Damn it. But normally,
it's an election year.
that time of year, it's not the best. So this year was just crazy.
What about those dirt bikes? I saw something about that too. Do you still have them? Do you still run them? And I did a little racing in my younger days as well. I'd love to hear what you have on that.
Yeah, I live in the Southwest, so it's like one of the best places to, have that as a hobby. And I've been riding dirt bikes and motorcycles for, I don't know, 15, 20 years. I'm trying to think back now. But so yeah, it gives me a chance to get out and get into nature, and then have some buddies that we go riding and we just have a good time. So throttle therapy is mainly what it is for me. So
exactly.
Use it for that purpose.
So Peter, coming from the Forex space, what got you into futures, and most importantly, how did you find Topstep, or how did Topstep find you, I should say? What's the benefit?
Yeah, I traded strictly Forex for 7.5 years. I started trading the Dow, and just because I like how the Dow extends its ranges, I love the Dow. My live account, I told myself I was going to trade just the ES for it until I got probably till January 1st, and as well as my personal account. I just I made it a thing this year. I'm just trading the ES, and I'm gonna know it by the time the end of the year comes around. Like, I don't even have to look at a chart right now. I can just look at the price and kind of get a feel of like, oh, that's a key level, right? I don't need to look at any visual clues. But to answer your question, I started trading the Dow. I fell in love with it. I moved over strictly to trading the Dow in 2022, and I did the same thing. I traded the Dow exclusively for a year, and I got away from Forex because you have to pay so much attention to global macro, like it will make you sick to your stomach. So, like, I don't want to read an Australian or the Reserve Bank of Australia's banking report. Like, I don't want to read it. And I did that for years, where I would trade the New York session, I would trade the Asian session, 3 different currencies. I'd have to pay attention to 3 different central banks. And it's a grind. It really is. Now, it's great. I still love Forex, and maybe one day I'll get back to doing it. But for now, like, I live in the United States. When people ask me what I do, I had a hard time for a long time telling them I was a Forex trader. They'd be like, well, what's that? Now I just say, well, I trade the stock market. And before, recently, like I just started calling myself a trader when people ask me, because I really need to own it. Like I need to own being a trader, a day trader, and really maximize my potential in it without having any sort of outside, questions being asked. Because if you tell somebody you're a day trader, then they start asking you all sorts of questions. For a long time, I worked in finance. I didn't, that's what I told people. And they asked me what I did for a living. I work in finance. And that's usually where the conversation stopped, right? But now I think since probably this time or before a little bit last year, I just said, no, I'm gonna start telling people that this is for a living. I'm gonna own it. And that has helped me come to terms with the possibility of the market. Like the upside potential is infinite. The downside potential is, zero, right? So, yeah, I love the way that the E-mini contracts move. I like the fills on them. I like, the extensions, especially like in the YM or the NQ. So
very cool.
I hope I'm sorry that was a long answer to your question, but I hope I answered.
Oh no, that's fine.
Good answer. Good answer.
And making your way to Topstep. Making your way to Topstep in general. Did a friend tell you about us? Did you just kind of stumble upon us?
No. I took the challenge of getting into the firm space. It was probably July or June, and I was with another company. I didn't like it, and that's when I came over to Topstep, and then you guys started the TV show, and it was only like 3 or 4 hours in the morning, right? That's when I was just like, oh, this is the spot. Like, this is the place. And I've been with you guys, funded in XFAs a few times, November, December last year, and then in March and April, and then again in May and June, which got me to my live account. I've been trading this live account here for 2 months. The second week of August, or like the third week of August, I went live. And this is a fantastic platform. Like I can't say it enough. I'm on the Tradeovate. That's why you're looking at TradingView. Mm-hmm. I think going forward, I will open the TopstepX combines, and then look to roll some XFAs into a live account. That's kind of going to be my goal here to get to that leaderboard. Right, I have to have some other means of capital to get into. Some more funding for myself to get up into that top 25, right?
For sure.
Now you have that good goal. Yeah, you have that good goal, Peter, and that is kudos on you for having that in the distance. And here's something I really like that I saw in these stats here is even though you have this goal to get in a leaderboard, top 25, and you know what level it needs to be at, P&L wise, total P&L, and you know where you are now, what you're still not doing, and this is my handshake to you right now, pat on the back, is you're not taking those big swings. You're very consistent what you're doing. Man, your risk reward is 4.8 to 1 over your account. That's incredible. That's really something, So congratulations on that. You're not just going, man, I want to get on this leaderboard and just start throwing 15 contracts and trying to get lucky. You're maintaining consistency over time, taking those pieces when they show up for you using your strategy and just working your way through it. Kudos. A lot of people don't do that when there's like there's that block, including me. I'm like that too. It's like I'm really, I want to get there and I'll push it. You're not doing that, which shows you as a much more mature trader. So I wanted to give you a shout out there for that. Good stuff.
Yeah, well, I've been doing this going on 10 years now, so it's been a long road to hoe to get here to this point, and just a lot of, been punched in the gut by the market so many times. I know what not to do to stay in business. I've had a couple of day jobs here and there in the past 8 years, and I was able to quit my day job in May of 2022 and pursue this as a full-time gig. And you have to be realistic with yourself, but you can also scale your account to get to that point, right, where you're like, well, now I can make 1% to 2% a month. That's not very much, and that pays my bills.
The real trick is to
So-
start with reasonable expectations, though. That's 100% correct.
Exactly. And don't get sidetracked if you have an off month, right? You just put yourself square and just keep on keeping on.
Hey,
It looks
checking
like,
back in on the markets
Anne-Marie,
real
that
quick.
trade's working out
Anne-Marie.
for you here now, isn't it?
Yes,
That's exactly where I
it
was
actually,
going. Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So again, first of all, I am terrible at trading on Friday afternoons. So my Friday afternoons are normally pure one-way ticket down Suckville River. And so normally
Oh God, that's
what
going to the
I will
glossary.
So I just went to Target and I can see that it's still, trending in that direction, but I've started putting my executions on the chart, and so you can see that I got stopped out just at that target zone. And it came back, but it's running again into the afternoon. So that trade could easily get to the top of the low volume node at around 58.71. So it's looking good. It's looking good. The recapture of settlement after the break lower, that recapture of settlement was really the place where they said, I'm going to keep running.
Very nice. Good trade, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, sir.
Checking in on
Yeah, I
some
would
of the
even
other
say that
markets.
you probably, you might be able to run that into the end of the day or take a piece of it and let one run. I don't know your size, but
Oh no, I
we could
covered.
get back.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I covered all that. Just literally, without exaggeration. Friday afternoons, my brain is already a bowl of yogurt. It's not even cottage cheese. There's no texture in there anymore. It's just pure liquid. And so I have to be super careful on Fridays, or I have just shredded myself so many times. I'll be so scatterbrained, I'll put a trade on and then totally forget about it. Or I'll see something upside down, or, something comes in, some piece of news. Friday afternoons, I'm super, super cautious. And I have been for a really long time. So when you guys do the reversal challenge and it's on Fridays, that's why it sends me into panic mode. Not only because it's
for that one. Yeah.
It's just it's the double whammies.
Well, you're on the guest list. You're going to be invited for it real soon. So be prepared.
I'll make sure to take a lot of Dramamine. Take some Dramamine. I'll come on with the Aaron Rodgers look.
Perfect. Yeah. We pulled the chat a little while ago asking traders to grade themselves, give themselves a grade for the week on their trading. Final poll results, just over 418 votes, or just over 400 votes. 31% graded themselves a C, 26 graded themselves a B, another 26 graded D, and only 16% gave themselves an A. How about you guys? How do you feel you traded this week? Was it one of your better weeks? One of your not so good weeks? Did you follow your trading plan? How do you feel you did this week?
I'll jump in. I probably, this is more of a mediocre week. With my live account, I did take a payout last Friday. So like the first few days this week, I was just waiting for that account to get cleared and the money to move out of the Trade Evade account. But, so my week was shortened on my live account, and then in my personal account, I like to, trade that obviously to supplement my Topstep account trading. But for me, it was a mediocre week, and I think mainly has to do I'm only trading the ES. The SPX is kind of stuck in the range at all-time highs. I'm a little uncertain to where the market could head, especially with we might be riding a lot into tech's earnings season next week. So I'm not necessarily looking. I'm trading the market both ways essentially in this range, but not necessarily thinking that we're going to get some huge extension to the upside, new all-time highs either. So I'm realistic about what the next weeks bring, and we have tech earnings season. We've got NFP, we've got the election, we've got FOMC. So all of those things brings me to a level of uncertainty that I'm not necessarily comfortable with just jumping into 5-10 positions in a day just because I think there's going to be an extension, right? So I'll probably continue with like a B or a C grade next week. And then I might really push myself to look for an A, give myself a grade of an A after FOMC and the election results come in. So we'll see what happens though.
Only 7 trading days. 7 trading days left until the election, folks. Keep that in mind. Only 7.
Woo! Before Anne-Marie jumping in there, grading yourself, before Anne-Marie jumps in to grade yourself as well, Peter, I just want to comment. You said you're going to be making a switch or taking a look at TopstepX combines going forward. Being the guy that you are and the stuff that you're looking at, I think you're really going to like some of the reports in there because you were talking about Fridays being your worst days, and you'll find out certain things that when I'm using it that I didn't know about myself either. I'm like, wow, Wednesdays are my best days, but it's worse going short on Wednesdays than any other day. That type of stuff is that you'll find out this, and it's just constantly adding more and more things to it. So sorry, the shameless plug there, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew of those things and how it's constantly going through. And there's some really cool stuff in there that's you'll be able to see with all the calendars and the documentation, but the statistics, more and more stuff adding in there. It's really it make it really easy for you to find that stuff out. Because sometimes you find out you're like, man, I don't know, I don't do good on Friday afternoons, and maybe as you think that, but you actually did good because you scaled down and slowed down. You see what I mean? It's enlightening for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anne-Marie needs a grade. How do you do yourself, Anne-Marie? What's your grade?
I want to congratulate the people that gave themselves an A. I think that's fantastic. I will, regrettably, I would never give myself an A because I'm the work. My husband says I'm so dreadful at this. I'll set a bar, and when I get there, I'll go, no, the bar's up here. And so it's a constant, never enough in terms of not stuff, but development and improvement. So, I think this was a B/C week. On fast markets yesterday, I was like, I got away from the screens and I was like, who was that in the chair today? Because she was trading against every single one of her signals on the chart. And so it was just so infuriating. But that, sometimes you just think about where you're going to end up and you get out of being in the present moment. And when you're not in the present moment and you're thinking about the future moments, you're going to get yourself all crazy in the charts. And so that happens to me once in a while. I have to really force myself to stay present. So
that person you're referring to was probably, that person you're referring to is probably the captain of the Suckville River ferry boat.
I'm glad you enjoyed that river. I'm glad you don't ride it a lot, Robert. It's terrible. It's a terrible river to ride.
Yeah, I just like to follow up on what Anne-Marie was saying there is, you can't want to have an A grade every single week. I think this goes back to being realistic. As long as you're following a process and that process over time has worked, like you're back tested, forward tested, live tested, you can only follow that process and then you can see what happens by the end of the week. You know, some
Yeah.
of my best trading, I was not even looking at like a P&L at all. I'm just like,
Yeah.
just following
And
the
that's
process.
true. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the real grade. Did you follow
Yeah.
your process to the letter? Not how much you made or how much you lost. It's about, did you follow the process? And I'm so all over the place. Yeah, I have a really hard time reeling that in, being completely transparent with everybody. I constantly battle in that space. But yeah, I mean, I love it that people focus like that, and that I'm simply amazed that you look at a 3 and a 15-minute chart and you still make as few trades a day as you do. That's extraordinary discipline, and I commend you on it. I do.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
well, thank you. I hope to have longevity in this game, and that's kind of really like the start of the year. It's not like where am I going to end up at the end of the year. It's like what's possible is what the market kind of gives you, and as long as I'm following my process and I'm chipping away, I'm hitting base hits. And if you look at my like risk reward, you're like, well, it's almost 5-1. It's just like doesn't matter what it is. What matters is if I'm showing up every day and I'm taking little risk and I'm giving myself the best opportunity possible to, get that type of risk to reward ratio, that's what I should be grading myself on.
Yeah.
Not how well the P&L did or whatever. So
yeah,
Well, you're
super.
That's exactly right.
For what did you say?
Yep.
9 years trading professional or trading full time? Was it 9 or 7 years? Yeah.
I've been trading this specific strategy for almost 8 years, and then I'm going on my 10th year trading completely. So, yeah, it's been a journey.
And a live funded trader. So base hits, risk management works. That's
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, Peter, we can't wait to get you back on. This has been a great segment. Thank you so much for the insight into your trading strategy, giving us a nice peek into your trading knowledge, your background, and everything. This has been great. Hey, Marie, always a pleasure to have you on. We'll see you next week. We're going to get you on the reversal challenge. And Coach Robert, I think, I thought Robert was on the final segment, but we've got the dynamic trading duo, father and son, Carlos and Miguel, coming in for the reversal challenge during Power Hour. We're going to take a short break, folks. Time is up for Trade with Topstep. We're going to be right back, though. Stick around. Power Hour's coming up. Reversal challenge is next. See you guys in a few minutes.